Hey guys, Dr. Kahu here and welcome back to my channel. Now today I'm going to be doing a movie compilation to the What If that I created, and that is What If Deku had a super copy Quirk, the movie. Now unlike all my other movies, this one is a combination of videos that I have put in together, so you may hear at the end of the video, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace, and you'll hear me say straight away at the next part of the video. I understand that it's going to be a little bit annoying, just bear in mind I don't have the time today to actually put it all together or re-edit it, so I just did it this way, so at least I can kickstart the Dr. Kahu verse because I already started it, and to get this movie out because I should have did it first. Okay guys, so I hope you guys all understand. So sort of my days are taken away from day job, so I have to try my best to get my content out as I can, and because I'm changing studios where I'm at right now, I'm already in flux on what I need to do too, so I hope you guys all understand. I'm trying not to make no excuses because I have been making excuses as of late, but I hope you guys all understand. I hope you guys enjoy this movie adaptation to the What If that I created, and that is What If Deku had a super copy Quirk, the movie. So of course guys, let our story begin. Now, our story is going to take place 10 years before the actual first episode of the series begins. What ends up going down is young Izuku Midoriya is going to school, and on his birthday, what ends up going down is Izuku is looking forward to having his Quirk, his 4-year-old birthday. Even Katsuki Bakugo, his best friend, is also looking forward to their Quirk as well. And so, right before the day Bakugo Katsuki gets his Quirk, Izuku is at home, and what happens is he's watching his mum use her Quirk right in front of him. And what ends up happening is he has a bad headache, and he tells his mum, "Hey mum, I got a headache. I think I need to go to sleep." Alright Izuku, go lie down, I'll give you some water. And so she takes Izuku to bed, gives him some water, he goes to sleep. What ended up happening though is young Izuku, he activated his Quirk, he just didn't know it yet, okay? And so what happened is Izuku wakes up the next morning, and Inka goes, "Oh, good morning Izuku, are you alright?" "Yeah mom, I'm feeling strange for all of a sudden." She goes, "Oh, you're feeling strange? What's the matter?" And Izuku walks over, and he's watching his mum grab a fork or grab her chopsticks, whatever she eats with. And Izuku's watching that, and he does the same thing. He leans to get the remote, and the remote smacks Izuku straight in the head. And Izuku's like, "Ah!" And Inko's like, "What's the matter, Izuku? What's the matter?" "I went to go reach for the remote, and it hit me in the head." And she said, "What? Hit you in the head?" "Yeah." "Do that again?" And Inko takes the remote from Izuku, and he goes to reach for it, and the remote instantly goes to Izuku. Now the reason why it hit his head because Izuku was too slow to catch it. It hit his head and rebounded and donked him in the head. Did it to him twice, right in front of Inko this time. So Izuku's got a sore his head, real big bump on his head, and Inko is so proud of her son. Her son has her Quirk, you know? And so when she takes Izuku, before he goes to school, she takes Izuku to the Quirk doctor, and while this is going down, Katsuki Bakugo's Quirk has activated at school. And this thing now is Izuku Midoriya is not there to watch it, okay, so there's going to be a big divide. But anyway, what goes down is Izuku goes to the doctors and he sees the doctor, of course. Now, the mother explains Izuku's Quirk manifesting, and she will like to get him tested. And this time, the doctor is not Dr. Ujuko or Dr. Garaki, okay? It's just going to be a normal Quirk doctor. I'm just going to state it for change for the story, okay? Because then I'll ruin everything if I go too far. But anyway, the normal doctor checks over Izuku's Quirk, takes him to do some studies, finds out, yes, of course, your son has a Quirk, but I'm unsure how to explain it to you, Inko. And she goes, "What Quirk is it? Is it like mine?" "Well, yes and no. You see, your son..." Let me explain something. Your son is the seed, and his Quirk is the tree trunk, right? Coming out of the earth. Well, his tree trunk is energized as if really powerful, and what goes down is your Quirk is connected to part of his tree, like a branch. And Inko's like "What are you talking about?" And he goes, "Your son has a copy Quirk. He can copy anyone's Quirk. Now, I'm unsure how long your son can utilize this Quirk for, or utilize your abilities for, but your son has a branch that is your Quirk, if you look at it really carefully here." Inko looks at the really, really detailed doctor analysis of Izuku's Quirk, and she has no idea. And he goes, "Simply put, your son has the ability to copy anyone's Quirk, passively or physically touching, I believe." And she's like, "Oh, is that a good thing? Oh, don't you worry. It looks like majority of the passive Quirks that your son has absorbed have turned into, how to explain, leaves. And Inko's like, what? What do you mean, passively absorbed? Well, you gotta understand, I believe your son has a range of copying quirks, so everyone he's around, he's copying their quirks passively. And Inko's like, oh, alright. And so, all you need to do is make sure your son's okay, see a quirk therapist every so often to help keep your son's quirks in check, and not only that, write down all the quirks your son's able to manifest over a period of time. And keep time and dates of how long his quirks last for. And he goes like, oh, alright, I will, doctor. And to young Izuku Midoriya, from my perspective, you're going to become a great hero one day. Rescue and proper hero, regardless. Alright? And he gives Izuku a lollipop. Have a good day, young Izuku. Izuku thanks the doctor and he walks out and his mum's like, wow, mum, I have a quirk? That's going to be so cool. Yeah. And Izuku looks at his mum and goes, hey mum, I can see writing over your head. And goes like, where? She looks at herself and she don't see nothing. When Izuku looks at Inko, he can see her quirk name. And what her quirk kind of looks like. So your quirk is telekinesis, right, Mom? And she goes, yes. How were you able to say that word, son? I can see it over your head. For some reason, I can understand it. That's strange. And as Izuku's walking home, he's seeing all these people's random quirks. He doesn't realize he's copying them. But Izuku has to meet a certain condition to get the quirk as Inko's quirk is, okay? So what goes down is Izuku goes home and Inko starts to get Izuku ready for the next day. And so what happens is Izuku goes to school the next day and tells Bakugo about his quirk. But what happens is when Bakugo shows Izuku his quirk, Izuku's like, whoa, Kachan, that's cool! Izuku touched Bakugo's hand, or arm, and doing so, Izuku's eyes glowed green. And let's go and he goes, my head! What was that? And Bakugo's like, Izuku, are you alright? Yeah, stay back, Kachan! Izuku lifts his hand up and little sparks fire out of Izuku's hand. An explosion happens right in front of Bakugo, and it's massive, okay? And Bakugo and his friends get sent flying. And Izuku's like, oh my gosh, his hand's burning, he's screaming in absolute pain. And Katsuki Bakugo is injured, and so is his two friends. And so what happens is all four of the boys get rushed to the hospital, where Izuku wakes up 2 days later with Inko by his side. Katsuki Bakugo is fine, he's healed, and so is the two other boys. There's a police officer with Inko with Izuku. And what goes down is the police officer is none other than the police officer actually, and he explains to Inko that what your son pretty much did was a real dangerous situation. I believe your son needs some quirk therapy to help him control and rein in his quirk. And so what happens is Bakugo explains the situation that he was showing Izuku his quirk, and Izuku touched his head and his eyes glowed. When Inko heard this, she's like, his eyes glowed. I thought he needed to copy quirks just from afar. And so what ends up going down is Izuku's nervous, because he's scared he killed his friends or hurt his friends badly. But what goes down is it's far from the truth, and not only that, the situation that happened actually destroyed any form of relationship for him and his friends. And I'll explain a little bit later. But what goes down is Izuku is told by the doctors that Izuku can copy quirks, yes, passively being around them in a certain amount of field. If he wants to put the field about 10 to 20 meters max. However, if he makes contact with you, then Izuku can copy your quirk to a heightened stance. And she's like, what do you mean? Izuku, are you able to lift this up? And Izuku lifts up, puts his hands up, and he accidentally lifts everything in the room. And he goes like, I can't do that. And he goes, I see. Well, remember when I told you about young Midoriya's tree trunk, his quirk, right? Yeah, well, it's supercharged. So all your quirks are being supercharged by his copy quirk. And because now, if you look at it, he's now got a brand new branch. He has your branch there, and another branch. And she's like, oh, but what's all these dots over here? And the doctor explains, these are all the passive quirks your son's connecting to. They're connected to your branch, and now Katsuki Bakugo's branch. And she's kind of shocked, and so is Izuku. And she goes, is this dangerous? And he goes, yes, it's very dangerous right now, because your son can utilize a quirk beyond his body's capability at this present time. At the same time, more beyond what the person is capable at this present time as well. And she goes, oh, okay. And so the doctor gives Izuku some gloves and tells him if he wants to copy and utilize the quirk, he needs to take the gloves off and do so. But he needs to practice over a period of time. So bring Izuku in once every week and we'll go over quirk analysis. And so that's what happens for the next few years in Izuku's life. But what goes down when Izuku finally comes back to school, however, Katsuki Bakugo demonizes Izuku. He goes, how dare you use my quirk, Deku? Izuku's like, Deku? What's that name, Kachan? I didn't mean to use a quirk. It's just my quirk can copy your quirk. It's a thief. Deku, you copy my quirk. And he goes, I'm gonna blow you up when I get older. You wait, Deku. His hands are sparking, but he realizes that his explosions are nothing to Izuku's. Izuku's explosion was so massive that it sent him flying and made a little crater around him. And so Izuku's upset, and he goes home the next day, or goes home that day and tells his mum. And she goes, you gotta understand, Izuku, that they can't help it, but you're not a villain, alright? Izuku, okay, alright, mom. And so what goes down is, after Izuku goes backwards and forth to the Quirk doctors, they begin to understand Izuku's abilities. Izuku can remember all the abilities he copies if he writes them all down, but any ability he touches and copies properly, instead of passively, Izuku permanently keeps those quirks. And he doesn't need to like remember them. He can just think of explosions, and explosions come out of his hands, or he can remember how to use his mom's telekinesis. That's a given, okay? And what goes down is all the other quirks Izuku absorbs passively. Yeah, these quirks are different, okay? He can still utilize them, but they start off from zero. In a sense, they start off from, well, if Izuku first had them growing up, and he has to build them up himself, okay? And so there goes the situation. Izuku has to make physical contact to get not only the quirk permanently, and absolute access to, but also its supervision to it, okay? And so what goes down is Izuku, for the next few years, he's training with the Quirk doctor and the Quirk therapist, trying to understand how to utilize his quirk properly. And Izuku found that his quirk copying range is 20 meters. He can utilize two quirks at the same time, both permanent and not permanent, and he's able to filter through. And so Izuku's still a mega nerd, okay? And he writes down all his quirk analysis stuff, and he doesn't have 1 or 2 books. He's got hundreds of quirk books written down, okay? Because Izuku, he accidentally copied a quirk by accident that gave him passive knowledge, or easy access to knowledge. And Izuku didn't realize that passive quirks themselves kind of tend to operate on their own and connect with his abilities. So Izuku doesn't have a super intelligent quirk, but he has a quirk that makes him knowledgeable. And so he writes down all the quirks that he has, breaks them all down to a T, okay? He still has his hero analysis books, but he has a quirk analysis books for himself. He needs these. And so what goes down is, I'm gonna like skip a little bit to age 10, okay? This is when young Izuku is being told that his quirk and his abilities is coming to a point in time where he needs to actually work on his physical stature. And so from age 10 to age 14, Izuku is pushed physically, not to use his quirk at all, but to use his physicality, his body, you know, running, jumping, squats, sit-ups, all that stuff. Not pushing him too far because he's a 10-year-old kid, but what goes down is Izuku's dramatically changed. He pretty much got pulled out of the kindergarten and the school that Katsuki Bakugo went, and pretty much stayed with quirk therapy and homeschooled with his mother. And so Izuku has dramatically changed. Now, the 3 quirks that Izuku technically has is, or the 2 main quirks that Izuku technically uses only, is telekinesis and explosions. But there's a quirk that Izuku wants to grab that he remembers. Now, if you guys don't remember in the first episode when Izuku and Bakugo are in class, and what goes down is, and when they all are celebrating because the teacher's like, where do you guys all want to go, blah blah blah, Hero Academy. There's a girl in their class that uses a water quirk. I believe that's called water jet or water control, I'm not sure, but I'm just going to say it's a water jet quirk, okay? I remember that very carefully, and Izuku copied that quirk. So that's the 3rd quirk Izuku has with him fully. So he can utilize this water quirk to neutralize Bakugo's explosions, but at the same time, Izuku don't really like the quirk. So he figures out over the next 4 years that he can pull any quirk that he has out of from the leaves and can reconnect it to a branch and make that super. But he only realizes that he can only make 5 of those like that, and all the rest of the quirks he has to grow them up, make them stronger. And so there's a problem. So Izuku, he has 3 quirks, 3 main quirks he will use, but one of them he always questions. But anyway, on his last day at homeschool, pretty much, Izuku goes out. You know, his mum is happy for him. He pretty much passed, and knowing that the Quirk doctors believe Izuku is ready for the UA Hero Academia course. So what goes down is, for the next 10 months, Izuku begins to train. But what goes down is Izuku is sent by his mum to town to get something, and she's told him not to fly. So Izuku, but he will respect her. As he's walking, he's seen the aftermath of the battle between Mountain Lady, Kamui Woods, and Dead Arms against a supervillain. And what happens is Mountain Lady walks past Izuku, and Izuku sees her, and he's just so super fanboy to all 3 of them. So he gets his hero book and goes, "Excuse me, Mountain Lady, Kamui Woods, even you Dead Arms, can I get a autograph?" And they look at him, and what happens is Kamui Woods is like, "Yeah, kid," and Izuku's like, "Yes." Mountain Lady's like, I'm unsure. Should I give you this? And Izuku's like, please. And when she looks at him, she can see how really buff this little kid is, and she's like, ooh, this kid, She writes down in Izuku's book, and Izuku's kind of blushing because she went from looking at him with should I really, to envious eyes at him, and Izuku's like kind of blushing, and Deadam's like, enough with this lady. Here, kid, thank you for your support. Izuku, thank you, can I shake your guys' hands, please? If Mount Lady's like, Kahu was like, sorry, kid, no. Alright, and Deadam's like, you know what? Alright, kid. And he goes to shake Izuku's hand. Izuku touches Deadam's hand, and his eyes go green. He copies Deadam's quirk up until the point where Deadam's is, how strong he is with the quirk. And Izuku's body gets a little bit more ripped up. And what goes on? He goes, oh. He goes, are you right, kid? Yeah, sorry, my quirk went out the fritz. Sorry about that. It's alright, kid. Again, thank you for the support, kid. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Izuku now having Deadam's super strength pushed to a super version to it. He's like, oh right. He was about to do Mount Lady, but she goes, well, sorry kid, we gotta go. And Izuku's like, oh, alright. Now Izuku has copied all their quirk passively, but out of them he's got Deadam's super strength, and this is gonna bode well for him in the future. Let me tell you that. Izuku can do form of like a kind of a super jump using the quirk, and he can punch things, but that works towards his telekinesis, okay? And so, as Izuku's walking forward, he gets his mum's ingredients and he begins to walk home. He walks the long way home, and as he walks home, he sees Katsuki Bakugo. And he's like, Kachan. He walks away, because Izuku got demonized at school, okay? He didn't get bullied, he just got demonized for copying his quirk, but they call him a thief, so Izuku don't care. He walks away, and Bakugo doesn't see Izuku. And what happens is Izuku's walking down a footpath thinking to himself, I wonder how strong he's become with this quirk. Izuku opens his hand, a massive explosion let out. And Izuku goes, it took me a long time to get used to this, but thanks to Deadam's quirk, permanently having it, I'm strong enough to utilize it now. I can remove that water quirk. And so Izuku focuses, and as he's standing underneath the bridge, he has his eyes closed, he's looking up. There it is, where is it? There it is. He gets rid of the copy quirk, and it's the water quirk, and replaces that with the super strength quirk, you know? Super version to it. And as Izuku goes, that's better. And Izuku feels his body really take it. He's like, whoa, alright. It feels better if I just have the least amount of super quirks. Doesn't divide my power too much. I like it, actually, Izuku's thinking. And he's like, He feels something behind him, and as he turns around, a sludge monster comes out all the pores holes of the what's it called? Well, the manhole. And as he comes out, he goes, I didn't know he was here. Why the hell is he here? And looks, oh, my hero. Hey kid, I'm just gonna use your body for a second as my vessel. Sorry about this, no hard feelings, right? He rushes at Izuku, and when Izuku sees this, he goes, give this a go. He puts his arm back and he throws a punch using Deadam's super strength. Izuku doesn't realize that, but he punched the air so hard, sending the sludge monster splattered everywhere. And before Izuku wanted to let him splat away, Izuku opened his hand up again, and he uses his mum's quirk, and he pulls all the sludge monster's quirk into him. And Izuku's like, whoa, you got an interesting quirk. He closes around the sludge monster and holds him there. And Izuku goes, he analyzes it, and the sludge monster's like, what the hell? How are you? How did you? And Izuku goes, shh. I'm writing something down. Izuku uses his telekinesis ability to grab a book out. He grabs a pen and he begins to write down, sludge monster, quirk, sludge. Izuku writes down, and the sludge monster's like, let me go, kid. And as this is going down, Izuku doesn't realize, but All Might's there. Until Izuku realizes something when he hears a step, and he feels it. Izuku's heart instantly pounds, and he collapses to the ground, releasing the sludge monster. And he's like, what is this power? I've never felt this before. Izuku starts to spew. His body's starting to really hurt. And All Might's like, hey, kid, what did you just do here? The sludge monster looks at All Might and goes, All Might, I surrender, sir. Please. And All Might goes, good, now stay right there. And if I have to chase you, you're gonna get a Detroit smash straight to the face. And the sludge monster's like, anything, sir, anything. He's scared of the little boy, and All Might's there. Oh my gosh. When he goes over, hey kid, are you okay? And Izuku looks up, and his eyes are glowing green, and All Might's like, whoa. And Izuku's like, All Might, I'm sorry. And Izuku's like, All Might, and he's like, yeah kid, are you okay? Why do you have multiple quirks? All Might looks at Izuku. Huh? And Izuku completely collapses. And what goes down is All Might forces the sludge monster in the 2-liter bottle, and he waits for Izuku. Izuku wakes up, and All Might's like, hey kid, you okay? And Izuku's like, yeah. All Might! He gets up. I wasn't a dream. Izuku's flying over All Might. This is so cool. I can't believe you're my hero, All Might. I'm just so crying. Izuku's crying. Thank you so much. Blah, 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 blah. All Might's like, hey, kid, slow down. First things first, one, you are flying, which is pretty cool. Izuku's like, oh, oops, sorry for using my quick. I didn't mean to. He tried to attack me and... It's alright, kid. I saw what you did. You passively did it. It was really awesome. In fact, I'm really envious of the quirk that you have. What is it, like telekinesis? No, All Might. Actually, my quirk is really dangerous to be honest. And it was dangerous? How? Well, you see, I can copy people's quirks, and not only that, I can identify and understand people's quirks. And All Might goes, you can copy quirks? And Izuku goes, yeah. But for some reason, I copied your quirk, but it hurt me. It hurt me really badly. In fact, I feel weird because of it. Almost like, you copied my quirk? Yeah, one for all. Almost like, and what goes down, he grabs Izuku and goes, we need to talk somewhere. He almost jumps away with Izuku, because he got the sludge monster, and he goes, I'm sorry kid, but we couldn't talk over there. One, I'm running out of time, and I need to take this monster away. Now tell me quickly, how the hell do you know about one for all? Izuku's like, he can't say anything because the breeze and the wind is hitting him, and so Izuku's like, can we land? I'll tell you everything. And All Might goes, alright. He lands with Izuku, and the sludge monster falls out of his pocket, like in canon, and he goes to harass Katsuki Bakugo like in canon. But what happens is Izuku standing with All Might, and he goes, well, spill it kid, how do you know about one for all, my quirk? Tell me the truth now. Are you working for All for One? And All Might's ready, you know? But what happens is Izuku's like, no, All Might, you see, I do copy quirks. And poof, Izuku looks up. All he sees is a skeletal man. He's like, All Might! And he goes, yes, kid. And that's when we leave this one off, guys. I hope you guys liked this one off. Please subscribe and like it if you want part 2. And just note, I'll bring out more what offs like this eventually, okay, guys? But as usual, guys, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. Quick recap. All Might takes Izuku onto a roof to interrogate him upon the idea on how he knows about one for all. And as Izuku is speaking to All Might poofs into a skeletal form, and from there, our story will begin. Hey kid, I'm just gonna be serious right now. Yes, this is me. But don't matter about that. Tell me how you know about my quirk. Do you work for All for One? And All Might's looking at him. He's kind of nervous because he's gone skinny. And Izuku's saying, no, All Might, no, I don't know who this All for One is. I know a lot of heroes and villains. I've never heard of that one before. But no, All Might, I'm telling you the truth. I copy quirks. Like, see, I'll show you. Izuku opens his hand and there's a massive explosion. Almost like, what the? And not only that, look at this. All Might, and All Might looks at Izuku's right arm and turns into the sludge. And almost like, how did you? And Izuku turns his arm back and goes, it's because I copy quirks, All Might. That's all. The sludge monster, I copied his quirk passively. I even wrote his quirk down all right here. All Might looks at Izuku and goes, wow, this kid has a detailed analysis. Tell me, kid, how do you understand and write these things down? Izuku goes, oh, well, one day I was walking by and I felt this person's quirk. It made me a little bit more smart, or not super intelligent like Principal Nezu. And Izuku has a thought, Principal Nezu. All Might sees that and he's like, how interesting. And Izuku goes, but all I can say, All Might, is I was born with this quirk, and whatever quirk I physically copy, when I touch it, I gain 100% access to where their quirk level is then, and then it amplifies 3 to 4 times, depends upon where I put it. Now, technically, I only have 5 permanent slots where I can swap between that are all at 100% efficient. And the rest of my quirks, they are like little leaves I pull off the tree and utilize here and there. You know, I have to work them up to become stronger quirks like the ones I have. And All Might says, oh, so how much quirks have you copied, kid? And Izuku goes, well, I have 110 books right now, and all of them are filled with quirks. Almost like, you serious, right? 110 books? There's roughly like 50 pages in them. Izuku's like, no, 100 pages to be honest. Almost goes, what? What are you saying? You copied 1,000 quirks? Izuku said, no. If I was to put it down to All Might, I think I've copied like 200, 300. Some quirks are really detailed, like your quirk, for instance. It's going to take a couple of pages of a book. But luckily I got a brand new book right here. Almost like, about that, I lost track, kid. Tell me again. You know my quirk because you see it, right? Well, yeah, All Might. From my perspective, when I look at you, I see a quirk writing and manifesting over your head. It says one for all. Like my quirk, I can't see it. not normally because I can't look out of my head, but if I look in the mirror, I see my quirk. And All Might goes, what is it called? Permanent copy. All Might's like, oh, or super copy quirk. And All Might's like, I get it, kid, I get it. And Izuku goes, but simply, when I look at your quirk, it's made up of multiple factors, but the main center, the main source of your quirk that affected me, and I'm just going to ask All Might, before I go deeply into your quirk, can you just tell me one more truth? And I'm not meant to pry, but there's a space within your quirk where I look at you much more clearer how I look at people. Their quirk interacts properly with their body, but your quirk looks like it didn't come from you. All Might looks at Izuku. He's like, what did you say? And he goes, yeah, if I actually look really carefully, it looks like your quirk didn't exist. It's like you were quirkless. All Might's shocked. How did you? I just don't know, All Might. But if I look at you carefully, there's two quirks there that makes the one for all quirk keep its shape or keep its form. And if I was to look really carefully, Izuku like looking right at All Might, his eyes glowing green. All Might's looking at Izuku like, what the hell? Izuku's like, that's what it is. The first quirk you have that starts up one for all is quirk transference. All Might looks at Izuku, quirk transference. I see. And the other one is, Izuku looks at All Might closer and closer, snaps his finger, stockpiling. So that's what I'm seeing when it comes to using your quirk. All Might goes, what? So if I can see correctly, you've had 7 other users besides you, right, with this quirk, right, All Might? Because I can see 7 different tags besides you. All Might's like, yeah, kid, I'm guessing so. Yeah, well, you actually utilize the stockpile quirk, the combination of their power within one for all. All Might goes, oh, I see. And just to let you guys know, Izuku's writing all of this down in his book, okay? Mega Nerd hasn't stopped being nerd. But anyway, he goes, I see that, and then one more thing, All Might. Underneath all those, underneath those 2 quirk, your stockpile and your one for all quirk, there's other quirks there, but I can't actually see clearly. They're like blurs to me. I can see the manifestations, you know, that's how I know that there was 7 other users besides you, but other than that, I can't see the writing. It's blurred out to me. Maybe it's because you've never used those quirks before. Maybe not, I don't know. All Might goes, I got other quirks? Oh, alright, well, your story sounds legit, kid, I must say. Sorry if I made you seem uncomfortable. I just was a little nervous because I have a villain that put this to me. And All Might shows Izuku his wound. He goes, I received this wound roughly a few years ago by my greatest arch enemy. And then Izuku brings up the chainsaw guy and goes, yeah, no, he was strong, but no, I defeated him. Izuku goes, then what is that? He goes, the person I suspected you to be at first, all for one. He has the power to steal quirks. He can give quirks and steal them. And my quirk was developed and designed to destroy his quirk. Izuku goes, whoa, so the quirk that I just copied right now was designed to destroy him. Interesting. All Might goes, copied? Well, Izuku goes, yeah, well, I've copied your transference and your stockpiling quirk. I can't copy the rest of the parts that were within it because, as I said, it blurred out to me. That was a sick feeling I felt, All Might. All Might goes, oh, I see. Oh, okay, kid. But that's awesome, All Might. I can't wait to be a hero just like you. All Might looks at Izuku like he was taken off guard. He goes, what? And not only that, All Might, I promise you, once I figure out a way to get a quirk to, I want to heal you, All Might. I want to make sure that my hero is safe. All Might looks at Izuku. Because my goal in life is to be a hero just like you, if not more better. I want to enter into a battle zone or a place where people will need my help with a smile. And I want everyone to feel safe when that smile's around. All Might smiles at Izuku and he can't believe it. He looks at Izuku and goes, you know, kid, I've been looking for so long. And then All Might and Izuku hear an explosion at a distance. Bear in mind, these two were talking for a while, okay? And All Might goes, what the? And he looks down. Ah, oh, damn! Kid, did you see where I dropped that? And Izuku goes, oh no, did you drop the boulder? And goes, yeah, I did. Damn it! Izuku goes, looks over and goes, maybe it's over there. I feel a lot of energy right there. And he goes, I see. Well, kid, time for us to see what we can do, eh? And Izuku goes, see what we can do? Yeah, you have the capacity to fly, right? Izuku goes, yeah, I do. Well, I'm jumping on your back. Let's go, kid. Izuku goes, are you sure, Mike? He goes, yeah. Okay. Why don't I get in trouble using my quirk? Hey, kid, I'll talk to the council even if you get arrested. My friend will get you out. I'll tell him everything, okay? So don't worry, I have your back. Izuku goes, right, All Might. And he goes, lady kid, let's go. Right. Izuku jumps right out of the building and begins to fly. All Might's like, well, damn. I've never been on this receiving end. This is amazing. No wonder people have so much fun. All Might goes, yeah, kid, yeah! And remember, he's in the small Might form, his skinny skeletal form. And as Izuku flies over, he's seen Kamui Woods, Mountain Lady, and Dead Arms trying to keep the civilians away. And Izuku goes, look, All Might, the pro heroes are there, but they're doing nothing. All Might goes, it's because they're not equipped to handle the sludge monster. Izuku goes, Mountain Lady can just use your hands and clap the entire sludge monster away, can't she? And All Might goes, I don't know, but I don't think they're actually in a position to do so. Izuku goes, why? And as Izuku lands with All Might, he sees it. He sees blonde hair in there and eyes. When Izuku sees it, he goes, Kachan! And it blows Izuku's mind. The ground cracks underneath him. All Might feels it. He's like, what the? Izuku goes, All Might, I'm gonna go save him. All Might goes, go on, kid. I trust that you can do it easy as. I watched you do it before. Now show them how flashy you are, kid. As I said, I got your back. For you know why? Because I am here. Izuku looks at All Might. He goes, cool. Izuku rushes and jumps straight over, and he begins to fly straight past him. Dead Arm's like, hey kid, what are you? And he sees Izuku, goes, hey, I remember that kid. Don't! He's... And as Izuku flies over, Izuku goes, hey, do you remember me? And the sludge monster looks at him and goes, haha, another person too. Oh no. What is my chances? Stay back, kid. I got a hostage. And he shows Bakugo inside his gut, and Izuku goes, Kachan! He reaches his hand and Bakugo goes, Deku! Izuku uses his quirk and he pulls Bakugo out of him and holds Bakugo in place. He goes, don't worry, Kachan, I got you. Izuku looks right at the sludge monster. So now it's just me and you. Izuku uses his telekinesis to give the sludge monster, give Bakugo to Dead Arms, and Izuku walks over. Now, what were you saying? You have a hostage, right? Izuku grabs leans his hand over and grabs a brand new bottle and holds it in his hand. The sludge monster looks at Izuku and is like, come on, kid. I didn't. He goes, what? You didn't mean to what? Have a hostage. You're a villain. And Izuku goes, now you got two choices. Almost looking at Izuku, and all of them are looking at Izuku. Like, Dead Arm stopped yelling at Izuku for getting out of the way. Mountain Lady and Kamui Woods are looking. They're like, horrified that this kid's just talking to him. And Izuku goes, you have two damn choices. One, Izuku opens his hand up. His hand starts to spark. He lifts it up and does a huge explosion that blows up all the windows around, cracking half the building, right above his head. And Bakugo, everyone's like, what the? Almost like, whoa. Bakugo's like, oh my gosh, that is Deku. My Quirk. He's so much more powerful. Izuku pulls his hands down and he goes, that's option one. If you do not get into this damn bottle of water or empty bottle of water and willingly. And the sludge monster looks at Izuku like, or I force your ass into there. The sludge monster looks at Izuku and goes, I yield, kid. I yield. Just don't destroy me, please. Please. He's looking at the pro heroes and he's nervous. Izuku uses the bottle, puts it right in front of him. He goes, get in there now. The sludge monster jumps straight into the water bottle, and Izuku caps the lid off and he catches the bottle and he holds him. Are you going to be a good boy in there? And the sludge monster goes, yes, kid, I am. Izuku goes, good. That's all I asked for. And Izuku has a smile. Thank you for your cooperation. He looks at Dead Arms. Pro hero Dead Arms, right? Izuku chucks it, and Dead Arms like, whoa. He catches the sludge monster. He won't cause you any harm. And what happens is Kamui Woods, Mountain Lady, and all the press, everyone runs over to Izuku, All Might standing there with his arms folded, and he's like, damn, that was so cool. And he even gave the sludge monster a choice. However, this kid did cause a lot of damage. I can't explain that. And Izuku sees people coming, and he sees all the rubble and the fires and the glass all on the ground. Izuku makes an invisible telekinetic barrier, and then Izuku waves his hand again. Doing so, Izuku focuses on re-putting everything back as best as he can. He can fix all the cracks in the walls using his mum's telekinesis and repair all the glass back together, but it takes a lot of fine-tuning and a lot of focus. So in doing so, Izuku wipes out all the fires around, and he manages to repair all the damages he caused, but he can't do the rest. And as Izuku does this, his nose begins to bleed. He's like, walks his nose, and Dead Arm's like, whoa, kid, damn, I was about to scold you for all the damages you caused, but... Whoa, he wipes his head. I've never seen something like that before. I've never seen a villain give up so willingly unless it's All Might. And you're scared of a kid? Izuku's like, yeah, I met him before, but he got away. And he goes, oh, I see. Well, I want to say, kid, your power is impressive. Really impressive. And to be honest, you're going to be putting me, Mount Lady, and Kamui Woods out of business if I continue to see so. And what goes down is Izuku goes, yeah, I know. But, and he goes, one thing I want to say to you, kid, it's still illegal for you to use your quirk. But I'm very grateful that you helped us. We didn't have a quirk like yours. We couldn't take the villain like that. Even not only that, we couldn't even save the person that was being held hostage. Izuku said, it's alright. I was just only here and I had the right quirk for the right time. And he goes, And Izuku bows to him, but I am so sorry for breaking the law. I'm ready to accept any punishment. And as All Might sees this, Izuku and all that, All Might's about to say something, but what happens is Kamui Woods goes, nah kid, I'm going to back you up. You helped us in need. That's what a true hero is, regardless of it. You're not a vigilante, but you're working yourself to become a hero, right kid? Yes, Kamui Woods. Well, from me to you, I'm looking forward to seeing you in the future, and I'll shake the hand of the next pro hero. Izuku sees this, and in doing so, what happens is his quirk activates and he shakes Kamui Woods. In doing so, Izuku copies Kamui Woods' abilities within his body, okay? In doing so, Izuku's like, whoa, that was quick. Because bear in mind, Izuku's copied All Might's stockpiling quirk and his exchange quirk. He didn't copy anything else. So Izuku doesn't, he has one for, but in a different sense compared to All Might, okay? All Might, okay? And so, mock me if you guys get to this point. Anyway, Izuku's stockpiling quirk now actually added an extra 5 slots for Izuku's powered up layer. So now he doesn't have just 5, he has 10 now, okay? All the other quirks are floating around in his quirk, so he can still pick and choose, but Izuku now has an extra 5 slots, and why I say so is because after shaking Kamui Woods' hands, Mountain Lady looks at Izuku and she kind of blushes because Izuku's like really, like, for a kid, he's quite buffed in tone. You can see his muscles through his clothes and his abs and everything. Because bear in mind, he copied Dead Arm's quirk, and Izuku kind of got a little bit buff from that. And so she's like, She goes over to Izuku and goes, I would like to shake your hand too, young man. She leans over and she goes, I can't wait to see you as a pro hero too, rubbing next to Izuku, if you guys get what I mean. And Izuku kind of blushes and goes, well, yeah. He copies Mount Lady's quirk, and Izuku's like, well, I might not feel any feedback no more. Maybe it's All Might's quirk. Yes, that's what it is. Now, Izuku has completed the top 5 of his quirks, and the top 5 is his Super Telekinesis, that's his most powerful quirk, followed closely by Bakugo's Explosion quirk, Dead Arm's quirk, now Kamui Woods' quirk, and Mount Lady. Bear in mind, Izuku didn't physically touch All Might when he copied All Might's quirk, okay, so there's a bigger difference, okay, that's why it's not a part of it. But the difference between this is passive quirks like super strength or increased intelligence, and the stockpiling quirk that All Might has, it becomes passive, okay? So Izuku doesn't need to focus on it to use it because it's still there. And so what goes down is Izuku sees the press. Izuku explains that it wasn't his intention to break the law, and he says it right in the public, and his mum sees it too before Izuku gets home. And Izuku's just standing there, and Bakugo looks at Izuku and is like, how did he get so far ahead of me? It's been 5 years since we've seen each other, and I'm looking at a whole other person. Damn it, you thief. You steal everything. Ugh. And so what goes down is Izuku goes, well, I gotta go now because my mom is expecting me. And what goes down, Izuku walks away, and the press goes to follow him, and Izuku sees him and goes, I'm sorry again, but I don't want to stay by you guys, so goodbye. Izuku uses his quirk and flies away at max speed like a bullet. He disappears. And they're like, whoa, that kid can fly too? Incredible! One reporter goes, didn't you just see him fly when he came up, you dummy? Well, yeah, but... And he goes, huh. And what happens is Izuku lands not far from a street, and he begins to walk, and he's like, that was interesting. That really was. And as Izuku's walking home, what goes down is Katsuki Bakugo, what's it called? He's not there to talk to Izuku at all. He tries to rush after Izuku, but Izuku's long gone. All Might saw Izuku leave too, and he's quite unhappy the fact that he didn't get to see Izuku again as well. But what goes down is as Izuku's going on, he realized something. Oh damn! All Might! Izuku turns around and begins to fly, and he flies over and he sees a buff All Might running towards him. Izuku's like, hey, I thought All Might couldn't. And Izuku lands, and All Might's like, oh, there you are, kid. Hey, what did I say about using your quirk? And why did you leave so suddenly? And Izuku goes, the press, I don't like them. He goes, I see. Good, good. Anyway, kid, I'd like to say, thank you so much for doing the job that I failed to do. Izuku goes, well, was my fault or mine? He goes, no. One, I suspected you of being a villain. I should have just listened to you from the start. I saw you use 2 quirks, you see? So, naturally, and Izuku goes, it's alright, All I understand. And he goes, no, I'm sorry I didn't trust you. And just what you showed me, you're a true hero. Maybe the next #1 hero. In fact, I 100% believe you're going to be the next #1 hero. You know why? Izuku goes, why is that, All Might? Because I have faith in you. You've shown me exactly what a hero is. You don't desire power nor fame. You just desire to do the right thing. And that's everything as a hero. You didn't care that he broke the law. Even though I encouraged you, you didn't care about it. You did the right thing, Izuku. And Izuku looks at All Might and he's like, so you believe I can become #1? All Might goes, yeah. I believe you can become #1 of the world, of all heroes. I believe it, and I'm gonna make it so. Starting tomorrow, kid, if you want to become strong, meet me at Deku Beach. I have an idea. What do you say? You want to train with me? Izuku's like, of course, All Might. Yeah, I would love to. Haha, well then, kid. I'll see you tomorrow. All Might turns away, and he jumps, disappears, and Izuku's like, All Might wants to train me? That's so cool. I gotta tell Mom. Izuku runs home, and when he gets home, opens his door, he goes, hey Mom, boom. Inko hugs Izuku and goes, good boy, my son. I'm so proud of you. Izuku's like, why? Look at the news, son. The news is praising you. They're not seeing you as a vigilante. They're seeing you as a future upcoming pro hero. And she cries looking at Izuku, and she's like, my Izuku, my boy. I can't believe it. Your father will be proud. And Izuku smiles, yeah. And so it goes down as Inko goes, you know what, we'll have your favorite tonight, and from there, yeah. And so Izuku explains to Inko that he's going to be training with All Might, and she's happy. They have dinner, Izuku goes to sleep, he wakes up the next day, and he flies to Dagobah Beach. When he gets there, he sees a buff All Might standing there waiting for him. And from there, this is where the story ends, guys. I hope you guys like this. 150 likes if you guys want part 3, and I'll bring it out right away. Okay, guys? So yeah, as usual, guys, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. So where I last left off, Izuku is flying down to All Might and Dagobah Beach, ready to begin his training, okay guys? And from that, let us begin. Izuku lands in front of All Might, and All Might goes, I should have suspected that you're going to be doing that, flying around, so I'm going to give you this. Izuku goes, what's that? This is a card that approves for the council to use your quirk at the beach to help clean it up. At the same time, it also allows you to fly home too. Make it easier, right? And Izuku goes, alright, All Might, but what's the special treatment? As I told you, kid, my job is to push you to become the next #1 hero of the world. Alright, kid? And if that means pushing your quirks to the max, to the limits, then I shall, okay? Izuku goes, okay, All Might, what do you want me to do? Well, kid, if you can, a hero's job is not just to save people or be a rescue hero, but also is to help the community, like pick up rubbish or even walk in someone safely. And so Izuku's like, I see. And so you're going to be doing a community service thing for today, Izuku. Now, how fast do you reckon you can do this with your quirk? Izuku looks over and goes, wow, there's a lot of rubbish, to be honest. Izuku calculates it, he uses telekinesis to lift everything up, and Izuku goes, it has a little bit of strain. He goes, oh, okay, that's more than I have actually ever lifted before in my life. Alright, well, to be honest, All Might, I can focus and lift everything up all together and compress it. And he goes, why are you going to compress it, kid? Well, my other quirks are great, but I would like to learn and train my super strength, you know? And not only that, I can use it to also do other things, like use other quirks that I have copied passively and stockpile them onto my new slots I have. Oh my goodness, new slots. Oh yeah, so thanks to your stockpiling quirk, All Might, it actually increased my ability to super up quirks, you know? And he goes, what do you mean? So technically I had 5 slots that allow me to super enhance quirks like telekinesis, explosions, dead arm super strength, wood manipulation, Kami Woods, and Mount Lady. Oh my gosh, you copied their quirks? Ah, yes, I saw that. You copied them when you shook their hands. I see. Very smart, kid. Izuku's like, yeah, thank you, All Might. Alright, kid, well, if you think you can do it so fast, I want to see how fast you can do it, okay? Izuku's like, alright, All Might. Izuku begins to fly in the air, and he puts both his hands out. Now, Izuku focuses in all the top rubbish. He's able to compile and collect into one big ball. And he continues to do this over a period of time. It takes him 2 days to do all of them, but he managed to crush all the rubbish into one massive ball. It took everything out of him that day, so much so that Izuku was almost about to collapse, but thanks to him absorbing the passive quirk, he's able to take energy from anywhere. So Izuku stretches his hands out and he focuses on trying to take a little bit of energy from like nature, anything like that. He doesn't get sage mode, of course, but it's just a little bit of energy he needs to get standing. And so after Izuku gets enough, he stands up. He's like, wow, okay, that's different. All Might goes, are you right, kid? He goes, yeah, I just need to work on that quirk more. All Might goes, I see. Well, if you need to look at it, kid, don't you worry, alright? Izuku's like, don't you worry. He goes, you're a good kid. Well, it took you not long to do this. I'm actually taken aback. Is it good? That's alright, All Might. And All Might goes, what is that? And he goes, I actually thought about something. I like Kamu Wood's ability, but I don't like it at the same time. What I might do, All Might, and All Might looks at Izuku. Izuku grabs his book and he sees the exchange quirk, the energy exchange quirk, transference or absorption. And Izuku goes, He looks at it properly and he removes the Kamu Wood ability from his number 4 slot, and he places the energy exchange or absorption quirk and energy transference quirk, you know. And Izuku doing that, it makes it really strong to like, whoa, all right, hey All Might, can we spar for a bit? And he goes, what do you mean, kid? Izuku puts his hand on All Might's shoulder and he begins to put more energy into All Might. He's like, ugh, what the? And All Might goes, hey, I was on hour and a half left of my buff form. You recharged me back to 3 hours, kid. Izuku goes, yes, so you want to spar, All Might? All Might goes, alright, kid, I'm not going to hold back. And Izuku goes, oh, wait, before we do so, Izuku lifts up the big pile of trash using his telekinesis as hard as he can. He begins to bleed in his nose and he puts it on the footpath, and All Might goes, this won't do, kid. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to get rid of it. And Izuku goes, I have an idea, but you have to trust me. Okay, kid. And he goes, what do you need? We both need to throw this pile of rubbish in the air, and then I'll hold it with my telekinesis and I'll focus one enormous explosion. And All Might goes, what? And he goes, I'm going to use my telekinetic abilities to form a tiny muzzle-like cannon all the way to the rubbish. And I'll put all my strength and power in detonating that explosion. All Might goes, okay, do you reckon you can do it, kid? He goes, yeah, I can use 2 quirks at once. Izuku looks up and he grabs the rubbish and he picks it up in mid-air. All Might goes, hey, you said you asked me. Sorry, All Might, I'm used to doing things myself. And he goes, not to worry, kid. All Might goes, how far you want it? As far as you can. All Might grabs it and chucks the entire 100-ton rubbish into the air. And Izuku's like, whoa, I can't even do that yet. And so what happens, as the rubbish gets to a certain point, Izuku stops it in mid-air and he closes his hand to grasp it and generates a bubble, a strong as green energy bubble around it. That's when his energy starts to manifest from it. But he's putting all his strength into it, and Izuku narrows a massive muzzle or a cylinder of telekinetical energy all the way to Izuku's hands. And Izuku puts his hands in, he focuses, he puts all his energy into it, he puts both of his hands into it, he focuses, generating it the big enough sweat, and then Izuku closes his hands one more time, and he opens it, he goes, max power! Explosion! There's a massive max power, and explosion goes down the telekinetic tunnel, all the way to the rubbish, and Izuku goes, plus ultra! And pretty much he vaporizes all the rubbish. Izuku, all that's left is just ash and Izuku's held telekinetic bubble. And All Might goes, not bad, kid, that's actually quite cool. Izuku chucks the rubbish into, or the rest of the dust into the rubbish. It's only like a rubbish bag full, but he chucks it in there. And All Might goes, well, kid, we got 10 months from now to continue training, okay? Izuku goes, yes, All Might, I'm keen, I'm looking forward to it. And he goes, cool, kid, well then, let's begin. Izuku and All Might begin to train and they push themselves. And for the next 6 months, Izuku and All Might push himself to the point where Izuku is really strong. He's strong as hell. Not as strong as All Might yet, but he will be there very, very soon. His telekinesis is probably almost there. But I'm talking about the injured All Might, okay? Not his prime form, okay? Izuku will get there very soon. Very soon, okay? And you'll realize why. But after Izuku and All Might finish their 10 months of training, All Might still has his 3-hour time limit because Izuku keeps All Might in that form using his telekinesis. His energy transference ability. And so All Might's like quite happy with Izuku and he thanks him. And he goes, well, kid, you surpassed my expectations when it comes to the, knowing your knowledge, kid, and not only that, your strength. I'm looking forward to going to UA, my own school, where I come from? And Izuku goes, yeah, I can't wait to go to your school too, All Might. And All Might goes, he puts his hands to his kid, I want you to destroy everything that I built there. And Izuku's like, what do you mean? No, I can't. He goes, ha ha ha, I knew you were going to take that wrong. What I mean, kid, is I set majority of the records at the school. It's your job to breed it. And Izuku's like, I get you, All Might. Damn, you made me feel nervous there. Don't you worry, kid. You're no villain. You're awesome. Thank you, All Might. He bows to All Might. All Might goes, not to worry, kid. Well, he looks around and goes, this beach is looking really good, to be honest, kid. I say you did a job well done. Go get you some rest, and I'll see you later. And thank you again for giving me this extra energy. I appreciate it so much, kid. Good luck tomorrow. And Izuku goes, don't worry, All Might. I was fine without the recommendation, but I'm looking forward to this, okay? And All Might goes, yeah, that's cool, kid. And so what goes down is Izuku goes home, he goes to sleep, and he wakes up the next day and he goes to school. Around this time, when Izuku's heading towards the school, All Might, or Toshinori Yagi, he sees Principal Nezu and he tells him everything about Izuku. Everything. He goes, Principal Nezu, this kid, he's something else. And he goes, what do you mean? He goes, remember that kid that wasn't a vigilante, but he was a young pro-hero kid up and coming? And he goes, yes, well that's the kid I'm talking about. Nezu goes, well, no kidding, that's pretty interesting. All Might, please tell me more. And so All Might and Nezu, they begin to speak about All Might's 10 months of training with Izuku and how cool this kid is. And All Might goes, wow, that's pretty cool. He has a copy Quirk. You can trust this kid of mine? He goes, hands down, Principal. I can tell you right now, sir, you can trust him as much as you could trust me in capability-wise. This kid is a monster. He's something else entirely. I see. Well, after the exams, I'd like to meet him if you don't mind, All Might. Yes, I'll tell him to come. He goes, not to worry. I'll just tell them over the intercom. He goes, oh, okay. And he goes, thank you for that, All Might, though. I appreciate it. Now, let's go to the viewing room. Nezu and All Might go to the viewing room to wait for everyone to, begin their first day. But what goes down is Izuku is walking to, he flies to UA and lands, and he walks to the UA campus. And as he's walking through, he's like, whoa, this is pretty cool. And so Izuku hits the thing that makes him trip in the original canon. But instead of tripping him, Izuku kind of destroys it using catching himself and stomping on it. And as this goes down, Uraraka was about to react to save Izuku, but Izuku's just standing there, and Izuku's like, hello there. And she's like, hi, I thought you were going to fall over, so I was going to use my quirk to save you. And Izuku begins to float, and she's like, I'm sorry, I didn't use my quirk. And Izuku goes, no, not to worry, dear. He lands. My quirk allows me to float in certain aspects anyway. So you're about to save me. Thank you so much. What's your name anyway? And she goes red, and she goes, I'm Ochako Uraraka. And he goes, wow, Ochako Uraraka, right? Well, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Thank you so much for trying to save me. And Izuku copies Uraraka's quirk, and he goes, your quirk is gravity, right? And she goes, how do you know? And he goes, well, see, my quirk allows me to know certain things too. Like, I can see the manifestation of your quirk above your head. So, yeah. And what happens is, she's like shocked. Really shocked. And Izuku smiles. Well, good luck in the test today. I hope you do well, and I hope to see you in UA. And she goes, you too, Izuku. Just call me Deku if you like. It's funny that way. And so it's, Deku, okay then. Izuku smiles, and as he walks on, Baku goes behind him and goes, hey, you damn nerd! And Izuku looks at him and goes, Kazuki Bakugo. What do you want? And he walks over to Izuku and grabs his clothes and goes, well, you think I'm gonna forgive you what you did? And Izuku goes, what did I do? Save your life? That's exactly what I did. Bakugo goes, don't you think because you can steal our quirks that you're better than me? Izuku flicks Bakugo on the head, making Bakugo walk back slightly, and he goes, what the hell was that for? Izuku's in Bakugo's face and goes, you talk too much. Way too much. I'm getting sick of it. And Bakugo's shocked. And Izuku goes, how about instead of talking, well, how about we see who gets first in this exam? And I'll promise I won't need to use your quirk. And Izuku walks away, and Bakugo goes, I don't believe you, damn liar. You're a thief, that's all that is. And Izuku goes, you know, Katsuki, the reason why I left is because of you. You demonized everyone against me. What, because I copied your quirk? Oh, boo-hoo. Bakugo looks at Izuku and goes, well, should I turn my quirk towards you like how you would have done to me, right? And Bakugo is shocked. And just note, Katsuki, my quirk, and I trained it for years. It amplified 4 to 5 times now, thanks to my training and thanks to my quirk. So if you want to fight, and we'll do explosions versus explosions if you like. If not, I'll use my super strength or telekinesis. Either way, Katsuki, you better stop this. Bakugo looking at Izuku in there, but he's screaming off at him. And Izuku turns away. It's been 5 years since we've seen each other, and you're still that same idiot person I last remember. Izuku walks away, and Bakugo is just nervous. He can't believe it. And Izuku just not only just blew Bakugo up with his own words, but it kind of felt like how he was when he was a kid, when Izuku blew him up with his own quirk, you know? So Bakugo's looking down. Izuku gets in the hall and he's starting to feel everyone's quirk, and he's absorbing them passively. He doesn't care, and he's seeing the ball. Thanks to All Might's quirk, he's able to jot through all his quirks easy, and he has 2 books in front of him floating around. He's writing everything down, and as this goes down, President Mike is explaining everything, but Izuku don't care. He don't really care. He sees it all, but what he's doing, he's looking at everyone trying to copy all their quirks, and he does. He copies all the. Well, he already copied all their quirks, but it's more he's making sure he writes down all the quirks he copies down in his notebook. And so as he does so over a period of time, up until the point where President Mike is about to explain the 0 points and all the robots, Tenya Ida stands up, and he goes, "This is highly unprofessional for a school with this reputation. You guys are not being very clear upon the scores. There's 4 robots, not 3. What is this?" And he looks at Izuku, "And you? What are you even doing? You shouldn't be using your quirk like this." And Izuku looks at him and goes, "Who the hell are you to tell me what I can do and do without my quirk? Why don't you just shut up, Four Eyes?" And Bakugo is shocked. And Izuku's like looking at him and goes, I apologize. Sorry. Some idiot reminded me how toxic my childhood was. Can you please just mind your own business? My quirk affords me to do this. I'm not making no trouble to you and no to anyone else. You just need to shut up and listen to the teacher. I think he's about to explain it." And he looks at him and everyone's like, "Whoa." Bakugo's looking at Izuku and he's just shocked at this dude. Tenya Ida sits down and he goes, "Nicely done there, kid. Wow. Since he's already explained it kind of then, I was going to explain. The 0 pointer is the absolute robot that you can't beat. However, the idea is to run away from it. You get no points from it. So, there's that. Does that answer your question there, blue-haired kid?" Ida stands up. "Yes, thank you so much. Sorry for interrupting." And he sits back down there and Izuku's like, this guy. And so President Mike goes, "Well, time for you guys all to take your places." Now, Bakugo is put to his own city. Izuku looks at Bakugo and before he leaves goes, "Don't you forget our bet there, Kachan. Whoever wins this is the best." Bakugo's like, "What did you say?" And Izuku laughs. "You're so damn serious, man. Honestly, I don't care if you win or lose. It don't faze me one bit. All I know is I'm sick and tired of how you treat people, Bakugo. I'm sick and tired of how you even try to approach me. As I said, it's been 5 years and you still haven't grown up. You're still a kid." Izuku walks away, and as he goes there, he sees Uraraka stretching and being a little bit nervous, and so Izuku walks over to Uraraka before Tenya Ida walks in front of him and goes, "That was a great display of disrespect and unruliness in that common horde there. Who are you? Green-haired kid?" And Izuku's like, "What do you want? I'm going to go see my friend and tell her good luck, okay? Why did you come to me?" And he goes, "Well, I was about to tell you. Don't interrupt her. She looks like she needs to focus." Izuku uses his telekinesis to push Ida out of his way and goes, "Shut up." Walks over to her and goes, "Hey, Ochako." And she's like, "Oh, Izuku, I mean Deku." He goes, "Not to worry. Are you pumped for this tournament?" And she goes, "Yeah, I'm and nervous at the same time. Well, I'm here if you need help anyway, okay?" And Izuku holds his hand out and she goes, "Right." But instead of taking her quick, he actually closes his fist and they both give a fist bump and he goes, "Good luck out there, right?" And he goes, "Yeah, good luck." Izuku walks away and pulls Tenya Ida in and he goes, "I apologize, but you're just interfering too much and it's getting on my nerves." Izuku walks away, and when President Mike opens the gate without anyone even recognizing, Izuku jumps out of the way and begins to fly. And what happens is Izuku flies over the entire battlefield. He puts his left hand up and his right hand up. And as Izuku does say, he feels all the robots around and he yanks them all in the mid-air. And doing so, Izuku does that and he turns his hand and it makes them all spin. And then Izuku claps his hands together and smashing all the 1, 2, 3 pointer robots all together, instantly pushing Izuku to a record that All Might didn't even get close to. Well, All Might did get close to. But what happens is when Nezu sees that Izuku just did that, what happens is Izuku puts the robots down, he crushes them fully so it's easy to move, and he sits on top of the building. He goes, I think that's enough for now. And this is when, over the megaphone, Principal Nezu tells President Mike, green hair kid, Izuku Midoriya. Thank you for your participation, but you've shown exactly what we need to see. Thank you. Izuku goes, you're welcome. But can I stand here and watch for a bit? President Mike looks at Nezu and Nezu bows and goes, yes. But one question, young Izuku. When this test is over, the principal would like to see you in his office if you don't mind. Okay, don't worry, I'm still here. And so it goes down, as that happened, Bakugo heard that Izuku's pretty much finished, and it actually blew his mind. And so this pushes himself to explode and do things much more harder too. And they talk about Bakugo as well. But what happens is, when Izuku's about to fully end it, he sees a 0-point monster and he goes, that would be interesting. Should I use my super strength, or should I use my... And this is when Izuku hears something. He looks down and he uses telekinesis to blow the wind away, and he sees Uraraka. Without even hesitating, Izuku instantly, his eyes glow green, and he bolts it to Uraraka as fast as he can. When he gets down there, he grabs the boulder that's on her and he picks it up. Picks Uraraka up with one hand. Izuku flies away, and as the 0-point robot comes closer, Izuku goes, can you use your quirk on this? And she goes, yeah, alright. And Izuku's floating, and what happens is she uses her quirk on the boulder that Izuku has in his hand, and he goes, good, thank you, this will be much easier. Easy for what? Izuku throws it, goes right through the 0-pointer's head, blowing his head up entirely. And just for that, and Izuku uses his telekinesis to catch the rock that exits the robot's head and chucks it through the body. He directs his hand up, down, left, right, and it blows right through the robot's body like it's nothing. And as the robot's falling apart, Izuku tries to save the collateral damage by clapping his hands together, forcing the robot into a massive, gigantic sandwich. And then Izuku, after doing that, he closes his hand the opposite way, and what happens is smushes the robot into the concrete, instead of not merging it with it, but smushes it down. And as President Mike goes, everything is finished. Congratulations, you all can go home after seeing the Quirk, Recovery Girl. When Izuku sees Recovery Girl, he geeks out. He goes over to her and goes, nice to meet you. He goes, nice to meet you too, kid. You got any injuries? No, but I would like to shake your hand if I can. Alright, kid. Izuku does so, and he touches her hand, and his eyes go green. In doing so, Izuku copied her healing quirk. Okay, not the kissing part, but he copied the healing quirk, okay? And as Izuku does that, he goes to Principal Nezu's office. He says goodbye to Uraraka, and as he flies to Principal Nezu's office, he's about to knock. But what ends up happening is, this is where the story ends, guys. I hope you guys like this. Please like and subscribe. Leave a comment down below. 150 likes for part 2, guys. 3, guys. But yeah. But as usual, guys, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. Now, the quick recap is Izuku, after wrecking house the entrance exams, he gets asked by Principal Nezu over the megaphone if he could come to his office. And so Izuku flew to Principal Nezu's office at UA, and he's standing in front of the door. And from that, let our story begin. 10 minutes before Izuku came to Principal Nezu's office, Principal Nezu tells All Might and Aizawa that 1. Izuku Midoriya has passed 100% with flying colours. 2. He's going to sponsor him no matter what. And an added bonus, 3. He's going to be in your class, Aizawa. 1A. No hesitation. Aizawa is like, oh, alright. Is there anything else we need to expect from this kid? All Might? All Might goes, yeah, there is actually. This kid is a super fanboy, by the way. I'm his #1 hero, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to come up to you and ask for your autograph and everything like that, and all your bunch of quirks, so you better be ready. And not only that, he passively copies quirks, so he's going to have your quirk copied already. And this is why you're here, Reisha. And he goes, why? Because I believe Izuku is going to be the next #1 hero. And he goes, can you be sure of that? He goes, yes, I can. I trained with him for 10 months. This kid is not selfish. He is selfless. Everything I aspired to be as a kid. This kid has the power of pretty much anything. A more powerful version to the villain that I almost lost to. And I can tell you right now, if this kid went down a dark route, no one, and I mean no one, in this world, not even America's #1 hero, Stars and Stripes, would have beaten Izuku Midoriya if he went rogue. And they look at Nezu, and Nezu goes, even you at your prime? And he goes, no. I believe 100% if Izuku was to ever turn bad, me at my prime, even Stars and Stripes, and Awful One, was to fight this kid at his strongest, we will lose immediately. And Nezu goes, I see. Well then you made the right call. So yeah. Oh, I see on the monitor he's coming. We better proceed. And All Might goes, prepare yourself, Aizawa. This kid's gonna catch you off guard. And he goes, alright then. Izuku lands, and when he gets there, he feels some quirks. he feels a familiar quirk with his All Might, and so it makes him excited. He opens the door. At first, he knocks on the door, and Nezu goes, "You may come in, Izuku Midoriya." And he goes, "All right." He opens the door and he goes, "All Might!" And he goes, It's like you didn't know that I was here. You felt my quirk before you got here, right?" And he goes, "Well, yeah, but I wanted to be surprised, you know? Still, you're still my hero. I look up to you and everything." He goes, "Thank you, kid." Izuku looks over and he sees another person. He goes, "You must be Principal Nezu." He bows to him and goes, "Yes. But if you look at me correctly, am I a dog? Am I a bear? Or am I a raccoon? Or am I any of these animals? I don't know. But hey," Izuku looks at him and goes, "Your quirk is high specs. That's pretty interesting." And he goes, "Yes, that is my quirk." You got an interesting quirk yourself, the young Izuku Midoriya. "I would like to introduce you to someone. Shoto Aizawa." Izuku looks at him and goes, "Shoto Aizawa, nice to meet you. I've never seen you before." He looks up and he sees the name of his quirk, Eraser. Izuku goes, "Erase?" And All Might goes, "Here it comes." Izuku begins to fly. He goes over, "Oh my gosh, you're Eraser Head! I can't believe it! I am such a huge fan! You're an underground hero! You're so cool!" And what happens is, Eraser Head's looking at Izuku and it looks at All Might and it goes, "You were absolutely right." It looks at Izuku one more time. He uses his quirk to cancel Izuku's quirk to make him land. And he goes, "I was so right! You're Eraser Head! Can I have your autograph, please?" And he goes, "You don't waste time, do you, kid? Fine, I don't mind. You're funny anyway." And he grabs the book and goes, "Cool. Can I shake your hand also? I'm so happy I get to meet my #1 underground hero." And he goes, "Sure, why not, kid?" He touches Izuku's hand and Izuku's eyes glow green. And All Might goes, "Just what I hoped for." And Nezu goes, "I would like to shake your hand too if you don't mind, Izuku Midoriya. I want to see how your quirk actually works. All Might tells me that you passively copy our quirks, so you have our quirks already within you. But to actually maximize our quirks in your stockpile, I presume, you copy it by touching us, right?" And Izuku goes, "Yes." And he goes, "Very perceptive there, Principal Nezu." And he goes, "Well, I am the best. For now." Izuku's like, "For now?" And he goes, "Yes. As much as All Might has put his hopes and dreams into you, young man, I think I'm going to do the same." And Izuku's like, "Really? So yes, if you don't mind, you can shake my hand now." Izuku's like, "Alright." He touches Nezu's hand, and immediately Izuku copies Nezu's bloody super intelligent quirk, and Izuku's quirk erupts to another level. Okay, the only person that could actually understand Izuku's nerd now is Principal Nezu, because Izuku has Principal Nezu's powers about 3 times more powerful. Okay, just keep that in mind. It's amped by a super quirk, and so Izuku's standing there like, "Whoa, okay, this is how you see the world? I'm so confused right now." And he goes, "It's alright, don't worry, kid. Have a seat." Izuku sits down and he introduces what's happened. And as Principal Nezu was about to speak, Izuku goes, "Let me to do something. You called me here to say that I've made it into UA. You're going to sponsor me, and I'm going to be in Eraser Head's class, right?" And Nezu smiles and goes, "You're the man, All Might. Thank you so much." Izuku looks at All Might and he goes, "I'm guessing you guys were here talking about my future, right?" And he goes, "Yes. What else do you think we're doing? All Might was telling you the pros and cons of my quirk, right? That I could have been the worst villain, or I could be the greatest hero." And he goes, "Yes, that's exactly it." And Izuku goes, "Well, I have no qualms or no issue when it comes to being a villain. I'm not going to become a villain. Hell no. My goal is to be as cool as my idol, All Might. Or as cool as you, Eraserhead, because you're cool in yourself as well." He goes, "You look tired, Eraserhead." Izuku lifts his hand up and he gives Eraserhead a little bit of his energy. And he goes, "Huh? What did you do?" And Izuku goes, "That's what it is. You work at nighttime, so you're tired during the day, right?" And he goes, "Yeah, kid. Well, if I'm in your class, then I'll be able to help you out in that sense." Eraserhead's like, "Huh?" And Izuku goes, "By the way." And All Might goes, "What is it?" "So, I'll explain something to you." All Might goes, "What is it, kid?" "So I copied a Recovery Girl's quirk and I have it part of my stockpile, you see. So if I was to tell you my stockpile, it's my telekinesis, my explosion quirk, my super strength quirk, my gigantification quirk, my energy transference quirk, what's it called, recovery super healing quirk, or healing quirk, I can call it super healing now, and Erasure Head's quirk." And what happens is, not only that, sorry, and Principal Nezu's quirk. So there's 8. I have 8 in my stockpile right now. All the other quirks are flying around, but thanks to Principal Nezu's quirk, I can figure these abilities out much more quicker and build them up. My body is strong enough to handle all these quirks. And Almost like, Okay. But anyway, what you gonna do, kid? Izuku goes to All Might, he lifts All Might's t-shirt up, his hand turns green, and he goes, what are you doing, kid? Izuku slams his hand to All Might's gut, making him cough out blood. And Izuku's like, I'm sorry, All Might, but this is the only way I can do it. He crushes All Might's bones. And Izuku, All Might's like, what are you doing, kid? And he's, stop this! And what happens, All Might feels this overwhelming warmth go through his body. And Izuku forces his energy into All Might's body. He not only transfers energy, but he forces his energy into All Might to heal him. So instead of All Might's body healing All Might, Izuku's energy transference plus his super healing quirk on All Might, yeah, it works wonders. And before All Might and Izuku can finish it off, All Might's quirk activates and blows Izuku away. Izuku gets smashed right through the door and he hits the wall, creating himself. He's like, and looks up and it's like, well, that was unnecessary. Izuku falls down, face first, hits the ground. All Might's like, All Might goes, huh? What the? All Might begins to breathe. He's like, hey, I can. A tear goes up All Might's eye. I can breathe again. All Might feels his wound. He still has the wound there. It hasn't fully recovered. But he looks at Izuku. All Might's buff again. He's like, I can breathe, Aizawa. I can breathe, Nezu, properly. This kid. He walks over to Izuku, picks him up and he hugs him. And he goes, thank you so much, kid. I know you haven't healed me, but All Might has tears down his eyes. He can't believe it. Izuku healed him to a point where All Might no longer goes into a skinny phase, but he'll always stay at the strength level he is at. He never can go back to his 100% boss level. And so All Might's like, I can do hero work now. Nezu goes, yes, you can, but for now you should take it easy. We don't know how far this kid's healing has taken you. I suggest you take that young man Izuku back to his house and come back to see Recovery Girl and see what the state of what Izuku left you, okay? I believe we just taxed this young man's energy, I presume. Aizawa goes, this kid shouldn't come to this school. He's already a pro-hero, damn it. Damn this rules and these laws. This world is unfair, and this kid should be a hero like everyone else. I tell you what, Principal Nezu, I will teach this kid like how I normally would, but he's gonna be more like my teacher aide. Is that okay? And he goes, I wouldn't have it any other way, Aizawa. Run the class the way you think you should run. Thank you, Nezu. And what happens is, well, All Might, I'll see you later. Yeah, see you later. All Might jumps and flies, pretty much kicks and flies back with Izuku, and he's so happy. He's never been this unburdened in years. He's flying around like so happy. Well, not flying, but he's jumping around using his quirk, kicking the air, making him go so fast. He's so excited. He wipes his tears away, and as he lands by Izuku's apartment, people are like, hey, it's All Might. And he goes, hey, guys, I'm here, but sorry, I have to deliver this young man home. Oh, you got Izuku Midoriya. Oh, that's incredible. What happened? That kid's kind of powerful. And he goes, this kid helped me out a lot. Let's just say that, okay? But I'll sign you guys' autographs soon. Or how about he signs it now? He signs all of them and goes, thank you. Now, I'm going to be on my way. Thank you, All Might. All Might goes to Izuku Midoriya's house and he knocks at Inko's door. What happens is, as All Might's standing there, Inko opens the door, and as she opens it, bear in mind, Inko's in her hot phase. She's in her skinny young phase, kind of in a sense. As I said, she's not depressed, because Izuku has a powerful quirk, and she trained to use her quirk alongside Izuku Midoriya. So when she opens the door, she's like, welcome home, my son. How was your day? And then she sees All Might, she's like, All Might. Okay, guys, if you guys hear background noise again, it's just my neighbors. They just are loud for some reason. But anyway, she's like, All Might, oh, my Izuku, is he okay? And he goes, yes, he's okay. I come to bring him home. All Might's actually taken off guard at how beautiful Inko is, because she reminds him of Nana Shimura. And he had a crush on her, by the way. And as he looks at Inko, his face goes red, and he goes, you must be Midoriya's mother. And he goes, yes, I'm Inko Midoriya. I'll bring your son inside. Yeah, oh, yes, please. Would you like a drink? If you don't mind. And he said, oh, cool. And so he puts Izuku into his room. When he sees his room, he goes, wow, this kid is a massive fanboy. And he goes, what's this? He goes over and goes, whoa, these are all his quirk analysis books. Wait a minute, these are all the quirks he has. This kid is something else. I'm so proud that I found this kid. Gran Torino, eat your heart out. Boom, his eyes open wide. Gran Torino. Anyway, almost having like a happy moment. But he puts Izuku down, he walks out of the room, and what happens is Izuku gets up. He wasn't asleep the whole time, he just wanted to be carried by his hero. Izuku sits up and goes, I'm home. That's cool. I wonder what All Might and Mom doing. All Might's sitting at the table, he's laughing, and Inko's laughing and giggling too, they're happy as. Inko explains that her and her ex-husband are not married, well not together, not married anymore, but she kept the Midoriya name, you know, just for sake of Izuku. And All Might goes, oh, I see. But he sends money here and there for Izuku. All Might goes, I see. And what happens, All Might tells Inko everything. Tells him that Izuku healed him. He shows her his wound. All Might will never go back to his skinny phase, however he doesn't have the energy to retain being a hero for long. He still keeps his buff form, but he can only maintain being as strong as a hero for like 12 hours, and then he goes to like, not weak state, he just can't maintain his super strength for so long. And so All Might understands he has rules and regulations now, but not yet though, he doesn't know that until he sees Recovery Girl. But anyway, back to All Might and Inko. They actually hit it off, and Inko kind of blushes a lot when All Might talks to her, because All Might's looking directly at her. Izuku opens the door, and when he opens the door and he sees the scene, his face goes red, and he goes, I think my mum and All Might are hitting on each other. What the hell? Izuku walks out, hey, All Might. All Might goes, oh kid, you're awake. But you were... Izuku goes, no, I wasn't asleep. I just was happy, and he goes, huh, you punked me, kid. Well, I'm grateful anyway. He walks over to Izuku with tears down his eyes. He picks up Izuku and hugs him. Thank you, my boy. Thank you so much. You have removed the weight of myself for so long. And Izuku goes, All Might, if I wasn't super strong, you would have crushed me by now. All Might goes, oh, I'm sorry, kid. He puts Izuku down and he goes, well, Inko, it was lovely meeting you, and I hope to catch up with you sometime. And Izuku, my boy, I can't wait to see you at UA. He goes, what do you mean? Well, of course, didn't you deduce it? He goes, yeah, I know. I'm just being dumb. Come on. I have to feign being dumb now. I've Principal Nezu's intelligence, but I'm not as chaotic psycho like him. And All Might goes, well, if you were in his position, you'll understand. Izuku goes, he was experimented on, right? Injured by humans? Yeah, he was. I see. Well, he's got a friend here forever. He goes, yes, well, remember, you are not only my hope, you're his hope too. So, see you when UA starts, eh, boy? Alright, All Might, alright. And so as All Might leaves, he glances one more time at Inko, glancing her a smile and a wink. Inko's face is red, you know? And All Might walks out and he's like, she really looks like Nana Shimura. That's shocking. She's really beautiful. And All Might's walking away goes, one, this kid saved my life pretty much, and two, I kinda met the love of my life. All Might jumps away, really excited, and he boosted back to UA. Izuku explains everything to his mom, but she don't care. She's like, she already knows, and she's just happy that her son's safe and that he helped All Might. Okay, she cries and tells him she's very proud of him. She can't believe the man that he's going to be, the hero that he's going to be. And she's got his back 100%. So does All Might 100%, my son. And Izuku thanks his mom. He hugs her and he goes into his room to relax. He's like, I'm done. I'm tired. And so All Might, when he gets to Recovery Girl, he lands back at UA and he walks into the office. Recovery Girl goes, oh, well, welcome, Toshinori. I heard you got healed by a kid using my quirk, I see. Yeah, apart from that, yeah. He goes, let me take a look. She looks at All Might's situation. She goes, whoa, he did something unimaginable. I can't believe he did that. How did he do that? And he goes, well, he copied two quirks. He combined two quirks. His energy transference and your healing. And bear in mind, these are amplified 4 times each by Izuku's quirk. So it's at a higher level than yours. And because he didn't use my energy to heal me, he used his own. It increased the chances, so my energy fought back and pushed off him. However, and she goes, I see. Well, I'll do some x-rays and tests and see where you at, eh, All Might? All Might goes, alright. And so after an hour, All Might sits there. He has no blood come from him at all. He still feels his injury a little bit, but it's just a present injury. Bear in mind, yeah. And so what happens is, she walks over and goes, well, I am really surprised, and I would love to see this young man too, again. But your quirk, All Might, well, your body is almost healed. You'll never be as strong as you were 6 years ago. I'm sorry to say that. However, you stay in that form, you will be staying in this buff form indefinitely. But I'm gonna put a restriction on your hero work. Do you understand, young man? And he gets scared. You're not gonna ruin this opportunity from this young man. Alright? And she looks at All Might and she taps him in the head. So you are only allowed to do hero work for 6 hours. Almost like 6 hours? Yes. The other 6 hours you can help train your students. Do you understand? Almost like, yes, recovery girl. Yes, that's right. Till she turns away and she looks back at him. You made the right choice, by the way, young Toshinori. I'm proud of you. And Almost like, thank you. Thank you so much, recovery girl. You may leave. All Might leaves and he goes off. He's so happy. And so what goes down is, for the next 2 weeks, Izuku begins to train. He pushes his mental faculties to the point where he actually starts to practice all his other quirks. He has all the quirks he has, you know. Thanks to his high specs abilities, he's able to keep note. He reads all his books again and he memorizes everything to a T. He technically doesn't need his quirks book no more. He knows all his quirks and he can recite all of them. And so Izuku goes to Dagobah Beach with his pass again, and he begins to practice all 206 of his quirks, okay? Because I'm going to say, right now, Izuku's passive quirks, all the quirks that he copied floating around, he has them, and there's 206 of them, okay? Besides the other 8 that he has, his super quirks, but he doesn't need to train those. Not to the extent of these other ones. And so for the next 2 weeks, Izuku begins to practice all of them left, right, and center until he gets all of them roughly to like 20%. 20%, you know? And this works for him, makes him happy. And so when the day comes for Izuku Midoriya to come to UA, Izuku jumps off the ground, he begins to fly all the way to UA, and he lands in front of the building. When he lands in front of the building, he's like, I can't wait for this day. It's like my dream my whole life. And as Izuku walks through, what goes down, he walks and goes, 1A, class 1A. And Izuku goes, I'll just follow the path that I saw in the schematics of the school. It's not that hard. And as Izuku walks in, he goes, these are really interesting doors. He uses telekinesis to open the door, and as he opens the door, Izuku is actually there before everyone. He walks in, he sits down, and Aizawa's there, and Izuku's like, oh, Mr. Aizawa, sorry I didn't see you. He goes, it's alright, problem child. I'm just tired. Let me know when other kids arrive. I was going to go to the teacher's lounge, but you kind of interrupted me. And Izuku goes, that's alright, Aizawa, do you need some energy? He goes, if you give me energy, you're not going to have no energy for the day. And Izuku goes, that's where you're wrong. I have a quirk that re-energizes myself. And he goes, what's that? And he goes, I just call it Energizer. I don't super it up because I don't want it fully, but it allows me to boost my energy levels again, you know, not all the time. I only have it to 20%, but I can use that enough. He goes, yeah, whatever kid, go for broke, I don't mind, I'm tired. Do it or let me go to sleep. And Izuku's like, oh, sorry. He opens his hand up and he touches Aizawa's shoulder. Aizawa instantly feels fully recovered, as if he's been asleep all day. He stands up, he goes, whoa, kid, I'm wide awake. And Izuku's like, yeah, I'm sorry about that. And he goes, it's alright, kid. And as Izuku's standing with Aizawa, Bakugo comes in and he sees Izuku. And as Izuku and Bakugo make eye contact, this is where we're going to leave this one off, guys. I hope you guys liked this. Please like and subscribe. Leave your comments down below. 150 likes, guys, for the next part. And I'll bring it up right away. But as usual, guys, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. Quick recap, where we last left off, Izuku just pretty much gave Aizawa energy for him to be awake all day, you know? And as Izuku finished that, he pulled his arm off and he felt a familiar quirk, and as he turned to see the door open, Katsuki, Bakugo, and Izuku square off against each other and look at each other's sight. And from there, let us begin. Katsuki, Bakugo looks at Izuku and it's like, Deku. And it's like, you have to be here as well? And Izuku goes, Katsuki, Bakugo. He walks back and he goes sit on the desk and he goes, don't you know me, Deku? Izuku looks at Bakugo and he goes, you should shut up and just sit down. Honestly. Yeah, your attitude's beneath me. Bakugo goes, you look down on me? He jumps at Izuku and he's about to attack Izuku. With an explosion, but before Aizawa can do anything, Izuku looks at Bakugo and uses Aizawa's cancelling quirk, and Bakugo's quirk deactivates and he hits the ground. He's like, what the? My quirk! And Izuku goes, did you forget, Kachan? And looks at Izuku, I can copy quirks, right? Our teacher is Eraserhead. I copied his quirk. Come at me again and you're going to be quirkless. Anytime you come around me, you're going to be quirkless. Should I make you feel how you made all those quirkless kids feel? Katsuki, Bakugo. Bakugo feels true fear, seeing red eyes of Izuku, and Izuku goes, no, I'm not there. I'm not a villain. Izuku uses his hand, uses telekinesis to bring Bakugo up, and he goes, I'm so sorry. No, you're not beneath me. I just let our past dictate my anger towards you. I'm sorry, Katsuki, Bakugo. I'm not better than you. I'm not better than anyone. I'm just a simple kid with a simple quirk, that's all. I'm sorry. He goes and turns around, sits down again. Bakugo's shocked. He feels his fear go through him like, what the? His heart's pumping. He's nervous. He's really nervous. It's getting to him. And Aizawa goes, problem child. If I ever see a display like that again in my classroom in front of me, I will expel you right away. Bakugo's like scared. He's like, and then Izuku goes, Aizawa understands, but that was more like a threat. And so Bakugo sits down, and it goes, you're lucky I'm not making you apologize to him. And then what happens, Bakugo is like shocked. Because at his old school, his teacher would protect him from other things, but not this school. And so what happens is, slowly but surely, everyone starts to pile up into the class until the brown-haired girl was the last one. Before Tenya Ida could speak to Izuku, Izuku just stands up. Before you guys want to know, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and if you guys want to know my quirk, it's a super copy quirk. That's it. I have all your quirks in this class already. I already know how to use all your guys' quirks already, okay? That's it. And Izuku looks at Momoyori Rose and goes, oh, and Todoroki, and he goes, your quirk, and he goes, I would like to, nice to meet you. You actually have a really interesting quirk creation, right? And she goes, yeah. Izuku touches her hand and he copies it. And Izuku lets go and goes, wow, that's incredible. Thank you. And Izuku walks over to Todoroki and he goes, you have a cool quirk too. Fire and ice? That's interesting. Nice to meet you. Todoroki's like, don't touch me. Fire. What do you mean fire? I only focus on my ice. Izuku's like, that sucks. Izuku walks away. What happened to Aizawa saw what Izuku did. He copied her quirk, you know? And as Izuku sits down, he wonders, should he use Mount Lady's quirk in his super stockpile? It may be useful, but it may not be. I'll think about it for the next few weeks, because I think I might need room. And as Izuku says that, what happens is Ichaka Uraraka comes in the class. She comes in late, and she goes, there's that Deku! She rushes over to Izuku, and Aizawa was about to say something, but he knew that Uraraka was so grateful for him, and she goes to hug him. Thank you so much for saving me. What you did to that robot with the debris, that was incredible. I've never seen that before. You're so awesome. He goes, thank you so much. And that's what a hero is meant to do, you know? I have your back. I have everyone in this class's back. And she goes, wow, that's incredible, thank you. Aizawa goes, enough. Just take your seats now, miss. And she goes, I'm sorry. And he goes, well, yeah, you guys kind of made introductions anyway. I'm Shoto Aizawa. I am your teacher. He grabs the things out. Izuku is thinking to his head, despite him having energy, he always sounds tired. He goes, grab these PE gear and meet me on the training court, okay? Hurry up. And as he walks out, it's brought to his attention, don't we have to do orientation? And he goes, we don't have the luxury of wasting times like them. We're not like them, and not only that, I get to run my class the way I run my class. Do you understand? They're like, yes, sensei. And he goes, cool, hurry up, don't make me wait long. Izuku immediately flies to the bathroom, and he realizes that everyone's kind of confused where to go. And so before Izuku leaves, he goes, okay, what you need to do is go down the hall, and tells everyone where to go, and then tells exactly where Aizawa is. Okay? They all look at Izuku, and Izuku disappears. Izuku activates Ida's engines, because he's only got it at 20%, but it's fun. He likes running with it. It makes it cool. And as he runs straight to the changing rooms, he gets changed, and he rushes out again. And Ida's like, don't run in the hall. Izuku goes, well, catch me then. And as Ida sees Izuku's leg, he's like, hey, those are my, what, these are your engines? Yeah, that's right. Izuku runs out and he goes, he can copy quirks. Oh. And Izuku stops, don't you forget, it's on the left, okay? And he goes, oh, thank you, Midoriya. Izuku goes out of class, and when he gets by Aizawa, and he goes, found you. And Aizawa was just sitting back, he got his hands behind his head, kicking back, and he goes, so this is what it feels like to be up in the daytime properly. I miss sleeping. Izuku goes, oh, I'm sorry, Aizawa, sensei. If you want, I'll let you sleep next time, eh? And he goes, please. This is unnatural for me. And Izuku's like, that's alright. And he goes, so, it's going to take a while for these kids. Izuku goes, roughly 3 minutes before they get here. And he goes, 3 minutes? He goes, yeah, I told them where to go to the changing rooms and told them where to come here. And he goes, you are something else, kid. But good on you. That's exactly what you need to do. So what ends up going down is, as everyone arrives, Aizawa explains the test. Today's test, we're gonna test where you guys physically at, okay? Both with your physical and your quirk abilities. Now, none of you guys have actually done quirk tests before, besides Izuku Midoriya, actually. And they look at Izuku, and Izuku waves his hand, and it goes on another point. Izuku is a student in this class, but he's also my teacher assistant. Why I say that is because Izuku's much more smarter than Principal Nezu. He knows everything about the school, everything. To be honest, I think he'll be a better teacher than I am. This is just a formality. To be honest, Izuku Midoriya shouldn't be a student. He should be a pro hero right now as we speak. However, due to his age and of course he needs to go through this damn school. Yeah, Izuku's like, thank you, race ahead, and he goes, you're welcome, kid. And so here kid, he throws the ball to Izuku. He goes, I know it's pointless, but throw the ball as hard as you can to show where you're at, okay? And he looks at Izuku, don't hold back, please. Oh, I won't. Izuku uses Uraraka's gravity and makes the ball light, and because of Super Strength's passive, it's natural, so Izuku leans his hand back, and what happens is, as Izuku goes, he leans forward and he throws the ball so hard that it causes a massive shockwave, and as the ball leaves his hand, everyone gets blown away, even Aizawa gets blown away by this massive throw. And as Izuku does that, he looks up and the ball is gone. Ball is gone. Aizawa sees that it's absolute error. Izuku destroyed the ball couldn't resist, and it shows everyone, this is what you're working against. They're like, how did they? And he goes, this ball is able to handle being fired out of a railgun at 10,000 kilometers per second, or 10,000 kilometers per hour. That's how fast this ball can handle it. And this kid destroyed that ball. It makes you think, right, how powerful Izuku is. Now Izuku, you're going to do all the tests in front of everyone before everyone else does, and you're going to set the stage, okay? As I told you guys, Izuku Midoriya is a student, but he's mostly my teacher aide. So, bear witness. Go. Izuku does the speed test, instantly blitzes it, you know? And Aizawa's like, easy. He does the side step, beats it easy as. Does the long jump, beats it easy as. He breaks all records of everything. Aizawa goes, this is what hard work and determination gets you. And Bakugo goes, that's what being a thief gets you. Aizawa's eyes turn red and he goes, you have no idea what you're talking about, do you, kid? Just because he copied your quirk, you think he's a thief. This is his quirk. All your guys' quirk that is within his body is his quirk, regardless of what you guys damn say. I'm not gonna hear another word of this. Do you understand, Katsuki Bakugo? Bakugo looks at Aizawa. I'm getting sick of your outbursts, kid. You have a lot of talent, but your mouth, your bark, is gonna be the reason why you get bit. And Bakugo is shocked. Everyone form a line. Begin. Deku. And he goes, yes, Aizawa, sensei. He goes, I'm gonna go take a rest underneath this tree. Can you observe? Yes, sensei. Izuku turns around, and as he watches everyone. Izuku destroyed everything, okay, even the grip test. And what goes down is Izuku watches. Aizawa's notion of kicking any student out disappeared because Izuku's taken over. Izuku goes, do the best that you guys can do. Just know you need to go plus ultra, okay? And as Izuku's evaluating everyone, he evaluates how they use their quirks. And because he trains with their quirks all the time, he's got their quirks to 20%. Once he gets to 100%, he'll know how to effectively use their quirk. He can even use Ice on Fire like Todoroki, but only at 20% what Todoroki can do. And so as Izuku's watching, he's like, interesting. This is really interesting. And he sees, what's it called? Aoyama use his quirk. And then Izuku's like, his quirk reminds me of All Might's, as if he was born without a quirk. What is this behind this quirk, this evil connection? What the hell is that? Izuku's looking at it, and as he looks at it, he goes, this kid wasn't born with this quirk, he was given it. But how? There's no transference quirk anything. Naval laser? That's strange. Izuku looks at it. He opens his hand, and instead of the laser coming out of his stomach, Izuku can project the laser out of his hands. But he goes, that's not really good there. But what about Izuku focuses and the naval laser energy projects around his eyes? And Izuku goes, that's much better. And he turns around and shoots the tree not far from where Aizawa is. And yep, he cuts it right in half. He goes, whoa, I better watch how I use this. He deactivates it and he goes, that's a note that I'll put in my book later. Bear in mind, as I stated, because Izuku has Principal Nezu's ability of high spect, what happened is Izuku, and it's times 4 times, Izuku's intelligence is on another level. He can photographically remember everything. He has a photographic memory, he has a photographic reflex, what's it called, he can remember everything now, and he has the ability to deduce nearly anything with a small amount of information, like near no information, but you have to have some of it for him to make deductions. But anyway, what goes down is, as Izuku is standing there, he goes, I must talk to Aoyama one day. Everyone finishes the test and Izuku goes, congratulations, you guys all did well. I must say, Mineta and Hagakure, you guys need to work more on your quirk. Hagakure, you need to work on your physicality. And then Izuku's face goes red, and she's like, what? And he turns his face, he goes, I can see you. And she's like, what? And she covers herself. He goes, I'm so sorry. I didn't know my quirk can do that. And Izuku looks away. I'm so sorry, so sorry. And she's blushing, but only Izuku can see it. And Izuku saw her fully naked, okay? And Izuku's like, oh my gosh. But anyway, and she's nervous, like now. And Izuku goes, maybe I have a way to help you make clothes so you can be naked with you can be invisible with your clothes on. I'll see about helping the support corps do so. Don't you reckon it'll be a good idea, Hagakure? And she's like, she's really just like feels vulnerable now because Izuku can clearly see her, even though she's invisible. And what happens is she goes, I'll be very grateful. Just please, refrain from looking at me like that again. Izuku's, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And everyone's looking at Izuku. Kaminari and Mineta like, she's naked? And Izuku instantly smacks Kaminari and Mineta in the head and tells them, don't you guys even think about being pervs around in front of me. But they're like, but you just saw her. And Deku goes, his eyes go red, like his Aizawa, and Aizawa's smiling because Izuku has the same approach. And it goes, that was unintentional. Izuku goes over, but what you guys are going to be doing is perving, right? And they go, yes. Mineta goes, and Izuku goes, why don't you focus less on being a perv and focus more how to utilize your quirk? I must say, you actually have a unique quirk, Mineta. You can bounce your balls off anything. And Aizawa goes, that's enough, Deku. You guys can talk more later after class, okay? Oh, sorry, sir. Well, you guys all did great. And if Izuku said you guys did great, you guys did great, okay? Go back to home and get changed into your uniform and prepare to leave school. Did Izuku a word? Yes, sensei. Izuku stands there and he goes, you did really well, kid, to be honest. As I told you, I shouldn't be the teacher, you should. But try rein in your analytical approach a little bit, okay? Because you kind of scare the kids. And Izuku's like, yeah, sorry about that. And he goes, but talk to them individually. I like how you do that. Thank you, sensei. You may go home now. Thank you. Izuku goes off, he gets changed, and he gets ready to go. And as he's walking out, what happens is majority of the class comes by Izuku. They're like, Deku! All of them. Bakugo stays far away from him. He's really nervous. He's really nervous. He doesn't know why everyone's being so happy to him, how so fake. He's so angry about this. It makes his blood boil. That Deku's getting all these praises and he's getting put down like as if he's nothing. He's feeling super inferior and it's getting to him badly. And so when Izuku talks to them, he goes, sorry by the way for not formally talking to you guys, and I apologize to you, Tenya Ida, as well for being so disrespectful at the examination. A bad memory, meaning Bakugo, came up, and I took my anger out on you. I'm so sorry. And he goes, not to worry. I see now that you're definitely the superior student if you were praised by Aizawa Sensei, and for you to be a teacher A student, yes, you're definitely the best. And you definitely saw something different, right? And Izuku goes, no. When it comes to the test, I actually got told to stop because I already completed it. And the robot with Uraraka, yeah, that was just given. And he goes, I see. Well, you're definitely awesome, and I'm looking forward to being in this class with you, Izuku Midoriya. You too, but just call me Midoriya or Deku. Bakugo hears this. He goes, why did you keep the name Deku? And Izuku goes, well, Kachan, it's just a memory, Even though it's a bad memory on what happened, the name is cool because it came from my best friend. Bakugo looks at Izuku, and Izuku's like, I'm sorry again, by the way, Kachan, that I approached you the way I did. I will never disrespect you like that again. And Bakugo changes, like, you still consider me a friend? And he goes, well, to be honest, I did it yesterday, but after I realized what kind of person I was becoming, I found out that it's stupid to hold on to a grudge. Me and you are gonna be heroes one day. I want to work alongside you properly as a friend, right? And Bakugo goes, you know how to say the right words, don't you, Deku? And Izuku goes, well, yeah, I copy Principal Nezu's quirk, so I'm really intelligent. And Bakugo smiles. Well, I accept your apologies, as Deku. And Izuku smiles. Thank you, Kachan. And he goes, just note though, I'm gonna be the #1 hero in the school. Do you hear me? I'm gonna surpass Omai and you. And Izuku goes, I'm looking forward to that. But just note, I believe I already surpassed All Might. Bakugo and everyone around his eyes opened up. And Izuku smiles. I'll catch you guys later, right? And so he jumps up and flies. See you guys tomorrow. They're like, hey, you can't use your quirk. Izuku shows him a pass. I actually can. And Izuku flies away and they're like, whoa. That's cool. Uraraka blushes. She's like, he's really cute, isn't he? And they look at Uraraka and she's like, oh, I'm sorry. And they're like, what goes down is Bakugo is quite happy. All the anger and frustration he built up leaving class disappeared the moment Izuku apologized to him for making him feel the way he did. And that he hoped that they can be proper friends properly in the future. Bakugo smiles. That damn nerd. He's so cool. Damn it. And so what goes down is years of anger disappeared instantly for both of them. And just please ignore those next door neighbors, guys. Honestly, I'm sick of stopping and starting my recordings. It annoys me. So please ignore them. I am. But anyway, what goes down is the next day Izuku comes to school and everyone's like, hey Izuku. And hey guys, just call me Deku. Let's call me Deku. That's going to be my superhero name. Just call me Deku. And they're like, okay, Deku. They all smile and they sit down. And what happens is they talk and they all hang out and mingle. And what goes down is Aizawa comes in. Hey, problem children, take your seats. They all take a seat. Izuku sits down and he goes, Deku, come here. And Izuku stands up and he shows Izuku and he goes, ah, I see. Alright then. Today we're going to be having a new teacher help us today with our hero training. But first we're going to have normal class days. So we'll hang out and everything like that. But what goes down is Izuku's like, wait a minute. And then he goes, before we start, Sensei, today we were approached by the media today. Upon All Might and everything like that. And I felt something. And he goes, what do you mean? An evil presence outside the gate. I'll explain more to you later, but he had a quirk that disgusted me. He goes, he does? Can you show me? Izuku grabs a piece of paper and he instantly uses 1% of it and it disintegrates the paper right when he connects all 5 fingers, all 4 fingers and a thumb to it. And doing so, it disintegrates in his hand and he goes, I see. And Izuku deactivates it and he goes, yeah. And he goes, huh. I'll keep that in mind, okay, Deku. But before you guys go, choose your guys' homeroom, whatever, class leader and everything like that. And yeah. And so what happens is that they're about to instantly protest, but what they go down is he stands up. Tenieda goes, well, it's very clear who should be our class rep and class leader. Izuku Midoriya, of course. And you should choose your second in command. Izuku kind of blushes and goes, well, thank you, Ida. I actually didn't want this role, but because I already got teacher's assistant as a student. But hey, this is pretty much the same role, so I'll accept the role. Thank you, Ida. And to tell you the truth, I want to choose 2 other people as my reps as well. And he goes, 2 others? Yes, you and Momo Yaoyorozu. And what goes down? Momo goes, I accept, with a big blush. And Tenieda goes, and so yeah, Tenieda bows to Izuku and goes, I'll make sure I'm not fail at all. Izuku sensei, and he goes, just call me Deku. I'm not your sensei, I'm just a teacher aide egg. And so what goes down, their day goes the same. They go into the lunch cafeteria and they talk. And this is when they find out about Ida and his family and where they come from, the Ingeniums. And as Izuku is about to nerd out, this is where we're going to leave this what of, guys. I hope you guys like this. Please like and subscribe, leave your comments down below, and yeah. But as usual, guys, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. So a quick recap on what happened previously, guys, and we'll jump into the next part, okay, guys? Izuku told Aizawa that he sensed a malevolent force outside of the school, and he showed that person, Aizawa, the quirk that he sensed, and it was disgusting to Izuku. And not only that, so Aizawa was kind of aware of that. And Izuku was main class rep, and he has 2 people helping him, meaning Yaoyorozu and Ida. And where our story actually left off, both Izuku and Uraraka found out that Tenya Ida is part of the Ingenium family. And from that, let us begin. Izuku's fanboying out right now, knowing that Ida is part of the Ingenium family. And what goes down is Ida's like, yeah, my brother is Ingenium himself, the hero. And Izuku goes, I love him, he's such a cool hero. And he goes, yeah. And what goes down is, as this goes down, the school alarm bells goes off and Izuku's like, what the? Izuku stands up and he flies up in the air. And he goes, what's going on? Izuku sees Class 1A and goes, Class 1A! Where he goes, proceed in an orderly fashion out into the desired place to, gather. And as Izuku sees everyone starts to panic, Izuku flies over, and when he goes out there, he looks out the window and he sees that, well, 1, everyone is crowded in the halls panicking, and 2, Izuku sees it's just only the paparazzi. When Izuku goes, Izuku snaps his hand really quickly and he uses President Mike's quirk. Everyone listen to me right now! Everyone turns to Izuku. All you guys are panicking for nothing. What's actually going down is the media have broken into the school. Now we're UA students, so pull your guys selves together. Right. And they all pull themselves together. We are future heroes. Future support corps, future general studies, I don't care what we are. We're all here together, representing UA. Is this how we act? Everyone looks at Izuku. No, we are UA students, the best of the best, right? And then everyone's like, right. And he goes, cool. Then everyone in an orderly fashion head out to your guys' designated areas plus Ultra. Everyone buzzes out at Izuku, going from such a up-rousing speech to someone in absolute control. They're like, whoa, okay, and they all go off. What happens is Izuku lands, and they're like, damn, Izuku, you're cool. And he goes, not to worry, call me Deku. And he goes, sorry about that, sorry. And as they all go to class and sit down, what ends up going down is everyone's kind of surprised on what happened, and they're still talking to each other, saying how manly and how cool Izuku was. Even Ito's like, man, I wouldn't have handled it the way you did, but that was really cool, Izuku. And he goes, Deku, everyone just call me Deku. I appreciate that you guys like saying my first name and my last name, but I'm going to go by the hero named Deku, okay? The copy hero himself, Deku. Come on. And they're like, sorry about that. And so what goes down, as they're sitting there, Aizawa goes, so today your guys' last class is going to be taken by All Might himself. I wasn't going to be so suspenseful or anything, but I'm not going to waste time. Deku? Yes, Sensei? Take over, please. Alright. Well, you guys, you heard All Might, and Izuku goes, here he comes, I can feel him now. All Might slams up to the door and goes, I am here, walking to a class like a normal person. And he sees Izuku and he goes, Midoriya. I mean, superhero known as Deku. I see you leading the class really well. Thank you for handling everything. Now from here, I take over. You may have a seat. Thank you, All Might. Izuku goes to sit down. And he goes, as I said, I am going to be taking you through your hero course today. He pushes the button and everyone's items come out and goes, please grab your gear and meet me at the training area. And Izuku goes, grabs his gear and he flies off really fast, puts it on quickly and goes up. And Izuku's the first person there because he's a bomb. And before he leaves, he tells everyone where to go again. And they're all like, thank you, class rep. And Izuku's like, smiles. He goes off, and what goes down is Izuku's there waiting for everyone, because by his admission, or by his example, that's why everyone's going off now, okay? Because he's the top of the class, he's top of everything. And so Izuku stays there waiting for them. All Might and Izuku speaking, and All Might goes, to be honest, Izuku, Deku, I mean, your clothes look awesome. He goes, yeah, I got iron soles on my feet, so if I kick something, I don't destroy my clothes, you know? And my clothes have a kind of resistant fabric in it, so I can use my quirks in a better way. And he goes, I see, but why no sleeves? And Izuku goes, well, and Izuku goes, I'll just show you. He instantly turns his arm into sludge. I wanted to be able to do this without interfering in my clothes and my structure and all that stuff. All Might goes, I see, I get you now. And Izuku reforms it back in. Pretty much, Izuku's wearing a kind of tactical looking singlet, okay? And it shows his buff muscles off and everything, so girls are going to have bleeding noses when they see him. But what happens is whenever everyone eventually arrives, they come and all the girls are like, whoa. Kaminari, Mineta are like, he's our competition? Oh my god. And then what happens is, the one that looks at him for the funniest is Kirishima. He goes, man, you're so manly, Deku. I can't believe it. He stands by him and they both flex their muscles. And then Suga's like, you're cool. And he goes, yeah. And so what happens is All Might goes, well, you guys look awesome. They say the hero fits the outfit or the outfit fits the hero. One of the two, I don't care. Ha ha ha. But anyway, kids, today we're going to be separated into 2 teams of 2, okay? Now, you guys are going to pick your own names and your own teams. So from there, begin. And so what happens is Izuku draws his name out. While Izuku's name's drawn out, him and Momo Yaoyorozu versus Katsuki Bakugo and Todoroki. And what happens is it blows their mind. Todoroki's like, I get to fight the number 1 in this class. I'm going to destroy him. Bakugo hears this and he smiles. I'm with you there, I'm with you there, bi-colored kid. And he goes, what? And he goes, I don't know your quirk. Your heart's and cold, right? Hearts and heart, whatever. And he's like, I am half hot, half cold. And he goes, icy hot. That's what I'll call you. And he goes, whatever. And what happens is All Might states that Katsuki, Bakugo, and what's his name? Shoto Todoroki are going to be the hero team, and Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yajirozu are going to be the villain team. They look at it, they're like, what the? Really? And then what happens is Izuku goes, All Might Sensei, and he goes, yeah, won't it be a little bit too easy if I have Momo on my team? Why don't you make all team the whole class 1A against me? Why don't make it easier? And All Might goes, we don't want to crush their spirits. And he goes, what's the difference? You're going to do the same with Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo, right? And he goes, I see. And what happens is All Might picks up the phone and he talks to Aizawa and Nezu, and they agree with Izuku, and he goes, well, alright then. Just don't hurt them too much, okay, Izuku? I mean Deku? Oh, Deku, my bad. And he goes, I mix Izuku and Deku, oh my gosh. But anyway, All Might says, don't hurt them too bad, okay? We don't want Recovery Girl overdoing herself. And Izuku goes, don't worry, I can heal them if they get hurt too badly. And he goes, you know kid, you worry me sometimes. Izuku smiles, and what goes down is, as Izuku goes off with the bomb, Izuku flies up to the top of the roof of the building. He goes, well, see you guys in there. Izuku breaks into the building, goes in, and what goes down is he disappears entirely. What happens is All Might tells them, you guys have to work as a team to get to him, okay? You guys all have 15 minutes to get the bomb, so good luck. And he goes, Deku, have you secured the bomb? Yes, All Might, I secured the bomb. And he goes, good. And he goes, well, everyone proceed. Shoto Todoroki goes, none of you enter into this building. I got this handled. He puts his hand on the wall. This is a victory for all of us. We'll knock this kid down off his high heels, off his high horse, whatever. What goes down, ice fills up the entire room and it bursts right through the building. And as Izuku sees the ice coming, Izuku opens his hands and instantly blows fire straight at it. In doing so, Izuku melts all the ice coming into the room as it's nothing. Izuku smiles. I knew he was going to do that. So predictable. And as Izuku closes his hand, the ice never enters the room. And he goes, we won, you see guys? And as he waits, he goes, what the? Why is an All Might calling? And All Might goes, what are you guys all waiting outside for? Get inside and retrieve the bomb. None of you guys taking this seriously? And Shoto Todoroki goes, but I froze him. And he goes, I think you need to look at it again there, Shoto Todoroki. All I see is young Izuku Midoriya floating in midair with the bomb right next to him. And your ice didn't make it through because he mounted it all using your fire. And what happened is, he's like, what? He gets really angry, and what happens, the class just run through. They all run through and they make a plan. Momo and Tenya Ida tells them they will all split up and find the floors and will keep contact with each other, okay? And so do so. They run in. What happens, Jiro uses her Quirk to try to listen, and she finds Izuku's heartbeat at the 5th floor. And so they don't need to split up. She tells everyone he's at the 5th floor. And what goes down is Sue Asui and the guy Zero with the tape. They fly outside and she jumps up on the wall, and he uses this tape to stick and get closer. They all formulate a plan to try overwork Izuku with his Quirk. And then what happens is Bakugo goes, you guys don't get it, do you? And they look at him, he goes, we lost the moment Izuku suggested we should challenge him. Did you guys get it? He's powerful. There's no joke about it. He is really powerful. And they're like, what? He goes, you guys will see. Go full force, make a plan, whatever. It doesn't matter. If I can look at it really carefully, Deku's as strong as All Might, if not stronger. All these quirks in him, it's kind of a pointless fight. It's like fighting All Might in his prime, in his heyday. And All Might even hears this and he goes, I see. Katsuki Bakugo is actually really perceptive. Momo goes, to hell with that. We're all in a hero course together. We all come together, we all fight, and we'll all go down together. Right? Right? And Bakugo goes, you know what, girl? I like your style. Yeah. Who cares? Win or lose, we'll destroy him. Icy Heart, are you ready? Yeah. Let's go! Everyone rushes in, everyone blasts through the door. The fella that uses sugar to get himself strong. He rushes in first, tries to throw a punch at Izuku. Izuku catches it, puts his hand close to his chest, and he goes, I'm sorry. Punches him straight in the chest, sends him flying craters into the wall. Jiro tries to use her ability to stun him, while Mineta chucks hundreds of all his sticky balls at him, and Kaminari shoots his lightning at Izuku. And what happens is, Aoyama shoots his naval laser, Sue Asui breaks through the window, and so does Zero with the tape, and they rush to the bomb. Izuku sees this going down, and he goes, really cool. Izuku lifts his hand up, and before all the attacks collide, Izuku goes, 50%. Push. Boom! Everyone gets hit by Izuku's telekinesis, and they smash into the wall. Everyone gets shocked. Izuku walks and breaks all of the sticky things that are on Izuku's feet. And then what happens is, as Suyu and Zero get close, Izuku snaps his finger, and they get sent flying away. And Izuku sends them by the rest of the crew. And this is when Izuku sees the explosion. Tenya Ida rushes out fast, and Momo Yajirozu shoots a cannon to blow up Izuku Midoriya. And what happens is, as they goes down, Bakugo goes, "Catch this there, Deku! Halter! Explosion!" Izuku looks at Bakugo, cancelling his quirk. He's like, "Ugh! You didn't cancel my quirk, did you?" Izuku goes, "Yes, I did." And he uses his telekinesis, throws Bakugo at the wall, and he goes, "You said," and Izuku goes, "You were going to use that quirk in here? We'll destroy all the walls and endangered our friends. That's why I did so, Kachan." And he goes, "Oh, I see." And Momo's cannon's about to hit Izuku, but he catches it with one hand and crushes it. Tenya Ida runs in and does a Recipro Burst! And as he's about to hit Izuku doesn't move, and Tenya Ida hits Izuku's face, and he breaks his leg on contact with Izuku's face. He's like, "Ah! Ah!" He falls to the ground, and Izuku's like, "Sorry, Ida." He goes to heal Ida, but Ida smiles, hoping that Izuku will do that. And what happens is Tokoyami comes in and uses his abilities to try Dark Shadow to try grab the bomb, but Izuku uses the flames and shoots it right at Tokoyami. He jumps back, and Dark Shadow gets really scared of the bright light of the flame. And then Izuku uses his cancelling quirk on him. Izuku heals Tenya Ida and throws him where everyone else is. And he goes over to Tokoyami and goes, "You know you got a really cool quirk." And then this is when Izuku thinks about it. "I think I found it. I'm going to remove Mount Lady's quirk for now." And Izuku, because he's already trained it to 100%, so as he removes it, it goes back to its 100% in his mindscape. So if he needs to go back to it, he'll grow as big as Mount Lady, okay? It will never be as strong as it was in his top 5 or his top 10. But Izuku copies Dark Shadow, Tokoyami's ability, and he creates his own Shadow ability. Izuku's like, I like this a lot. This is really cool, interesting. And Izuku's Shadow comes out and goes, "Well, yeah, it's interesting because I'm a part of you, yeah, Deku." And he goes, "I'll call you Shadow. How about that?" And he goes, "Fine by me." And as this goes down, Shoto Todoroki tries to use his ice, but Izuku touches the ground, igniting the area and throwing fire right at the ice, melting it, turning it into water. And Izuku goes, "You know what?" He deactivates Shadow, and he goes, "Not for now. I don't need you right now, okay, Shadow? You stay back." "Alright, Deku. Not to worry." Izuku pretty much taking everyone out into the boy that summons animals, calls animals to him. And when Izuku sees them, he goes, "You all may stop, and you all may go." All the birds leave, and he goes, "Huh? How did you?" He goes, "I got your quirk, remember?" He flicks the air, sending him flying. All that's left is Shoto Todoroki. Everyone's just watching. Todoroki walks over and he goes, because Kirishima was taking out easy ass too. Everyone was taking out easy, all the girls, all the boys, all this Todoroki. And Izuku goes, "So you're gonna go all out on me, or what? You've only got 2 more minutes left. Give it all you got. Icy hot." And he's he stomps the ground. Ice appears, and Izuku's like, "Ice again. How stupid." He instantly uses his telekinesis to shatter the ice. Izuku opens his hand and pulls Todoroki to him. His eyes glow green, and he touches Todoroki's face, and he goes, "Thank you." Izuku copies Todoroki's quirk and lets go of him, and he goes, "Interesting. Very interesting." Izuku summons ice on his hand, but it's like super dark blue, not realizing the ice that he creates is super packed ice, and it's like really, really powerful. And Izuku opens his hands, and the flames on the side are not just normal orange flames, they become blue flames, much like Darby's. But they're not cremation, it's just Izuku's quirk pushed Todoroki's fire quirk to its limits. So he's got dark blue ice, and he's got blue flames. And Izuku deactivates and goes, "Whoa, that's really cool." And they're both 2 individual quirks merged into one. I think I'll put this here. He puts Icy Hot's quirk in slot 5. No, and he's still got one more quirk. I'll recap on what Deku's quirks are. He has he's got his mum's telekinesis, Bakugo's explosions, what's it called? Dead Arm Super Strength, what's it called? Energy Transference, Icy Hot, Half Hot, Half Cold. He's got besides Recovery Girl's Healing. He's got Aizawa's Eyes, and Principal Nezu's intelligence, and creation. Okay, he's got that. He's got one more slot for a quirk, and you'll see soon. Okay, and so what goes down after Izuku pretty much looks at himself. He looks at Todoroki. Todoroki tries to shoot his ice at Izuku, but Izuku uses the blue flames to destroy it. And Izuku goes, "That's cool ice, but I'll show you ice." He stomps the ground. Blue ice destroys Todoroki's and binds him. And Todoroki's like, "What the?" And Izuku goes, he looks at his head. He goes, "The match will end in 3, 2, 1. The villains wins." And they're like, "Huh, what the?" And Izuku goes, "I saw you, Hagakure. Don't you forget, I can see you." And she blushes again. And Izuku goes, "Not like that, I mean. You know what I mean." And she goes, "I know, I'm sorry." And he goes, "But don't worry, I'll develop something for you, not to worry." "Thank you." And Izuku smiles. And so what goes down is everyone is quite shocked at the situation. And Izuku goes, "Why did you challenge us like that anyway?" And Izuku goes to them, sorry, "Well, you need to be tested in a sense where you need to work as a team. You don't know what heroes you're going to be working with in the future. So I put this in front of you so it will help you guys understand how to work. You guys almost fell apart, you know, knowing how powerful I was, but luckily you guys pulled together and you found me pretty quick. Now you guys needed to know how to coordinate your powers, and this is where I'm going to come in, okay?" And they go, "Whoa. When it comes to combination quirks, the best people to work together is like, what's her name? Mina and Kaminari." And they're like, "Why is that?" "Well, Mina can shoot acid out of her hands and it's liquid, right? What conducts electricity? Liquid water, right?" They're like, "Whoa, yes, see?" "And Kaminari, you fry your brain out when you use a quirk. Why don't you retain the quirk in your hands and run up to people and touch them? You pretty much exert the same amount of power without frying your brain." "Mineta, your balls are really powerful. You could have chucked the balls in the room in different areas where you could jump around and catch me off guard, but you didn't." And he's like, "Whoa, okay." And he explains to everyone where they went wrong. And then Izuku turns back to Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. He goes to Kachan. He goes, "Kachan, you know why I stopped you using that quirk. You would have destroyed the whole room, but me, of course, on the bomb, and you would have hurt everyone else. So try and be aware of your surroundings. And Shoto Todoroki, you can never win a fight properly if you're going half at it, you know? It's like fighting with one hand behind your back without barely any experience, right?" And he's like, "But you don't understand." And he goes, "Then let me understand. I'm your friend. I'm here to help you." He goes, "Friend? It's only been 2 days since we joined the school and you consider a friend?" He goes, "Well, yeah. I consider all you guys my friends." And he goes, "There's a time and a place for that." He walks away and Izuku goes, "Well, I'm looking forward to when you feel comfortable to speak to me." Now what goes down is they can sit home. They're all happy, you know, everything's so la-di-da-di-da. What goes down is, of course, the gate was broken down. And so Nezu states that they need to be on high alert because this was a definite attack, okay? Thanks to Izuku Midoriya and the fact that he showed him that he can use decay as well in a slight small degree, it shows that it was a villain that did it, and UA must be ready. And so as we come to the next day, Izuku's in class before everyone else like normal, and Shoto Aizawa goes, "I'm not surprised, here you go. What's this? We're going on a field trip to the USJ, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint." And he goes, "Oh, that's pretty cool." He goes, "Yeah, we're going to be doing some rescue training today." He goes, "Well, okay, that's cool as." And Izuku goes, "How's the bus like?" He goes, "I don't know, I don't care. Just get everyone on the bus and we'll be fine." And Izuku goes, "Yes, Sensei." And he goes, Sorry Deku, for if I'm making you do a lot of work." And Izuku, "Not to worry, I'm fine with that. I accepted this burden the moment I took on Principal Nezu's words, you know." And he goes, "That's cool, kid." And so what happens, everyone gets told that they're going to the USJ and that everyone should get on the bus. And so as Izuku gets everyone on the bus and everyone sits on there, Izuku gets on the bus and sits down, and as they head up, Asui is about to ask Izuku a question. But this is where we're going to leave this one off, guys. I hope you guys like this. Like and subscribe and leave a comment down below. And yeah, thank you guys all for your support. You guys are awesome, and I'll see you next time, okay? But as usual, guys, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. So of course, guys, a quick recap of what happened previously. Izuku pretty much owned the entire class in the hero vs villains thing. He was a villain, and they now head into the USJ. What ended up going down is, as they're all on the bus and they're heading towards there, Asui or Sue was about to ask Izuku a question, and from there, let our story begin. Izuku's sitting there and Suyu goes, "Hey, Deku." He goes, "Yeah? How much quirks have you copied over the years?" And Izuku goes, "Well, right now I'm at 206 right now." They're like, "Well, what? You have 206 quirks?" And he goes, "Yeah, I do." Everyone's jaws drop. Even Izuku, even Bakugo's, you know. They're like, "What the hell?" And he goes, yeah. But not only that, I'm at my number 9th super slot when it comes to my quirks. So I will kind of explain. My quirk works like this. And as Izuku is about to explain it, he noticed something about Aoyama. It takes him off guard. He's like, why is he like that? I understand he likes the sparkle, but why is he like that? And so it goes down. Izuku's like, how about this? I'll tell you guys all for another time. How about that? And they go, oh, okay. And as Izuku's sister goes, Aoyama. And he goes, yes, Midoriya. He goes, your quirk, it hurt you so bad. Why? And he goes, oh, my quirk, I have to wear this belt you see. And he goes, I get it. Alright. But when you feel comfortable to tell me, let me know, okay? And then no one gets what that means. But Aoyama, he gets what that means. It kind of shocks him that Izuku said that to him. But anyway, what happens is they get to the USJ, and Izuku's like, that's a unique quirk. Black Hole. That's the superhero known as 13, one of the best rescue heroes. Izuku opens his hand and he does a little black hole in front of his hand and goes, this is a quite useful technique, but I'm not going to use that, that's too dangerous. 13 sees Izuku Midoriya and sees that he just used her quirk, and she goes, copy hero Deku, if you can please be careful with my quirk, okay? And Izuku goes, yeah, I understand. I definitely will. I just wanted to understand that I had your quirk, you know? I'm going to write this down in my book, to which he does. And she goes, welcome everyone to the USJ. And they're like, what? And they go, yeah. Here we do rescue training on all events all around the world. We do rescue training on all the possible scenarios that could possibly happen in our hero world. So come on in. Everyone goes in, and when they see that building, they're like, whoa, this is incredible. Yeah, this is. Izuku doesn't care. Izuku flies over, and Aizawa's like, Deku, what's the matter? And All Might's there too, by the way. He's there, even though he did his hero work. All Might's there, but All Might goes, Deku, what's the matter? Also, and Izuku goes, Aizawa Sensei, All Might Sensei, 13 Sensei, you need to get everyone out of here. Why? Because someone's opening a portal right now, and people are coming through. And they see that. What happens is a black mist portal opens up, and out comes Shigaraki first, and all the hundreds of villains. And Aizawa's like, this is not a drill. You're right, kid. 13! And what happens? Get them out of here! All Might's like, Aizawa, make sure you protect the kids. The hell I am. I'm going to help you, All Might. No, I can handle this by myself. And Izuku goes, wait, All Might. He's looking at all their quirks and he's copying them all. And he goes, it's that one there. The one with the hands on his face. He's the one that destroyed the gate. It's him. And he goes, I see. Well, we'll work together, eh, kid? And he goes, yeah. And Izuku looks back. Kachan! Yeah, protect the group, right? And looks at him and goes, why are you saying to me? Because you're technically the strongest besides Shoto Todoroki. You're capable. Ida, keep everyone in orderly fashion. Momo, you too. Everyone stay with them. And listen to Hero 13 as well. Go! Everyone rushes. And what happens is, before Kurogiri leaves, they see All Might and they bring Nomu. And what happens is Shigaraki goes, now Kurogiri, bring Nomu here. Our guest is here and we are ready to kill him. Izuku sees this and All Might goes, you villains, what are you guys all doing here? Explain yourself. And he goes, oh, All Might, I shall. A portal opens and out comes Nomu. Izuku sees this, he's like, ugh! He feels a pain in his gut. And he's like, that's strange. And he looks at both Kurogiri and Nomu and goes, these guys have multiple quirks. Super strength, shock absorption, hyper regeneration. Izuku goes, there it is. There's the quirk. Super healing. That's what I've been waiting for to see. And then he looks at what's his name? Kurogiri's quirk, and he goes, but teleportation, warp gate, that'll be a useful quirk too. Alright, I'm gonna copy those quirks. And as Izuku sees that, what ends up going down is the kids are about to leave, but Kurogiri goes behind him and goes, where do you think you kids are going? You guys are going, what the? My quirk, it's... Izuku's looking right at him with his red eyes. And Aizawa goes, don't you worry, kid, I'll back All Might. You protect them, right? As Kurogiri is looking at them, he's like, how are you doing that? And what goes on, Izuku flies down and he goes, you have an interesting quirk. I wonder if I can go plus ultra with my copy quirk. And Izuku goes, I want to. I need to. But what do I do? And as Izuku looks at it, he's like, what quirk do I get rid of? And then he realizes the quirk that he's going to get rid of, even though that kind of makes him sad to do so. And Izuku goes to his mind, he has telekinesis, he has explosion, he has super strength, he has, energy transference, he has icy hot, ice and cold, supercharged, he has all these quirks, but then Izuku goes, he just needs to practice them. So what does, he does a massive overhaul of his quirks. He removes a Momo Yaoyorozu's quirk creation, he removes Todoroki's quirk, but they're at 100%, and then Izuku realizes, when he puts all his quirks through his stockpiling quirk, or his times 10 quirk, whatever he has them all on, they all reach their 100, and Izuku's like, smacks his head, he goes, I'm an idiot, I should be doing this with all my quirks, damn. And as he does that, he gets distracted, his eyes blinks once, Kurogiri opens portals, it drops everyone through, even Izuku. And Izuku's like, I'm an idiot. And as before Izuku lands, he stops in midair, and he looks up and he realizes that he's over the water. He sees villains and he sees Asui grabbing Mineta. Izuku uses his telekinesis to grab her and pull her out of the water, and Izuku sees the villains and he goes, well, let's give this a go. Izuku goes down, he uses telekinesis to bring everyone's head up, and he slaps the water, freezing everyone in place. They're like, what the? And Izuku goes, why are you guys here anyway? And he goes down to them with his red eyes. I'm going to let you know frostbite will set in soon, and if I don't unfreeze you, you guys are going to be losing limbs. So let me hear what you guys are here for now. And they tell him everything. They tell him that they're here to kill All Might. And Izuku's like, All Might? He looks over, and what goes down, and it kind of annoys him. It's like, damn. What goes down and goes, thank you all for your cooperation. He mounts the ice, and he instantly uses telekinesis, and he goes, hey Mineta, give me 3 of your balls if you don't mind. And he goes, yeah, okay, Deku. He throws the balls at them, and Izuku connects all the balls on their backs, and he slams them all together, all the villains. And then what he does is he copies Jiro's tape ability, and he wraps him in tape. And Izuku goes, what am I doing? He uses Momo Yaoyorozu and he creates a really hard rope, and he wraps around them. They're pretty much fiberglass, carbon fiber, like they're pretty much like Aizawa's ones. Okay, it's a little bit stronger. And Izuku goes, he grabs these guys, and he grabs Asui, and they all land on land. And Izuku throws the pile of people on the ground and goes, you all stay there until I'm done. As Izuku feels this massive shockwave, all the heroes, all the villains that are by All Might and Nomu are getting blown away, even Shigaraki and Kurogiri. And this is when Izuku now has a plan. Because Izuku removed Momo Yaoyorozu's and Todoroki's quirks from him, he has an extra 3 slots ready. And so Izuku rushes over, he flies, and he grabs Kurogiri and touches him, copies his quirk immediately, understanding how to use Warp Gate. And then Izuku slams Kurogiri in the ground. Izuku looks up and he rushes. As he gets up, and as Nomu is about to punch All Might, Izuku comes and goes, his eyes turn red, stopping the Nomu's super regeneration quirk as he lands a massive haymaker, smacking Nomu into the ground. The spider's, his shock absorption, Izuku stopped his healing, which threw it off guard. He's damaged, and then Izuku grabs the Nomu's head, and as he grabs the Nomu's head, he picks the Nomu off the ground, copying the hyper regeneration quirk. And not only that, Izuku also copies the shock absorption quirk as well. And as Izuku lets go, he's like, oh, that's interesting. Whoa. And as the Nomu hits Izuku, it does nothing. The Nomu's hand breaks on Izuku's face because of the shock absorption, and it's pushed to 4 times where it is at. And Izuku goes, 1, you're not going to break my healing quirk, and 2, I have your shock absorption. You can't do nothing. Izuku opens his eyes, and immediately the Nomu's quirk disappears, and All Might goes, thanks kid, now let me finish it off, eh? He was giving me a good fight. And Izuku goes, I know, but we got students that we need to get rid of. We got villains that we need to get rid of. And if we don't hurry up, All Might, and then what happens, Izuku feels Shigaraki get closer to him. Izuku opens a portal, and Shigaraki falls down, landing right on his face into the water that Izuku was sent to. And Izuku goes, stay there. Kurogiri sees this, and it makes him nervous. This kid just copied his quirk. And so as what goes down is Izuku turns back at Nomu. All Might's like, alright then. Izuku goes, I'm gonna stop his hyper regeneration quirk, okay? And he goes, cool. And Aizawa looks, I'm also gonna stop his shock absorption. And All Might's like, alright, this is an unfair fight, but however, he was created to destroy me right at my peak and my prime. Technically, I don't need you guys' help, but thank you guys anyway. Recovery Girl will scold me if I didn't take you guys' help. And Izuku goes, oh, I know, she told me to watch out for you. And All Might's like, yeah, that makes sense. He clicks his knuckle. Alright, Nomu, let's go. He rushes in and Nomu begins to fight All Might. And after 2 hits, the Nomu's almost out of commission. All Might gets to the bottom. He goes, Detroit Smash! Punches the Nomu in the face, hitting him into the ground, causing a massive shockwave, blowing everyone away. Izuku manages to catch Aizawa and he creates a barrier around all his friends. What goes down is everyone that feels the shockwave, they look over and they see Izuku in the air with Aizawa floating. What happens is Kurogiri teleports him and Shigaraku away because they know that Nomu just lost, and it's almost stands there and goes, even without Aizawa and Deku, I could have beaten you with 300 punches. No matter what, I still would have won. And what happens is the Nomu's about to get up and jump at All Might, but Izuku instantly, because All Might's back's turned to him, and as the Nomu jumps up, because they stop blocking his Quirk, he gets up and is about to hit All Might, but Izuku with his quick thinking opens a portal behind Nomu, and Izuku grows as big as Mountain Lady, using his super strength and coupled with the Mountain Lady's abilities. Izuku smashed the Nomu. And smashing the Nomu caused a giant earthquake in front of everyone. Izuku presses attack and knocks the Nomu completely out entirely. Everyone's like, whoa, he's as big as Mountain Lady? All the villains sees this kid and they all put their hand up. They're like, we surrender, we're sorry, we surrender. And what goes down is All Might smiles and goes, thanks kid, I appreciate the help. It's not a problem, sir. What happens is, as that goes down, everyone else makes it. Now, bear in mind, Ida still managed to get out, right? And so all the pro heroes come, and this is when Izuku sees them all. Now, and it surprises them. He goes over and he shakes all their hand, you know, but not shakes their hand. He just goes over and he copies all their quirks, easy as. Cement toss quirk he likes, you know. And so Izuku, what he does is for the next week off, or next 2 weeks they have off school, Izuku spends that time cycling through all his quirks, all 206 quirks. I'm gonna say he's got way more than now. So say 210 or 220 quirks. Okay, all those 220 quirks that Izuku have copied, thanks to his intelligence and his loophole, he's able to push all these quirks through his stockpiling quirk. And Izuku, over the 2 weeks off school, he was able to do all of his quirks, all 220 of his quirks, and they all are at 100%. Izuku's stockpiling quirk itself, he's changed it entirely. He has his mother's telekinesis and his Katsuki Bakugo's explosion and super strength, but he also retains his hyper regeneration as part of his his thing as well, and shock absorption. So that's 5 out of the 5 of his quirks managed. Not only that, he also already has Recovery Girl's quirk, but he doesn't need to have that on there, so he removes that from his slot and everything like that. And so Izuku pretty much has just Principal Nezu's super intelligent quirks in it as well, you know, and Aizawa's quirk, that they are amped. Everything else, he's still got 3 more empty slots that he will keep open. Okay, he will keep open for the future. And so what goes down is, as Izuku has pushed all his 220 quirks to their 100%, he can use them all on the fly now. On the fly. Really quick. And he can use 2 of those quirks at the same time. His hyper quirks, yeah, they all his passive quirks, they all naturally work. Like Izuku has passive healing that can't be get rid of, you know. And so what goes down is, when they all make it into class, Aizawa looks at, he's there before Izuku or Deku, and Principal Nezu pops out of his scarf. He goes, I am here. And he goes, oh, Principal Nezu, nice to meet you, sir. And Aizawa goes, you're modest as ever, kid. Come here, we'll have to talk to you if you don't mind. And he goes, yeah. And he goes, thank you so much, Izuku Midoriya, for helping out the way you did. You helped us a lot, so much, and I'm very grateful. Thank you. He bows to him and he goes, Izuku goes, not to worry. And Aizawa goes, no, kid, thank you so much. Since you've come, you've made such a dramatic impact to the school that is actually terrifying and cool. So thank you so much, kid. And Izuku goes, not to worry. So what's the plan for today anyway? And he goes, well, you guys are going to have the UA Sports Festival today. They're like, what? And he goes, yes, you guys are going to have that. And so what happens is Izuku's excited. And as it comes down, when everyone comes to the class, Aizawa explains everything. They go, the UA Festival and all that stuff. But, and he goes, Deku will win this easy, Bakugo said. And he goes, yeah, and he goes, it's kind of unfair. And he goes, the world is unfair, Katsuki Bakugo. Your quirk is powerful, but you don't really know what kind of effect you have, right? And he goes, oh, I guess you. He goes, yes. Now shush. And so what goes down is, before they all head out, what happens is Izuku opens the door, and as he's about to open the door, there's so much people standing in front of the door, you know? And Izuku points out two of them that catch his eyes. Shinzo and his quirk, to control people, and Monoma, his copy quirk. Izuku uses his telekinesis and pushes through everyone and goes, "Excuse me, please." And he goes, "Yo, Monoma, right?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he shakes his hand. "Nice to meet you. I actually have the same copy quirk as you." And he goes, "Huh?" He's like, "I don't want to shake your hands, Class 1A. You guys are our enemies. You guys are our rival teams." And Deku goes, "So you're immature too. We shouldn't be enemies. We should be rivals, yes, but not enemies, class, because we're the same hero class, fool." Izuku walks away and he opens his hand. He goes, "But you, I would like to shake your hand and nice to meet you. What's your name?" He goes, "My name is Shinzo. I see you're 1A's top student. I can see you don't mess around. I'm just here to let everyone know that they're on notice. My goal is to become a hero." And Izuku goes, "Well, with the quirk you have, you can become a great hero." And he goes, "What? How do you know about my quirk?" And Deku goes, "I can see it above your head. It's clear as day." And he goes, and he goes, "Don't worry, I don't mind. Your quirk's actually awesome. It's not a villain's quirk, it's actually the best quirk imaginable. Imagine all the things we can sort out if we had your quirk to stop people from fighting." And he's like looking at Deku, he's like, "Ugh." And he's like, "But anyway, nice to meet you. My name is Izuku Midoriya, Shinzo." And what happens is, as Shinzo shakes Izuku's hand, he smiles, his eyes turn green, and he copies Shinzo's abilities and adds it to his top 8 now. There's 2 more quirks he needs to copy. He can copy, I mean. What goes down is Izuku can use all their quirks, everyone's quirks, so he doesn't need to have Warp Gate or anything like that. He likes Principal Nezu's quirk on the heightened spectrum, you know, and so that goes down with it. So what goes down is Izuku and them are ready, and they all get ready to, ready for the exams, or ready for the sports festival, where Midnight calls Izuku Midoriya to come up and do a speech. Izuku walks up, and he begins to fly in front of everyone's eyes, and Izuku lands, and he goes, "Welcome everyone to the UA Sports Festival! I'm Izuku Midoriya, and my dream is to become the #1 hero just like All Might. And like everyone else, we all aspire to be heroes, and we represent our school of UA, the most prestigious academy hero agency course in the world. And so when I say to everyone here, I'm looking forward to seeing all of you guys give your best, and just note, I will do the same. Together everyone, plus ultra!" Everyone says plus ultra, and everyone in the crowd like, "Yeah!" And so it happens to Izuku. He walks forward, opens a warp gate, and appears by everyone else. They're like, "Whoa, that's pretty cool, Deku." Yeah. What happens is, not only is she shocked at Izuku, but she's actually, she has a red face, and that is Midnight, of course, because Izuku's like buff. You can see his body, even though he's still short. He can see his body through his clothes, like damn. And so what goes down is, as they get ready, they draw the names upon what's going to happen in the festival. First things first is going to be the running one, the 4-kilometer run around the school, going through obstacles like the 0-pointers, the giant canyons, and the mines. And the other one is the cavalry battle. They're going to have a cavalry battle with 3 people down the bottom, and the people that have the highest points or not, or whoever they decide as the top team members, they are on top of the horses, okay? And so from there, Izuku's like, straightforward, that's pretty simple. And so everyone gets ready to hurry up, and Izuku goes, "I wonder if these idiots will realize that they're going to be running into a problem." Bakugo goes, "Do you see it too?" And Deku goes, "Yeah, of course I saw it. I saw it before I came here." "Oh, what a useful ability. I guess I'll see you there, then Katsuki." And he goes, "Huh? I just got you. I'll see you there, Kachan." Izuku opens as the President Mike says begin, Izuku opens a portal and jumps through the portal, but he jumps over the 0-pointers. And without hesitating, Izuku uses telekinesis, because it's gone really strong now, and crushes all the 0-pointers in their wake, and uses his fist to slam them all down to the ground. And what happens is Principal Nezu and all the teachers are like, "What is he doing?" And he's just like, he's being a hero, making sure that a hero's journey never ends. And as Izuku flies over the canyon, Izuku flies in the minefield, he uses his telekinesis and runs it through, destroying all the mines in the minefield, and then Izuku flies into first position. And as Izuku waits, this is where we're going to leave this one, guys. I hope you guys like this. Please like and subscribe, leave a comment down below, and yeah. Thank you guys for all your support, and you guys are awesome. But this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. So when I last left off, Izuku pretty much owned everyone in the first test, to be honest. It was like it was nothing for him. At the moment him and Bakugo saw that the tunnel was going to be the first obstacle, As President Mike said go, Izuku opened the portal, ended up in front over the zero pointers, destroyed them like they were nothing now. He flew over the minefield, making sure wiped that out so people it makes it easier for everyone else, and he ended up being first place by miles. And from there guys, let us begin. Now Izuku's standing, or floating in the middle of the arena, everyone's like shocked to see him. They're like, whoa. Midnight's like, damn, Izuku's just standing there. And as he looks around, he sees multiple quirks, and it starts to go through a rush in his head. What goes down is, as he sees all these multiple quirks, it's like he looks over and sees that Todoroki and Bakugo are gonna not be far. He can feel their energy, or where they are anyway. And so Izuku stands there, and as he's standing around looking at everyone, Midnight's like, what are you doing, kid? And then she realizes, oh, she's interrupting his copy process. And she goes, sorry about that. Izuku's looking around, he's looking at everyone's quirks, and you can't believe all these abilities that are around him. A lot of these abilities that can help counteract certain weaknesses in his teams, you know? Team 1A, he's seen a lot of Team 1A's potential weaknesses through these guys, these other people that have quirks all throughout the stadium. He's copying them all, so he went from having 220 to like, I'm just gonna say 1,000 different quirks, you know, because that whole stadium's ridiculously packed, so it'll be way more than 1,000. But just to lowball it, guys, 2,000 quirks. But he's not gonna use them all like crazy, okay? His stockpile he can use all the time, but the other ones that they're just floating around within his quirk. But let's go down. As Izuku's looking over, he sees people that have certain things that can help people in his class for their quirks. Like for instance, Kirishima, that the person there that can help him with his ability to shoot projectiles out of his hardened skin, you know, or Kaminari, there's a person that can absorb electricity instead of just sending it out and all that stuff. Even someone with the abilities to help Mineta by stretching his arms out. See, that'll be useful for someone that just sticks out sticky balls. See, all these things, Izuku's looking at them and it's blown his mind. He's keeping it. He uses creation and manifests multiple books in front of him. Everyone's like, what is he doing? And he uses his creation again to make multiple pencils. And just like he does, as he's writing down one book, all these books are writing down all the quirks he's seen. And everyone else like, whoa, what's with this kid? Over the mic, Aizawa goes, this kid is the copy hero known as Deku. He is the most powerful student to ever grace UA. Unfortunately for All Might, he eclipses All Might by miles and miles ahead. Everyone's like, copy hero Deku? Hey, is that powerful? But wait, what is he doing? Oh, and Aizawa goes, oh, I forgot to mention you. He's a massive hero nerd, so he can see all you guys' quirks and write them all down. Yeah, that's what he does. So if you guys want to understand your quirk, definitely go see this kid. With people around the world, if you guys want to know your quirk, see this kid. He will tell you exactly how it works, how it functions, how to make it work better. Trust me, he did it to me. And I'm his teacher. President Mike's like, whoa, Aizawa, that is pretty cool. I would like him to tell me a lot about my faults about my quirk. And as he says that, Izuku's like, yeah, the fault with your quirk there, President Mike, is you need something to audio control how much force comes out of your quirk. If you just reduce it with your pitch of your voice and actually narrow it down through a hum, yeah, you probably destroy everything around you. And as he says that, President Mike's like, good to hear, kid. I am going to practice. And so what goes down is Izuku's like, everyone's like, wow, this kid's amazing. Hey kid, can you tell me this? And what goes down is Midnight's like, she does a whip, and she looks, oh, you guys here, leave my Deku alone. Grabbing the whip, looking at Izuku, and Izuku's like blushing. And she's like, that was not the time to interrupt him. And Izuku Midoriya, you can leave the stadium because you're being too much of a nuisance right now. You know what you're doing. Izuku smiles. Sorry, Midnight. Sensei flies away. He goes up in the stadium and he starts to write things down until he feels this annoying presence next to him. This big booming fire next to him. He feels it. And as he turns around, it's Endeavor. And Izuku's like, whoa! You're the hero Endeavor, right? And he goes, yeah. And Izuku goes, well, that's not surprising. He flies up and goes, can I have your autograph? What the hell for? Because you're the number 2 hero? And he goes, then we get the straight copy hero. You can copy quirks, right? Don't you dare try to imitate my quirk. Even if you would copy my quirk, be nothing to the original. My Shoto will destroy you. And Izuku goes, is that right? You believe Todoroki will beat me just because he has half hot, boom, fire ignites from Izuku's arm? And he has half cold, right? And ice comes on the other side. This is what you believe. He has circumvented your weakness, and you believe because of that he's gonna be number 1 hero and can be All Might, correct? And David looks at Izuku. Then he goes, and Izuku goes, no wonder Todoroki hates you. Izuku gets up, teleports his books all the way home, and David goes, what did you say? And Izuku goes, and even if I wanted to imitate your flames are nothing. Izuku bursts into flames like Endeavor, and he goes, this is what your flames can do for me with your Quirkers, right? And Izuku puts Endeavor's flames through his stockpiling Quirk to amplify it. And Izuku goes, this is what you can reduce, right? And Izuku explodes it more into the blue flames. And Endeavor's shocked, he goes, this is what I can do with your flames. So whose imitation? You or me? And note, I don't feel no drawbacks from using this flame. Hell, I don't even lose energy no more. And he's just looking at Izuku like, what? And he's like, Izuku powers down. I'm sorry. Despite you being you, I have no right to talk to a number 2 hero like this. Izuku bows his head down and he goes, whatever happens between you and Shoto is your own thing. Izuku walks away and Endeavor's just shocked. And Endeavor just says, kid! And Izuku looks back at him and goes, don't hold back on my Shoto. And Izuku goes, I wasn't planning on that. I'm going to destroy everyone, just to let you know. I'm going to annihilate everyone in this tournament and solidify me being the #1 hero. Endeavor looks at Izuku. And so you better keep my seat warm, number 2. Because once you become #1, I'll be right behind you, okay? Number 2. Endeavor looks at Izuku, almost around the corner, kind of like giggling. He's like, this kid's funny. And so what goes down is, as Izuku finishes talking to Endeavor sits there and ponders like, this kid just pretty much ruined me right in front of myself. Like, what the hell? But he believes I could become #1. Endeavor kind of crushes his hands and he goes, He takes some pride knowing that the most powerful person there believes Endeavor can become #1 only a short period of time because Izuku's going to become #1. And so Endeavor strives for that. His bashfulness or his aggression towards Izuku died because Izuku showed him that respect. Even though it was small. It was that small amount of respect that Endeavor needed. But when Izuku walks around the corner, he goes, All Might! All Might goes, it's kind of pointless me trying to sneak up on you, kid. And he goes, yeah, I know you're Quirk from a mile away. And he goes, oh, well, what are you here for, All Might, anyway? He goes, Izuku. I got something I would like to ask you. And Izuku's like, yeah? Don't tell me. You and my mom are dating, right? All Might's eyes open wide. And he goes, no, not yet. No, not yet, kid. And Izuku goes, not yet. And All Might's heads down. And Izuku's like, nah, not to worry, All Might. What's the matter? And then Izuku realizes, you want me to copy your Quirk, don't you? All Might goes, please, kid. Please. If my power was to fall into the wrong hands, then I know you can stop me. But the purity of the power itself. I heard from Recovery Girl that you're technically immortal. You're not going to die. That this hyper regeneration that's a part of your body you can't get rid of, right? And Izuku looks at himself and he goes, actually, you're right. I can't. And Izuku looks at himself like, I never. And All Might goes, yes. Recovery Girl's right. So please, Midoriya, please take my power. Shake my hand and take my power, please. Izuku looks at All Might. All Might looks at Izuku. He goes, is this like a father-son bond moment there, All Might? All Might kind of gets shocked. Should I call you Dad Might now? And All Might laughs hard out. And Izuku goes, no, not to worry, All Might. And as he goes, All Might goes, eat this. And Izuku goes, I won't need to. He goes, what? I'm not. They go, don't play that game with me. I know that's how you transfer your Quirk. Tell me to eat your hair. Izuku ignites All Might's hair into fire. And he's like, who? What? And Izuku, don't worry. He puts his hand down and goes, just touch my hand, All Might. Tricky guy, and All Might smiles. He goes, you should keep one for yourself until you die. And before you die, pass it on. Hey, even if you and mom have another baby. All Might's eyes just go massive. Like, his eyes open, his face is blushing. He's like, Izuku's like, man, oh man, you remind me of mom. And All Might goes, looks at Izuku, all just bashful and blushing. And as Izuku touches All Might's hand, and All Might looks at Izuku, what ends up going down is 1-4 activates within All Might. And the 1-4 that was copied within Izuku just explodes. What ends up going down, Izuku instantly starts to emit this type of rainbow of energy out of his body. Izuku lets go and he starts to vibrate, shaking the entire area. As it's going down, Shoto, Todoroki, Bakugo, Tenya Ida, and all of them, they all start to appear. And once they start to get there, the arena starts to shake and crack. Almost like, kid! And Devil's like, what did you do to him? He runs over and he goes, I. Izuku's like shaking, he's vibrating, his Quirk is going haywire. That's what everyone believes. What happens is as Izuku's vibrating the whole entire world around him, in Izuku's mindscape, he's opening his eyes, huh? And as he goes to touch his face is not there, but then he starts to project an entire face and body. He goes, what the? Where am I? And as he looks over, he sees all the previous vestiges of One for All. And the first user of One for All, I forgot his name. The first user of One for All starts with an R, but I know he's a Shigaraki, so I'm just gonna say Mr. R Shigaraki. Okay. He walks over to Izuku and goes, "You've copied the power." And Izuku goes, "Yes, I have copied." "Hey, you're the power." "Wait a minute." Izuku looks at every single person and he goes, "You guys all represent the individual parts that make One for All." And they all smile at Izuku, and he goes, what happens is the first user states, "Thanks to you, we can now fulfill our true mission of defeating All for One." And Izuku's like, "Huh?" And Nana Shimoda goes up to Izuku and flicks him in the head. "You're just like Toshinori in every way of the fashion." She looks at Izuku and Izuku's like, "Oh!" And he goes, "Wait, you look like my mom." And she smiles. All Might's and the vestige powers with him too. And Izuku's like, "Whoa, alright. So what do I do now to come back into the real world?" And he goes, and what happens, the first user goes, "Take my hand, kid." And Izuku takes his hand and he goes, "You are now the progenitor of the more powerful version of One for All. Take care with us, kid." And as Izuku touches his hand, One for All streams across Izuku's body. And as that happens, All Might's like, "What the?" And Izuku's hair goes fully powered up, the green aura emits and blows everyone away, even All Might gets pinned to the wall. And Izuku's floating there and he hits the ground. He opens his eyes, his energy dissipates, you know. And All Might and Endeavor looking at him like, "What just happened, kid?" And Izuku goes, he clicks his hand and goes, "I have mastered One for All Might." All Might looks at him and goes, "Huh?" And Izuku goes, shoots out Black Whip straight away right past Endeavor. All Might goes, "What the heck is that?" And he goes, "These are the other quirks I told you that was in your power." Izuku pulls it back in. Endeavor goes, "All Might has more abilities?" And Izuku goes, "Well, yeah, All Might has a special stockpiling quirk that allows him to gather power over a period of his ancestors." All Might looks at Izuku and All Might smiles. And Endeavor's like, "Oh, I see." He walks away pondering that. Did he make the right choice? He made the right choice in making a multi-quirk kid, but All Might's a multi-quirk person, meaning he's still got a way to go. And as Endeavor walks away, he goes, "You're right, kid. We evacuated everyone from the stadium. You were actually going to destroy everything." And Izuku looks around and goes, "Oh, not to worry." He puts his hands down. What he doesn't realize, though, is when he uses Cementos' abilities, he accidentally merges Cementos' abilities and creation. The entire stadium cracked into pieces. Everyone made it there in time before Izuku started to destroy everything. But as Izuku touches the ground, a massive energy appears around the entire stadium. Everything that was destroyed instantly repaired. Not just the concrete, but the all the chairs that were metal, or the plastic, or the glass, everything repaired straight away. And everyone's looking at it like, what just happened? And Izuku goes, he apologized to everyone, and what happens is President Mike asks if people do they want to continue. They're like, "Yes, they do!" But they want an explanation of what happened. And Izuku just explained that he actually sneezed really hard, and it threw his psychic powers through the roof. Everyone believed that. Even President Mike Aizawa knew not to believe that. Endeavor knew that was fake, but yeah. And so it goes down, as they have like a 20-minute intermission before everyone comes back in, you know, feeling safe again. Izuku's sitting in the room and everyone comes to him and goes, "Wow, Deku, you're amazing. I just saw that what you did. You just did nothing. What we saw was gigantic robots smashed up around, giant holes in the ground all over the stadium. What did you do?" And Izuku goes, "Oh, so they released multiple 0-point robots to prevent us from doing certain things, and not only that, there was a minefield in front of us as well, so I destroyed the entire minefield to allow for you guys to go through." And they're like, "Wow, Deku, you're just amazing." And Bakugo goes, "What was that really? I know that wasn't your telekinesis. I've been hit by your sneeze before. What was that, Deku? That was way more powerful, and you know it." And Izuku goes, "I copied All Might's quirk." Bakugo goes, "I thought you copied it." And Izuku looked right at him with green eyes, and Bakugo goes, "You really did?" And he walks over to him. "How are you feeling?" And Izuku goes, "I'm really shocked, to be honest. My stockpiling quirk has changed everything entirely." And Bakugo goes, "Why?" And he goes, "Well, I no longer need to care about the 10 no more." Bakugo looks at Izuku like, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, and Izuku uses the ability he learnt to project his thoughts, and he projects all the quirks in the air. And Bakugo and I'm like, "What the hell is that around them? What's that, Deku?" And he goes, "These are my quirks within my body." And they're like, "What?" So what I visually see when I look at you guys, this is what it looks like. And everyone looks at them and they're like, looking at Izuku, and Bakugo goes, wait a minute. I thought you only had 220. And Izuku goes, yeah, when I walked into the arena, before then I had 220. And Bakugo like, oh, I see. And you're telling me that... And Bakugo goes, wait a minute. So you copied All Might's power, you almost caused a catastrophic disaster just by... And Izuku looks at him and goes, yes. And he goes, I lost it, damn it, Deku. Explain. As it goes, well, I copied all my powers. My usual 10 stockpile now has branched out to all 2,000 on my quirks. So all my quirks are all at 100%, and any quirk I use by itself will be times by 5. All my passive quirks I have no control over no more. But it has a difference. And Baku goes, oh, I see. And Izuku goes, I'm getting close to something, okay? All of you guys, I promise, I have a gift for each and every one of you once I find the right quirk to use. And they're like, what? And he goes, I'm trying to find a proper transference quirk without hurting your bodies. Alright? Once I figure out how to do it properly, I got unique abilities for all of you. Like for instance, you, Kachan. I can give you shock, I can copy shock absorption into your body. And he goes, copy? Copy a quirk within my body, but once you lose it, he goes, that's why I touched Monoma. Monoma's quirk is really interesting because he can touch someone and copy all their quirk and their abilities for 5 minutes, properly to the level that they had it, right? Well, I added that quirk to my own. I continue to copy quirks and copy quirks, right? But I can't paste it until I met Monoma. And Bakugo goes, oh, I see. And as Izuku's talking, Todoroki goes, hey Midoriya. And Izuku looks back and goes, yes Todoroki? He goes, can we have a talk? Bakugo goes, what's the matter, Icy Heart? Did he hurt your pride? But he says nothing, but he goes, yeah, all good, Todoroki. They go outside and they begin to talk, and Todoroki goes, Izuku looks at him and goes, so what do you want to say? We've been standing here for 5 minutes now, you just been looking at me, do you want me to look pretty or something? Todoroki kind of blushes and goes, no, that's not what it is. You met my father, right? And Izuku goes, yeah, Endeavor. How could I not meet him? And he goes, yeah, the bastard. And Izuku goes, so you do hate Endeavor. I did see that. And he goes... And then what happens is Todoroki explains his life, his story, who he was, and what Endeavor put him through. And it shocked Izuku to the point where he actually cracked the ground around him. And he goes, huh. Now if I knew that beforehand, I wouldn't have paid your father such a great compliment. That just pisses me off. And he goes, that's why I don't want to use my flames. And Izuku goes, oh, you need to use your flames. And it's Todoroki. He goes, you're going to need to use your flames because if you don't use your flames to try to beat me, you won't be able to beat Kachan. I guarantee you right now without your flames. And he looks at me and he goes, what? I thought you were going to. He goes, I could choose to give up. I could choose not to. You need to beat me. Don't look at me and think I'm more powerful. Think of me as a normal student like Kachan and them. Because you're going to get nowhere with someone like that. And Todoroki goes, oh. And Izuku goes, and not to worry. Understand. Izuku bursts the fire out of his left arm and goes, this is your quirk. Alright? Not your father's. Thanks to your mother's abilities, because your mother's ability is ice, right? And she can control her ice, right? But Todoroki goes, yeah, and goes, your father has minimal fire control. He can barely make a fire lance or anything like that, or fireball projection properly without bursting into flames. And he goes, what's your point? Izuku goes, look at my hand. Where's the fire, Todoroki? Todoroki looks at Deku's arm. Even though his hand is emitting a little bit of flames, the fire is actually above in the air, not touching nothing at all. He's like, how are you doing that? He goes, you don't realize that you have practical pyrokinesis, eh? And he's like, huh? You got ice kinesis, whatever that is, and you got pyrokinesis. Izuku shoots fire and then manipulates it to turn into like a sort of dragon. And Todoroki's like, what the? And he goes, but you gotta have the imagination and the ability to use so. I see by yourself you haven't put much use in your quirk, and now I understand why. And Izuku leans to him and goes, but don't worry about that. You'll destroy your father with this quirk, honestly. And not only that, once I do get to the point where I can give you a quirk, I have a quirk for you to help amplify your ice and your fire, if you don't mind. Todoroki goes, oh, why are you so nice to everyone? And Izuku just states, I have everything. I have everything that technically people want. And I'm not going to be all powerful and just be like that. No, I have the capacity to give people powers. I'm just trying to find the right quirk to duplicate it with, okay? And it's like, oh, I see. So don't you worry. I'll find it eventually. I found all these bloody quirks out here. And none of that. So yeah, and as Izuku Todoroki walk in, he goes, oh, that's what I want to... Just note, I'm not going to hold back when it comes to the cavalry tournament and the final PvP. So I expect none of you guys to hold back. Do you understand me? Cool. I hope you guys be ready, and I'll see you guys then. And so as everyone gets called to the stadium to get ready for the cavalry battle, that's where I'm going to leave this one off, guys. I hope you guys like this. Please like and subscribe. Leave a comment down below. And yeah, thank you guys all so much for your support, and I'll see you guys all next time, okay? But this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. Now, when I last left off, Izuku Midoriya pretty much destroyed everyone in the first match, and what goes down is when Izuku was meeting with All Might, he copied All Might's powers but turned his quirk to overdrive, and now all 2,000 of his quirks are amplified to the max. So Izuku Midoriya is at a stupid level. And so from there, guys, let our story begin. After Izuku talked down to his friends in a good way and let them know that 1, he's excited to expand his future plans with them, and 2, he's going to whip them. Mega whip their butts massively, and so that will understand. Izuku and Todoroki are like really good. So what ends up going down is when Deku and them go out to the cavalry match, what happens is pretty unique. Izuku immediately calls out Machaka Uraraka because he's got a plan with her. Yeah, you guys get it? Plan. But anyway, he calls over Uraraka, and as she comes over, Mei Hatsume grabs Deku's hand and goes, "Please don't be on your team. Let me show you my babies." And Deku's like, "Your babies? What do you?" Oh, I see. And as Mei's going handy, Uraraka gets a little bit jealous by Izuku, and she's about to tiny bit walk away, but Izuku opens a portal in front of her and pulls the portal across, and Uraraka's like, Deku, why did you? And Izuku goes, "Hold on, Mei. Uraraka, would you like to be on my team?" Uraraka looks at Izuku, and he's, "Are you?" And he goes, "Yes, I am asking you, do you want to be on my team?" Uraraka blushes massively, and she goes, "Yes, please, Deku." And he goes, "Yeah, you can be on my team." Okay, back to you, Mei. And he goes, "Your babies, right? Your technology. Your quirk is Zoom. Interesting." Izuku immediately pulls her technology, and he goes, "I actually understand this really well." Breaks it apart into pieces, and she goes, "My babies!" And he's like, No, wait. He looks at it and he goes, "That's what it is." He snaps his finger back together, and it goes back together. She goes, "What did you do?" He goes, "I didn't deconstruct it per se. I just had a look at what your development was." He goes, "If you were to put a little bit of micro infusion or whatever, I'm gonna say like some super scientifical thing. I got lots of scientific quotes I can put out there, but I know people that watch my videos are not intellectual like as far as I am. But anyway, in a sense of nerdiness, okay, and I mean nerdiness like Star Trek, Star Wars, all that stuff, deep science fiction and science fact, okay." I love that stuff. But anyway, as Izuku pretty much determines that the problem with her flight gear and her power source, she thanks Deku, and she still asks to be a part of his team because, "Oh, no, don't worry, you can be a part of my team." And then Izuku looks at Tokiyami because he believes that he has the perfect gift for Tokiyami. As Izuku walks over, he goes, "Hey, Shadow." Shadow goes, comes right out. Hey, Deku, what's up?" And he goes, "Hold on for a second." Izuku pulls out of his chest. He pulls his t-shirt up. Everyone look at him. Like, all the girls' faces go red, and even Midnight's like, "Whoa!" And on the big ass screen, Mount Lady's like, "Sign me up to him." What goes down is Izuku pulls out a really absolute pitch black cloak. Now this cloak is really like, when I mean pitch black, 99% of light gets absorbed by this. Okay. So if you were to be in the dark, you will not be seen. I'm not even joking. Even if you were to shine a light at this person, 99% of all the light is being absorbed by this cloak. And so what goes down is Izuku walks up to him and goes, "Hey, Tokiyami." And he goes, "Yeah." And when Tokiyami sees Shadow, he goes, "Oh, that's right, you can copy quirks." He goes, "I got something special for you. I just wanted to show you something. Hey, Shadow. Yeah, just grab this and put this over your head for now." Shadow grabs it and puts it over his head, and immediately Shadow begins to grow massively. And Tokiyami just thinks it's part of Deku's quirk, but Deku goes, "No, I'm using the visible light around me to emphasize the weakness of Shadow, just like how your quirk is with Dark Shadow, right?" And he goes, "Yeah." Dark Shadow pops out. "What is he doing, Tokiyami?" And he goes, "I don't know, he's explaining something. But with this cloak, it brings you to a point where you're not nearly as strong as your side when it comes to darkness, because I've dealt with Shadow in the night, and I can tell you right now, I understand your fear of the night." Tokiyami looks at Deku, and so Deku goes, "Here, place this around, put this around yourself." And Tokiyama goes, "Oh, okay." He takes off his robe and puts it on. He goes, "What would I?" As the moment he covers his body, he feels it. He's like, "What the?" Dark Shadow grows twice the size, and he's like, "Whoa, Tokiyami, do you feel that?" And he goes, "Yes, Dark Shadow, I do." "Midoriya, Deku, what?" And he goes, "It absorbs 99% of light. You'll be sweet." And to be able to control Dark Shadow at nighttime, you need to have strong mental fortitude, okay? And be one with him. Anyway, I lost track and I think, "Tokiyami, Dark Shadow, you want to be part of our team?" Dark Shadow flies over to Shadow and grips his hand and goes, "Yeah, I'd love to be a team with my brother." And Shadow's like, "Cool, got a brother?" And Deku goes, "Yeah, well, you're pretty much the same. You just come from me." And Deku goes, "Well, no, actually, you're a copy of him." And Shadow and Dark Shadow like laughing. They both shake each other's hand. Tokiyami shakes Deku's hand and he thanks him so much. And Izuku goes, "Not to worry, you're part of my team. I want to make sure that we get together fast." Bakugo and them all look at Deku, and Bakugo goes, "Damn that nerd. He has a plan." And he looks at his team and goes, "We're not going to go for Deku." And they're like, "What?" And he goes, "No, we are not going to go for Deku. That is stupid. Anyone who goes for Deku is an idiot." And what happens is, Todoroki hears that and he knows for a fact not to go for Deku either because he's going to get obliterated. And so what happens is, as everyone gets ready for the cavalry match, Deku goes, "Hey Dark Shadow, I want to show you something while we're in this match if you don't mind. Just stay tuned, okay? Shadow, be ready. Shadow, protect Uraraka and Mei, and Dark Shadow, you protect our front, okay?" He goes, "Right, Deku." And Shadow's like, "Right, Deku." They both go around and both what's it called? Both Dark Shadow's host Tokiyami and Shadow's host Midoriya both look at each other and like, "That's weird. They're both the same." It kind of makes them laugh. Well, what goes down is the moment the cavalry battle begins, Izuku makes a bow staff and touches the ground with it. But instead of making ice, he uses Cementos' ability and turns the bow staff, making concrete wall between him and everyone else. When everyone sees this concrete wall, what goes down is Cementos is like, "Hey, that kid's using my power through a transmission, but I need to touch the ground to control." Oh, he's using the bow staff to transfer. Ah, I see. This kid's interesting. Midnight's like, "I know, right?" And so what happens, Izuku looks over, and as he looks over, he kind of finds it funny because people are trying to get through. And then Izuku puts a telekinetic barrier above them so Izuku can talk to them. And Uraraka's like, "So what are we going to do, Deku?" And goes, "Well, technically we can do nothing if we don't want to. However, I just want to do some training for a bit, if you guys don't mind. Mei, as I was talking to Tokiyami, I thought about a unique situation." And he pulls out a what's it called? Kind of like a necklace kind of thing. And he goes, "Put this on the back of your neck." And she puts it on the back of the neck and he connects it to her technology. Winds up going down. She goes, "What's that?" "This allows you to kind of control your technology without needing to push buttons or gadgets. I made it as simple as I can so you can copy and make it as much as you can. It helps regulate so you don't need to change in and out much." And she's like, "Really? So this pretty much I can control my technology with my mind?" And he goes, "So small amounts, yes. Using it, but I left it in the prototype phase so you can work on it when you're done." And she thanks Deku and he goes, "Oh, I put a prototype power generator in there too. I made it kind of faulty so you can go over and fix it yourself and take the credit. I don't care." And she just looks at Deku and she's like so in love. And Uraraka's jealous and Izuku looks at her and goes, "But I'm not done with you yet." Izuku uses telekinesis to make all three of them float. And what happens is they stand on top of the telekinetic barrier over the concrete wall he put. And Izuku goes, "For you, I have something special. But I can't give it to you now, okay?" And she looks at Deku and she blushes and she goes, "Alright, Deku." And he smiles. But anyway, guys, come on, let's go. "Hey, Dark Shadow." "Yeah, Deku? Try do this. Shadow, wrap around me." Shadow wraps on Midoriya's arms and body. And he goes, "Whoa." And he goes, "Then do this." And Izuku puts his arms around. Shadow's arms come around him. And Izuku drops them with his telekinesis and he grabs Tokiyami, Hatsume, and Uraraka with Shadow, and they're floating. Tokiyami goes, "But why did you drop us? Can't you just use your..." And this is when Tokiyami and Dark Shadow realizes that Izuku Midoriya is flying using Shadow. And he goes, "Oh, you can fly, you know, Tokiyami. Did you know that?" Tokiyami's like, "No, I didn't." And he goes, "Yeah, well, now that you know can fly, why not fly? Give that a go." And not only that, Dark Shadow has really great properties for full body armor, you know, even increased strength and durability. He can even be your extra eyes and ears. And he goes, "Why are you, in a good way, Deku, why are you putting so much emphasis on me?" And Izuku goes, "Simple. You are technically one of the most dangerous people in this class." And looks at Izuku and goes, "You, Todoroki, and Bakugo, hands down, the most dangerous people in this class." And they look at him like, and he goes, "So, in all fairness, it's my job to make sure that my friends, my good friends, the ones that have the greatest potential of good and bad, I want to make sure that you guys get the chance to flourish, to grow, to get stronger as well. It'd be kind of pointless fighting me because I have all your guys' weaknesses, technically. But through me, the experience of getting stronger, I can tell you this. Tokiyami thanks Midoriya, and what happens? Dark Shadow immediately hugs Midoriya and he goes, "You were so cool, brother." Izuku's like, "Yeah, calm down, okay?" Tokiyami's like, "Yeah, Shadow, and he goes, it's alright. I'm sorry. Dark Shadow's just having so much fun, and so what goes down is Izuku goes, "You know what? Should we enter the fight?" And Uraraku's like, "It's gonna be kind of unfair," and Izuku's like, "That's alright. We'll just use Shadow and Dark Shadow. You and May will get us around, right? You need to practice on your anti-gravity, so anti-grav all of us, Uraraka." And she's like, "Alright, Deku, I will. Ready? In 3, 2, 1, go! Tokiyami, Dark Shadow, catch us!" Instantly, Tokiyami and Dark Shadow catches them all, and they begin to fly. It's very difficult. Tokiyami's like, "Ugh," and Dark Shadow's like, "We got this, Tokiyami!" And as they begin to float off the ground, this is when Uraraka uses anti-grav, and Mei Hatsume uses her technology at the same time, and all three of them utilize the ability to fly around. As this goes down, Bakugo goes, "He's training them! That nerd! Duh." He goes, "I was gonna let him get away, but you know what? Hey, Icy Heart!" He goes, "Yeah, let's cut their nerd down to size." And he goes, "I was looking forward to this there. Looking forward to this there. Exploding boy." He goes, "Dynamite!" And he goes, "Alright." Todoroki hits the ground with his right hand and throws massive ice shards at Izuku. And Izuku's like, "Shadow!" Shadow comes around and smashes the ice. Bakugo comes around and he does 3 AP shots. Deku's like, "Whoa, this is cool." He immediately absorbs the AP shots like they're nothing, and it inflicts air pressure at Bakugo, sending him flying. Now Deku doesn't realize though that his one for all, his abilities that he has are all as strong as All Might. So any form of attack he does is 100% All Might's abilities, and that's him holding back, okay? And he doesn't know that. He only knows that when he flicks Bakugo. Because when he flicks Bakugo, it's as powerful as Izuku's Delaware Smash he does against Todoroki in their battle in the original canon. And so when Bakugo gets hit, he gets hit and sent flying, but luckily his team only managed to catch him. But everyone else that wasn't prepared for that massive gust of wind was blown out immediately. And a lot of people pretty much lost their scores because of it. And everyone saw that like, "Whoa," and Izuku goes, "I think I need to hold back for now, Tokiyami?" And he goes, "I got you, Deku." Everyone lands, and he goes, "Dark Shadow, you got this?" He goes, "Yeah, I do." And what ends up going down is Todoroki shoots fire at him to try and make him weaker because of light. But thanks to Deku giving Tokiyami the absolute black coat, it allows for that differentiating power to dissipate. So even if a light source is placed over him, Dark Shadow is going to be as strong as Dark Shadow always. But if the cloak's off, he weakens by light. However, at nighttime, yeah, that's not good unless he learns how to control it. But anyway, what goes down is as Tokiyami protects them, he says, he goes, "You alright, Dark Shadow?" He goes, "Yeah." "Hey, I'm not phased by it." He goes, "You shouldn't be. Tokiyami's your vessel. So as long as Tokiyami stays in the dark, you're sweet." And Shadow goes, "Alright, got this." He picks up the ground and starts to throw pillars at people. And what goes down, as this happens, Midnight pretty much calls it. And everyone that passes the original canon passes the same. And so, as everyone goes to their lunch break and goes to get ready for the next battle, what happens is Endeavor talks to Izuku again, and he goes, "Hey, Deku." Izuku looks back at him and goes, "Endeavor." And he goes, "Thank you for allowing Shoto to use his fire. I know you talked to him." And Izuku goes, "Just know, I didn't do this for you. If I knew what happened with Shoto's life before I talked to you, yeah, you wouldn't have got the praise that you did. But I should look at it from an actual standpoint as well. The world was in a harsh position, and I got to understand as well that you yourself were walking up a mountain to become number 1. And it is not a joke that you've actually arrested and taken down more criminals than anyone else, but your problem is collateral damage and your ego." And Endeavor's looked at Deku, and Deku goes, "I'm not mean to pry. I have respect for heroes, regardless of what they..." And he stops and he goes, "Nope. I have respect for heroes that do their best, and despite your ego and what you are, you do your best." And Izuku walks away and he goes, "As much as I hate to say this, but eventually I think I'll have a gift for you, Endeavor." Endeavor looks at Deku and goes, "A gift?" And he goes, and he walks out and he goes, "I'm gonna destroy your son in this battle, but I'm gonna do it in a good way. You don't mind me using your quirk, do you?" Izuku bursts into flames. Endeavor smiles. "Yeah, kid. I want to see what you can do with my flames." Izuku goes, "Oh, I can do so much more." Boom, he bursts into actual blue flames around the entire body. And Endeavor looks at him and goes, "You don't realize this, but if you didn't have your temperature weakness, you can engulf your body in flames and actually just fly naturally, instead of just making actual jets the heat temperature from your body will allow you to float in the air. Endeavor looks at Deku like, ugh, I see. You're a real professional, kid. He goes, yeah, blame that on Principal Nezu. Izuku walks away. Thank you, but not thank you. I'll make your son work. Endeavor goes, I'm looking forward to that, kid. Thank you. Izuku walks out with a big smile. Endeavor walks away with a big smile. Almost like, haven't seen a smile on your face in a long time, Endeavor. And he goes, well, number one, your kid right there, yeah, he's amazing. And he goes, yeah, tell me about it. Nice to pick him. Nice to actually see someone be able to. And what happens is All Might goes, it's alright, you don't need to worry, I understand. And he goes, my Shoto's going to give him a go, yes? All Might goes, I hope so. If I believe Nezu, he's going to make this thing difficult for me. And Endeavor realizes, you're on that chopping block. He goes, yeah. They kind of have a funny moment because, as I said, Izuku, despite him being the most powerful person there, gave Endeavor hope, pride, and gave him like a sense of cool. And seeing Shoto Todoroki use his fire and Izuku praising him and being angry at the same time about it and not judging him at the same time, yeah, Endeavor's got a great respect for Deku, and this is going to change in the long run for him, guarantee you right now. But what goes down is, when it comes to the next matches, Izuku versus Shoto Todoroki, Shinzo. This is going to be interesting because Izuku walks in and he stands there and Shinzo walks in and he looks at Deku and Deku goes, are you ready for this fight? And Shinzo goes, yeah, I am. And Izuku goes, just note that this is not going to be a fight that you can win. Your Quirk doesn't work on me, remember that, right? And Shinzo looks at him and says, ugh. But thinking this is a training regimen, Izuku rips his entire t-shirt off because he was sick of just pulling it off. Everyone's looking at Deku like, wow, like, what's the name of the girls, everyone like that. Even a lot of the men were like, man, that's manly, I wish I had a body like that. But they look at Deku and Deku walks over and he starts to use his creation ability. And he pulls something out of his chest and he chucks it at Shinzo. Shinzo's like, what's this? And he goes, you're technically going to lose this fight and I'm going to make you lose this fight instantly by lifting Shinzo out and pushing him out and making him land. And Shinzo's like, ugh. However, that thing there should help you control your Quirk to control people's minds much more subtly. And he goes, what do you mean? Izuku flies over, he goes, I'm excited actually, I've been thinking about this whole time. Izuku grabs it, because he copied Mei Hatsume's Quirk and he has creation, he can create anything and look at it really, really nerdy and have high respect and super intelligence. Yeah, Deku's above everything now. He doesn't realize though that all his Quirks are now 5 times stronger than they should be, thanks to All Might's 1-for-all Quirk exploding all the other Quirks. So all 2,000 Quirks he has are just stupidly, ridiculously overpowered, okay? Yeah. But anyway, Izuku goes over and he gives him the plan on how to use it, and he goes, do you know if you turn this dial here, you can speak and no one can hear you, right? And when they speak, they don't even know you're speaking. But if any person that speaks around you, besides me, will be taken control of. And Shinzo's like, but how? And he goes, everyone can hear a dog whistle technically, we just don't hear it due to the fact that its frequency is vibrating in the air at a different level. And he's like, oh, I see. But because our ears are still vibrating despite not hearing nothing, you're still able to control people. And he goes, with the dog whistle? And he goes, pretty much. And Shinzo goes, I'm so thankful. Thank you, Deku. He goes, not to worry. I know you want to be a part of the hero team, and I understand just from your perspective on how you view your Quirk, that people think you're a villain, right? And he goes, yeah, you're not a villain. To be honest, I'm kind of scared that thanks to what I just given you, you're going to put me out of a job. And Shinzo smiles and goes, thank you, Deku, I appreciate that. And he goes, see you in the hero course, huh? They both shake hands. Everyone's like, even though it was super anticlimactic, everyone heard exactly what Deku stated, and they're like, everyone clapping their hand like, this guy's the man. Now everyone else's fight's going to go the same, except for Shoto, Todoroki, and Deku. Now this fight's going to be quick, okay? Izuku walks in, and he tells Todoroki, go at me with everything you got. Izuku explodes into Endeavor's fire. I want you to take all your hatred that you have for your father on me. And Todoroki's shocked, he's like, ugh. And he goes, not to worry, I can handle it. I know you can handle it too. So don't be a pussy, and don't be a Lusuki, and hurry up. Right away, as Midnight States begin, Todoroki ignites his flames and his ice, and he chucks it at Deku as everything he can at one time. And Izuku smiles and goes, well, that's not what I was trying to mean, but it was cool that he did that. Izuku instantly waves his hand across the entire stage, wiping out all of the ice and absorbing all the fire into himself. And Todoroki's like, how did you? And he goes, cool thing about your dad's Quirk, if he didn't have his weakness on his Quirk, he'll be able to absorb fire as well. and Izuku blasts himself into full, like a Human Torch style. He like flame on, and he flies up in the air. Also a cool thing about your father's quirk. If he didn't have his weakness, he'll be able to do this easily. Now, one thing I'm gonna do is your quirk. Izuku blows out fire right around Todoroki. Todoroki tries to use the ice, but Izuku turns the fire into blue fire and mounts the ice and he wraps it, and then Izuku takes the heat away from the inside. And Todoroki's like, "Oh wait, I should be burning." He goes, "No, not really." Izuku's making a fire tornado around him, and he goes, "What I'm doing is pretty much controlling the flames and making sure that there's no heat within." And he goes, "Huh?" I go, "That's part of your quirk. Something that you need to do." And Todoroki goes, "Oh," and Izuku goes, "Oh, guess what?" Izuku puts his hand back, and the fire that's spinning around him compresses into a giant blue fist of flames, and he goes, "Oh no!" Boom! Izuku punches Todoroki right out of the stadium. Todoroki hits the wall like, "Ugh!" Izuku goes, "You can also do that. Flame constructs, okay? Just need to work on yourself." Izuku disrupts the flame, and he goes back down. And Endeavor's like, "Yeah, Shoto! Yeah, Deku!" Everyone's like, "That's Endeavor?" And what happens is everyone just erupts on how cool that was, you know? Despite Shoto Todoroki barely doing anything, Deku just showed the possibilities on what Endeavor can do and Todoroki can do. And Todoroki gets up, and then they both shake each other's hand and walk out. And this is when it eventually comes to the final fight. And I'm going to skip everyone else's fight all the way to Bakugo vs Deku. And from when they both enter the ring, and they both look at each other, this is when we end this one off, guys. I hope you guys like this. Please like and subscribe, leave a comment down below, and yeah. Now, I hope you guys are looking forward to my next upcoming what-ifs. They'll be coming out soon. I just need to get my internet back on. So if you guys get this video soon, you guys understand that my internet's off right now. But anyway, guys, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. Quick recap. What ended up going down is Izuku helped Tokiyami gain better control of Dark Shadow. He also helped Mei Hatsume. He told Uraraki that he'll give her a gift. He actually told 1A and that he'll give them a gift in the future. What goes down is after that, before his battle with Todoroki, Endeavor and Izuku talk, and Izuku kind of briefly scolded Endeavor, at the same time gave him absolute praise because he is a cool hero and respect is where respect is due. And he showed Endeavor the extent on what he could do if he had something that Deku would give to him in the future. And now with the battle with Todoroki and Deku, Deku then showed both Endeavor and Todoroki what they can do with their abilities. And after Izuku beat Todoroki, Bakugo and Deku are about to walk on the stage and battle. And from there, let our story begin. As Izuku is walking up into the battle for Bakugo, he's like, Kachan does not want me to use his quirk. And not only that, I think my quirk's at the fritz. I no longer feel the full stockpile. I feel all my quirk has sustainment now. It's that 1-for-all ability. That's what did it. That's what made all my quirks stronger. Thank you, All Might. Thank you, all the vestiges within that 1-for-all. I'll make sure. And as Izuku was walking, he's like, "Huh, you guys had an idea." Smacks his head. "I just had an idea." And before President Michael was about to announce, "Now for the final round, Bakugo Katsuki vs Midoriya." Before he said that, Izuku puts his head through a portal and goes, "Hey, President Mike!" And he goes, "Oh, kid! Oh, Deku, it's I forget you can open warp portal." Aizawa was like, "What do you want, problem child?" And Izuku opens a portal by Aizawa with his hands, not his head, and he goes, "Can you announce these names, please? I think it'd be funny, and it'll make it boost up Kachan, please." Aizawa grabs it and goes, "You really want to piss him off, don't you, kid?" And he goes, "Yeah, I do." And he goes, Here, President Mike, you do this, eh?" And he goes, "Oh, what?" And he sees the name and goes, "How would this piss him off?" And he goes, "That's the name he's not allowed to use." And he goes, "Well, give it a go then." And then he goes, "You're gonna get me in trouble, aren't you, problem child?" Izuku goes, "I have no idea what you mean, Sensei." Before he pulls his head out, he goes, "Oh, before I go, you should, I recommend you should train Shinzo. Very powerful quirk he has, and you're the perfect person to teach him. But anyway, I don't know. Thank you, Aizawa Sensei. Bye-bye." Comes out, and Aizawa's like, "Ugh, that problem child's gonna make me work. Soon he's gonna be my boss." President Mike goes, Is that a bad thing?" He goes, No, not really. At the same time, yes." And he's like, "I see. Well, let's get to the tournament anyway. Now, introducing to you the two finalists. From this side, the exploding murder god himself, Dynamite!" Pucker goes like, "Hey, they said my name!" He exploded and jumps out. "Ha ha!" Hits the disc. And Midnight's like, "Who told you to say that name?" And President Mike says, "Shh." He's not saying nothing. And she looks back at Bakugo, and Bakugo goes, "Ha ha! I am recognized." Everyone's like, "Yeah!" And on this side, coming against the exploding murder god himself. And Bakugo looks, and Izuku walks out, mists appearing around Izuku, lightning also appears around Izuku. He's using his quirks in tandem. And as Izuku walks out, everyone's like, whoa, can you see that? And as Izuku walks out, Bakugo's like, he had to do this fancy, didn't he? And Izuku's like, and he goes, wow, what a flashy entrance. Well, anyway, as we all know, the super copy hero himself, Deku! Izuku flies up and he goes, hey, and everyone's just so happy, so excited. Bakugo goes, hey, Deku! And he goes, yeah? Thank you for getting him to say my name, by the way. Izuku goes, hey, not to worry, I actually wanted to fuel you up and get you angry, but I see it doesn't work. So Izuku did a little bit of a heat wave and hits Bakugo, and Bakugo goes, what are you doing? And he realizes Izuku's making Bakugo sweat to produce the nitroglycerin he needs to fight. And he goes, haha, I like this Deku. I want to give you my everything, okay? And Deku goes, hey, not to worry, this time I won't erase your Quirk. Hey, Cementos, Sensei, and he goes, yeah? You won't need to worry about making walls. I have the walls covered. And he goes, sit down, have a break. And he goes, oh, okay, kid. I'm already sitting down, but all right. Everyone's watching. Endeavor's smiling. Everyone's all smiling. They find it really interesting. And Izuku stands there, and what goes down is President Mike goes, and begin. Bakugo runs in. And he does, howitzer explosion. Throws it at Deku. Deku doesn't even move. He tanks the entire hit. Bakugo goes, he instantly goes down. No, that's not enough. AP shot. AP cannon! He does 3 AP shots in the AP cannon, and Izuku still doesn't move from the massive smokes emitting from Izuku's body. And Bakugo goes, I'm not done! Flies up straight in the air, he starts to fly around, everyone's like, whoa, what's this? And he goes, this is my move I did for you, Deku! This is my everything! This would be easier if I had my gauntlets, but... damn! Bakugo immediately starts to rub his sweat down his body, his upper body. In doing so, Bakugo flies up in the air and he flies down and he goes, Super Kamikaze! Dynamite Eruption! And as he hits Izuku, the glycerin on his hands, all the way up his body, ignites and does a massive, like a nuclear explosion bomb right at Deku. And what happens, Cementos tries to get up out of instinct to try to block the entire attack, but what happens, the attack gets hit by a visible wall. Everyone's like, whoa! They don't feel the pressure nor the attack, they just feel the heat. They're like, what the? Bakugo hits the ground. He's puffing now. Both his arms are injured. His face is slightly burning. All his upper body clothes are gone. Bakugo's like, so what do you think about that, Deku? Deku walks out the mist and he goes, that was incredible, Kachan. I can't believe you even did that. Kamikaze, what is that? Kamikaze dynamite explosion? That was genius. Bakugo smiles before collapsing. Izuku uses his ability to catch Bakugo and heals him. Bakugo goes, what are you doing? And he goes, I know I won. And you knew I won too. But that was great, Kachan. I must say, you already took me off guard there. I can only imagine what will happen when you have shock absorption. Bakugo looks at Izuku, and Izuku taps his shoulder and goes, thank you, Kachan. And he goes, yeah, don't mention it. Izuku goes, hey, Shadow. Shadow comes out, yeah, Deku? Throw him out of the ring, please. Bakugo goes, hey, wait, no, Shadow, I'll go willing. Shadow goes, nah. Deku said throw you out, so I must. Boom, and throws Bakugo out of the arena, well, out of the ring, you know, he hits the wall. Bakugo goes, damn Shadow, but Deku falls over. Everyone's like speechless. All the League of Villains that are watching, all the Shiha Saikai, all of the Meta Liberational Armies are scared when they just saw that. Bakugo did an explosion was so massive that Izuku just looked at it as it was nothing. All for One is grinning, his mouth is literally drooling over the fact that he needs to take Deku's power, and he's got a plan, okay? And so, back at the tournament, All Might comes down and he goes, I am here to give you guys all the awards. And Bakugo goes, yeah. Endeavor comes down too, and Shoto Todoroki sees him, and what goes down is, he goes, my son Shoto, you did absolutely amazing. He goes down to his son, I'll never be able to fix the things between you and I, but if you want, I can help you learn how to use your fire properly. When you want to. He puts Todoroki just bows his head to his father, not giving a damn about his anger, nothing at all. He puts the medal over Todoroki's third place. Tokiyami's third. Sorry, my bad. It is Shoto Todoroki that's gonna get third, not Tokiyami. Okay, sorry guys, unfortunately. And what goes down is he goes to Baku. All Might goes to Baku and goes, that last attack was crazy. You banked on the idea that Deku could heal you, which is pretty cool, and I like the fact that you have an attack that you're willing to sacrifice yourself for others. And Deku goes, yeah, that's exactly why I developed it. In his head, he goes, no, I banked on the idea for Deku to heal me. And both Endeavor and All Might walk to Izuku. All Might appreciates Endeavor being there, you know, he feels this difference from him. And Deku goes, wow, it's quite cool having number 1 and number 2 here. And they both smile, towering over Deku, and Deku goes, you know, I feel a little bit small. He starts to grow above both of them, and they all start to look at him and goes, ah, that feels better. And All Might goes, how the hell am I going to put this around your neck, idiot? And Izuku goes, oh, right. He shrinks down, and Endeavor goes, don't worry, there, kid, you'll be big soon. And Izuku goes, yeah, nah, I won't be, my mom's short. And so as they give the medal and the situation's over, everyone celebrates, and they all go back, you know, go back to do their own thing. What goes down is everyone really changed from Deku's experience. Everyone full on changed. And so the next day they all get to school. Everyone wants to see Midoriya. Everyone wants to hang out with him, talk to him, you know. Class 1B love him. The only person that don't love him is Monoma. But Izuku's got something for that, in a good way. And so what goes down, when Aizawa comes in, he goes, hey, problem childs. Today you guys got to have your work studies. Or not work studies. I think it's work studies. If I'm wrong, let me know, okay, guys? And what goes down is these are guys, all your guys, internships, I mean. And it shows all the internships, and he goes, of course, copy hero Izuku Midoriya. Don't even need to tell you. You got pretty much everything. And Izuku looks at it and goes, whoa. And Todoroki goes, psst, bear in mind, half of those are from my dad's recommendations. And Izuku's like, shut up, okay? There's a mine. But they all start to laugh because they all feel this weight off their shoulders, you know? They feel the fact that thanks to Deku, they've never felt this safe but open and free. And so when everyone gets their situations, they all begin to head up. And Izuku goes, hey guys, before you guys go, I just want to tell you guys something. I've been working on something for a while, and thanks to All Might, I believe I have a way to transfer some of my abilities to you. But I don't want to do it right now, okay, because I'm working on another ability, a mutational kind of quirk I do. And they go, mutation? Izuku goes, well, I can do icy hot, but you don't realize that I can turn that icy hot into a water mutation. And he goes, you can mutate our quirks? And he goes, yeah, pretty much, but I have no actual true control of it yet. I need to, it's like my quirk, I can copy the quirks, I can master them, stockpile them to the max, but I can't dominate the quirks fully. I don't have that type of control yet. And they understand, they actually take it in. And he goes, but when I do though, I got some quirks I want to copy for all of you. Because I got something for all of you that will benefit you guys in a manner that will suit every situation. And so I'm not just the number 1 absolute hero, you know, blah blah blah. And they look at Deku, and Deku goes, I want to get rid. He goes, when I become the main hero, I want to get rid of this idea of number 1 hero, and work towards one centralized hero base where all heroes are equal, regardless of if they're rescue or support heroes or normal heroes. They look at Deku, and Deku smiles, and then what happens is All Might rushes into the room and goes, I am here in an awkward position! And Izuku looks back and goes, All Might. And he goes, yes, Midoriya, I'm here. But I have 2 people that would like to meet you, if you don't mind. And Izuku's like, oh, okay. Aizawa Sensei goes, yeah, you can go, problem child. I don't even know why you're here. You should have got your provisional license when I first met you. And Izuku goes, yeah, I know, Sensei. He goes, here, go. You're a teacher anyway here, pretty much. Izuku smiles. As he walks out, he sees a person in yellow standing right there on a chair, and he sees another fighter in a nicely dressed coat, clothes, everything like that, with glasses, with lanky ass fingers. And Izuku goes, whoa, and sees him and goes, jet and precognition. Izuku copies the power, and when he copies the power, it feels weird to him, because Izuku keeps it off. He's like, no, I need to practice this. I can't just jump into it like normal. And Izuku walks over. He goes, yeah, Midoriya, I would like you to meet my sidekick, my old sidekick anyway. And what happens is, before All Might speaks, he walks up to Izuku and leans over, and his eyes turn gold. And when he looks at Izuku, he's like, oh, astounding. I can see why you wanted him to be your successor, All Might. I know. And he goes, my name is Night-Eye, kid. What's yours? And Izuku goes, my name is the hero Deku. And he goes, that's the one, kid. He shakes Izuku Midoriya's hand, and as they shake his hand, both Izuku's eyes go gold. All Might sees this, and even the old man, and because Night-Eye only has one gold eye where he sees one possible future, Izuku's body, he has both his eyes going. And what happens, this is the problem that goes down. with both his eyes going down, he's not only seeing possible futures, all possible futures, and anything like that. He sees a split tear in reality, but he doesn't know about it right now. He just sees it, okay? Well, what happens is, as Izuku's looking, he starts to cry. And Naida's like, are you okay? And Izuku grabs his head and he's like, I have to do that? And everything starts to crack around Izuku, almost like Midoriya. Everyone's like, Izuku starts to glow green, and he starts to feel pain, like he begins to actually fall and cry. He grabs his gut. He's like, no, I just can't. I can't do that. Izuku's voice starts to echo out, breaking everything around him. All Might grabs Night Eye and Grand Tyranno jumps out of the way. But what happens is Izuku unintentionally used President Mike's ability and destroyed all the corridor. Everyone sees this. All Might goes, everyone get out of here now! Everyone evacuates UA class, and Izuku's like, but how? Why do I do that? Why? Izuku starts to cry really bad. Lightning starts to appear over the school. When everyone managed to get away safely, but when they look up, all of UA starts to break apart. President Mike was like, what's going on? Is that a villain? All Might goes, no, that's Deku. And what happens, as they're looking at Izuku's like, he's like, no, screaming loud, I will not do that. And Izuku looks up and goes, I am going to kill you, Chisaki. Boom, massive shockwave goes everywhere, breaks everything. Everything starts to spin around like a hurricane around Izuku. And as Izuku realizes, what? Izuku comes back down and he looks down and he sees the destruction he's causing. Izuku's like, oh. And he realizes that he was trapped looking at all the futures, but all the futures showed him one bad thing, and it just broke his heart. That in the vision he saw, he grabbed a girl, and he knew that something was wrong. But this wasn't the future he come from. This was another future. This was the future that should have happened. The future when Deku was quirkless. See, Izuku started to see different type of futures, and he unintentionally connected to his quirkless self that inherited One for All. And because how that happened is because the situation that Night Eye said to All Might. And so Izuku's just floating down and like, that's not me, that's not this future. What the hell did I just see? Izuku waved his hand and he started repairing everything, but he keeps in his mind, I'm gonna destroy you, Overhaul. I'm going to. Izuku's lightning comes out of his hand. He never knew that he could generate so much lightning. But as Izuku's left hand is repairing everything and Izuku starts to land, all the teachers rush over to him. Aizawa tried to use his erasure quick, but it didn't work. And All Might goes, Midoriya, you alright? Izuku, like shaking Izuku, he's just frozen in a stupor. And what happens is Nezuko walks over to him and goes, come to my office, young Midoriya. I would like to discuss something with you. Izuku just looks at Nezuko. Nezuko jumps on Izuku's shoulder and he goes, if you wouldn't mind, open the portal, please. All you teachers stay here, and everyone else, you guys just stay for the rally point. I would like to talk to Midoriya by myself, if you will. And they all understand. He goes, Aizawa, All Might, you guys can take drills for the kids and do something with them. And they're like, oh yeah, Nezu, yeah, sure. Everyone's just shocked what they just saw. Like, Aizawa walks over to All Might and he goes, you're absolutely right. You made the right decision to bring that kid. But what happened? And this is when Night goes, he copied my quirk. I believed he saw a future that he couldn't understand nor grasp. And All Might goes, not the fact that he didn't understand. He said a name. And what's it called? Chisaki. And his eyes opened wide. And he looks and goes, you heard that? And goes, yeah, I did. He said the name of a person you're investigating right now, right? And he goes, yeah, Overhaul, the leader of Yakuza. But why would he say that? What could have affected him so much for him to allow his powers to go chaotic like that? And so back with Nezu. Nezu goes, sits down and pours a cup of tea, and he pulls out a better version of chess. You might well, you know. And he goes, have a game with me, young man. And Izuku's blank, but he's drinking tea and moving the pieces. And he goes, you saw something you didn't like, right? And he moves a piece and nods his head, and he goes, a future that was meant to happen? And he goes, I see. What did you see, Midoriya? Midoriya looks up with his eyes crying. His eyes are green, flashing between red and gold, like he's so emotional right now. And he goes, in the future I saw, I was quirkless. All Might made me his successor. And basically, the future I saw, there was this young girl named Eri. she was being used to make Quirk canceling bullets, and she's been tortured, ripped apart. And Izuku crushes the thing in his hand, and the whole building starts to shake a little bit. Everyone starts to feel like that, what's happening, and All Might's feeling really worried. And so he already called Inko, so she was already on her way. And because All Might and Inko, are slowly but surely becoming a thing, nah, they're a thing. They're just trying their best to keep it from Deku, but he's not an idiot, But what goes down is Nezu goes, so it has to do with this young girl Eri, I see. And Izuku goes, it's better if I show you. Izuku touches Nezu's head. Nezu's the only one that can comprehend everything that Izuku showed him because he has the brain power to. Nezu hits the couch and looks at Izuku, and he goes, Izuku Midoriya, I'm going to go see the Hero Association and I'm going to ask for you to get your full hero license. I still want you to work here and gain your experience with them, but I give you permission. I would like you to bring this girl Eri to me and bring down the entire overhaul's operation. And Izuku goes, really? He goes, really? You have my backing, and I guarantee right now the entire faculty of UA will help you out as well. And Izuku's like, alright. Thank you, Nezu. Izuku still has tears in his eyes, and he goes, thank you, Midoriya, for showing me that. That was wonderful to see a future. And to be honest, you looked good in that future as well. #1 material regardless. And Izuku goes, yeah, I see that, but I think that comes from my right eye. And he goes, why? Because my left eye can see possible futures, my right eye sees what should have happened. And he goes, huh. And if I combine them, I see something, this white tear, and I see multiple mirrors, I'm unsure. And he goes, multiple mirrors. Maybe there's a different universes, different type of what ifs you're seeing. And so Izuku goes, oh, okay, I get you. And he goes, are you calm now? He goes, yeah, I'm calm. I'm calm now, thank you, Principal Nizu. And he goes, good. I'll call you tomorrow. You come back in, and we'll go from there, okay? I would like you to head up with what's it called, Night Eye, though, if you don't mind. And as this is going down, Ida's brother has been attacked by Stain, and Ida's already gone. And Uraraka plans to tell Deku when he finishes. And so as Deku rushes out, Uraraka tells Izuku upon Ida, and Izuku's worried. And from there, I'm going to end the story, guys. I hope you guys like this. Please like and subscribe and leave a comment down below. But this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. So quick recap, what happened previously is Deku destroyed the entire tournament where everyone pretty much just lost to him. And what went down is after they were getting their nominations to do their internships, what ended up going down is Izuku accidentally copied Night Eye's abilities, and because of him already copied All Might's abilities, it pushed his future abilities to the point where Izuku didn't not only to see different multiple futures, but he saw a future that was meant to happen where he let a little girl named Eri go, and from there Izuku couldn't control himself. Now where I technically left off, Izuku had just finished talking to Principal Nezu, and as he's about to head home, our story shall commence. As Izuku leaves the school, what ends up going down, his mum comes to the school. Because Izuku can make a portal, after Uraraka explained everything about Ida, Izuku went through a portal and went home and went to sit down to process his thinking. And just one recap, guys, I know I said Izuku had gold eyes when he copied Night Eye's abilities, but I actually got all the colours wrong. Night Eye's eye colours were gold and his ability was purple. Okay, his eyes go purple, so just for the story, Izuku's eyes go purple, okay? Both of them. So let's continue. So as Izuku's home, he's just looking at the roof. As he looks at the roof, he can't stop but thinking about Eri, thinking about all the pain she's going through and what he can do. And as he waits, he goes to sleep, just thinking about her. And back at the school, Nezu and the teachers talk about what they need to do, and not only that, they bring up the dire consequences if they miss Deku as a hero, and it makes them think, is there other powerful beings like Izuku Midoriya out there? If not, then they have hit the jackpot. Luckily, really, this kid scared everyone, even All Might. All Might knows for a fact that he will not do nothing to this kid. And so, what goes down is, as Izuku wakes up the next day, he is greeted by his mum, of course, and Izuku's like, oh, hey mum. He goes, what's up? And she goes, I would like to talk to you, if you don't mind, Izuku. And he goes, yeah mum, all good. And Izuku goes down, he sits at the table and begins to talk to his mum. And as Izuku sees a loaf of bread, he goes, hey mum, before we start, look what I can do. He touches the loaf of bread and copies, what's her name? Momo's ability to creation. However, Izuku has the ability to upgrade it to a point where he can manipulate certain things. So he turns this bread into this mean as meal right in front of Inko, and she's like, is this real? And he goes, yeah, this is all real. And she's just shocked that Izuku ate it, and she goes, can you do this anytime you want? And he goes, pretty much. And she goes, what can't you do? And Izuku goes, I don't know yet, Mom. But anyway, tell me what you want to know. Well, tell me what you're going to say, please. And Enko goes, if you already... And Izuku stops her. And Izuku goes, it's better to hear from you instead of you expecting me to know. Of course I'm going to know. But I have more respect if you tell me at least anyway. And Enko outright states, me and Toshinori have been seeing each other for a while now, and it's just only fair that to tell you that me and All Might are fully together. And Izuku's like, took you long enough. Don't worry, I already knew, and you don't need my blessing. If all fairness, All Might does anything to you, I'll be the worst person in his life. There's no way on earth he'll be able to get away from me. No hero or villain can help him. Enko smiles, knowing that her son is serious and knowing that, well, in a happy way, yeah, she believes him. And so what goes down is, as Izuku and Enko enjoy their meal, what goes down is Izuku gets a phone call from the UA. Enko tells Izuku to just calm down, and if Nezu speaks about it, just reflect, okay, don't allow your emotions to overwhelm yourself. It's like, it's alright, Mom. I kind of went past it, stayed up all night looking at it, don't worry. As Izuku walks through a portal, he ends up in Nezu's room, and this is when he meets the Hero Commissioner. They talk about a plan to take down Overhaul, but just for the time being, they want Izuku just to brave the school, just to stay at school for now, do the internship, do the thing for now, while they do their job and make sure they have the right amount of evidence to destroy Jisaki and allow Deku his provisional license fully. And Izuku's fine with it, but he asks, can he still do hero work since he's going to get his license? The provisional license person and Principal Nezu look at each other, and Nezu explains that he has my quirk, so he's able to see these type of patterns. And the provisional officer person states, well, yeah, you gain your license. And so when Izuku gets his license, he understands the rules that he has to stay at the school for the next 2 years, but it doesn't matter, he can still do hero work. And so what goes down is Izuku talks to Nezu, and Nezu goes, but anyway, hey Izuku, where do you want to go to do your training? Izuku goes, well, I thought about a lot of places, however, I know one place that would need me a lot, and to be honest, I would like to help them. And he goes, let me guess, is it to do with Endeavor? And Izuku goes, yeah, I would like to help Todoroki and his father. It'll be perfect, you know. And Nezu goes, whatever you say, kid, just do your best, right? And Izuku goes, sweet. And so as Izuku leaves, what goes down is Principal Nezu and the teacher and the Hero Commissioner talk a little bit more, and Izuku heads out, and what goes down is he talks to Endeavor and tells him he would like to join his hero course or hero internship, and he's happy. Endeavor's quite happy to hear that. And what happens, Todoroki goes, who's that? And he goes, Deku, who wants to join our internship. Deku Todoroki's like, oh, great, that'd be a good idea. And what goes down is, when do we expect them? Izuku walks through a portal, and Endeavor goes, well, apparently now. And Izuku's like, yo. And Endeavor smiles and goes, you don't cease to amaze me, kid. And Izuku goes, yeah, no. And they walk over and they kind of smile. People kind of fan out on Izuku because where he teleported well right in front of Endeavor out in public, but because Izuku's allowed to do that, it doesn't matter. It doesn't faze him. They can't tell him or arrest him because he's got his license. And so Izuku, Todoroki and Endeavor go around. Izuku continues to advise Todoroki to push his power more, to use his fire more, and use his ice at the same time. So as he's going across on his ice, to slide around, use his fire to jet him across and melt the ice at the same time behind him, so it leaves no trace and people can just go past, have the normal day. And this works, it allows Todoroki to move really fast up buildings and across areas really quickly, and this makes Endeavor happy. Endeavor himself, Izuku just states for now, just continue regulating. And Endeavor goes, remember that promise you had, kid? What kind of promise did you have in mind? And Izuku goes, well, as I told you, I can regulate my quirk. I can give you guys the ability to handle your quirks without the weaknesses. However, I don't have the ability to dominate my quirk yet. I can't explain to you, but there's a certain amount of control I need to put upon it. It's for me to be able to transfer it within your bodies without you guys rejecting it. And Endeavor stops, he goes, I get you, kid, I really do. Todoroki goes, I see. But what kind of gift are you going to give us? Deku goes, well, I have a temperature regulation quirk, and technically I can copy and paste it, but because it's only attuned to my body and my energy levels, in a sense, it'll blow you guys up if I gave it to you. And Deva's eyes opened, and they're like, whoa, okay. And Izuku goes, just for now, allow me to still fine-tune how I utilize my quirk. I know there's a quirk out there that could possibly help me do it. I read it from All Might's mind, and I saw a possible future of it. Which... yes, and Endeavor's like, I see. Well then, kid, I look forward to that gift you give me. And Izuku, sweet as Endeavor, on your lead. And so as they do the internship, Nada is still going through everything to make sure he wants to get everything from Deku. He's seen the beautiful future that Izuku brings, and he's gonna do his damnedest. Mario's doing everything he can to help everyone. Every hero association around the area doing their best to save to work their way to save this little girl, and the person that's gonna save her is Midoriya. They all know it. He's the only one that can do it without any casualties, easy as. And when it comes to heroes, the faith that they have on All Might is nothing compared to what they have to Izuku. It's completely different. The scale is different. And so what goes down is, as Izuku is, with Endeavor, the days go by, and Todoroki gets really, really good at using his ice and fire ability to the point where he's able to merge both of them together and do a massive iceberg that looks like ice and feels like ice from the outside, but if you're trapped within, the ice is actually boiling, burning hot, but still keeping its structure, meaning Todoroki learned how to turn his ice into a gigantic iceberg fireball, whatever. And then if he does it the opposite way, where he combines his ice with the fire, in the sense when he shoots his fire, instead of it being just fire itself, it's ice itself in mid-air, but given the reflection of fire. So Todoroki learned how to blend it perfectly through these 4 days. Endeavor himself continued to learn how to regulate, and Izuku keep helping him through regulating his temperature while exerting more and more force. At first Endeavor goes, "This is what I normally do every day." But Endeavor didn't realize that Izuku was putting a lot of strain on Endeavor's Quirk by building up Endeavor's resistance, by increasing Endeavor's energy using his energy transferring Quirk, and pushing Endeavor's physical abilities with the same enhancement as well, to the point where Endeavor's fire starts to become much more better, much more stronger. When he stops the car, it won't burn the car no more, and Endeavor can pull the heat back, much like pyrokinesis, but if he condenses his flames within his body, it increases his strength. Endeavor feels it too. Even if he was condensed enough, it will be able to heal minor injuries. And Endeavor sees this, and Izuku said, "I told you there's more to your Quirk. You just need to learn how to utilize it. Break past your limiter and keep going." Endeavor smiles. He don't care if he's being schooled by the kid. This kid can destroy him easily as, like, with his own Quirk. It's no competition, and so he respects the kid. Izuku's just there. Endeavor believes just to train him, and he kind of gets that. And so when they go to Hosu City, this is where things relatively changed. They do a mission. Endeavor just smiles and gives Todoroki his temporary provisional license, so he doesn't need to ask for what's it called, permission, and he'll be able to help people on the fly, but within the time period of the license date. Izuku Midoriya has his hero license, and so what goes down is, as the situation in Hosu begins, Endeavor sees fire everywhere, and he sees all these large creatures, and Izuku goes, "Wow, I feel all these quirks. If I didn't go through it the first time, I would have felt mega sick right now." Todoroki goes, "Are you alright?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'm alright. I can see them really clearly." And he goes, "What should we do?" And Endeavor looks at them. Endeavor goes, "Todoroki," he goes, "Shoto, you stay with me. Midoriya, you go out, take out all the fires, and if you can, save as much people as you can." Izuku's like, "Right, Endeavor, let's go, Shoto." Endeavor rockets off. Todoroki immediately uses his ice sled and speeds off with Endeavor, keeping up with a max speed. Izuku immediately flies up in the air and puts his head, and he begins to spit out lots of clones, and they go around all the city, catching all the Nomu in the air and smashing them down using Kamu Wood's abilities. Everyone using all the abilities massively. And this is when Izuku uses some of his clones to use Dark Shadow or Shadow, and Shadow's monstrous. No Nomu can stand up against them, but because Izuku has the more powerful mind over Shadow, Shadow will not go crazy. But Shadow was powerful as, imagine 10 clones with those Shadows. Yeah, they're going around taking out multiple Nomu. What goes down is Izuku is using Uraraka's Quirk to lift up massive boulders and telekinesis to make buildings move to save people's lives. And everyone's watching this, everyone's recording this. Manuel's like, "Wow, Izuku has clones everywhere," and Endeavor's taking out Nomu left, right, but all he sees is Izuku just overtake him using multiple clones, taking the Nomu out, knocking them out entirely, fixing up all the buildings using his creation ability. Everything. Izuku is just surprising Endeavor entirely. He just can't believe it. He's like, "This is pointless." Endeavor kind of smiles. He goes, "Well, how am I going to be on top when I have to follow a kid like this?" It kind of makes Endeavor smile. And Todoroki sees this, and for the first time, Todoroki actually sees Endeavor's plight. Because when Todoroki looks at Izuku, it's just, there's no way anyone can catch up to him. He knows that. And this is exactly how Endeavor feels about All Might. And so, what goes down is, Endeavor smiles, seeing it, and then Izuku has a sense, danger sense go off. One of his clones sees Stain, the hero killer, about to attack, the other hero, the Native American hero. And what goes down is, as he's about to, Tenya Ida is about to, rush up and kick him, but Izuku appears catching Ida's leg, and what happens is he catches Stain and throws Stain right into the wall. Ida's like, Deku, what are you? And he flicks him in the head, and he's like, damn, what did you do that for? And what happens is Deku's like, you're an idiot. I sense your intent. I read your mind when I come here. Stay there. And he's like, but he did this. He goes, I'll heal your brother's back when I'm done. You should have called me. And what happens is Ida's like, and Izuku's, I'm your class president. Come on. I was worried, but I did have bad things, and I'm sorry that I wasn't there for you, Ida. But this is stupid what you're doing. As this goes down, Stain rushes to go cut Izuku's head, but the sword breaks on Izuku's head entirely. And he's like, what the? You are? And then Stain sees it. He's like, you're the ultimate. Stain starts to breathe. Actual fear goes through Stain. At first, his blood just built up, just to see Midoriya, and he just felt absolute fear. He was happy though, because he got to see the greatest hero of all time right in front of him. All Might was monstrous, but it's entirely different. Izuku doesn't need to even take on top villains to show how mighty he is. Just as an example, his power, just who he is, gives to Stain the notion that he's in the presence of a god. Stain trembles and drops down to his knees. He's like, my role was to get rid of all the fake heroes, but I see now. And he drops to his legs like and what happens is, but that was just a ploy. He grabbed a knife, jumps at Midoriya and goes, I see that I will not lose. And Izuku's like, you had so much doubt in me. Izuku puts his hand up, Stain's floating in midair. And Izuku goes, I could really hurt you, but you won't learn. You really won't. Izuku closes his hand and Stain gets wrapped with telekinesis energy. And Izuku goes, He immediately grabs a wire out of his body using creation. He wraps it around Stain, ties it up tight, and Izuku drops him and goes, there you go. Stain's like, let me go. And he's like, I need to kill all these fake heroes. And Izuku goes, who are you to decide who's fake and who's not? Izuku picks him up. A hero is who puts their lives on the line to help others. Yeah, idiot Ida tried to attack you out of revenge, but he still put his life out on the line to help protect Native, regardless. And he's like, gah. And Izuku looks at Stain and he goes, and his eyes turn red, and he goes, let's see what you got in your mind. Izuku touches Stain's head and goes through Stain's mind, and he goes, interesting. And Stain's like, it's looking at Izuku, and Izuku goes, so you make people feel your fear by licking blood, right? And Stain's like, Izuku takes a little bit of Stain's blood and licks it, and Stain's like, and instantly Stain gets put to sleep immediately. Bear in mind, Izuku's version is 5 times more powerful than Stain's, pushed to its max. Okay, he copied it and is pushed to the max thanks to All Might's stockpiling Quirk, overexerting all the quirks that Izuku has. And as Izuku holds him, he looks over to Ida. He puts his hand over Ida and heals him, and he heals Native. They both stand up and look at Deku, and Ida's like, Midoriya. Izuku smacks him in the head. You stupid. You should have texted me. Let's go, idiot. And Ida's just putting his head down. I'm sorry. And he goes, but did you say you can? Izuku goes, of course I can heal your brother. I healed All Might. I can heal your brother easy as. And as Izuku's walking out, Endeavor walks over and he goes, Deku. And he goes, you caught the hero killer Stain. Why am I not surprised? And he goes, are you the real one or the clone? And Izuku goes, I'm just the clone. And he goes, what? And he goes, how strong are you clones to the real one? And he goes, well, we're the same strength. And Endeavor's like, okay. And he's like, am I talking to the real one? He goes, yeah, we all share the same mind. I can see through all the eyes. It's like I have a single consciousness. Endeavor's like, no kidding. No kidding at all. And as the police come, they see Hero Deku and they go, thank you, Hero Deku, for what you've done. Izuku throws Stain down. Stain tries to give a speech and show his blood loss, but Izuku instantly knocks him out again. Just tells him, shut up. And Stain just shuts up. Everyone that watched the footage, even the ones that like Darby and them all, they want to join, they still join out of necessity. The bigger difference, they didn't join out of the idea that Stain wants to get rid of all the fake heroes. No, they joined out of necessity due to the fact that they just saw Izuku take out all the Nomus and Hosu, take out the hero killer like it is nothing. And so they all joined by necessity. Now what happens is that if all of it finishes and everyone goes back to school, After they go back to school, Izuku is thanked by Endeavor. He tells Deku, like, he goes, he appreciates everything he's done for him. And Izuku goes, it's alright. I can just tell you that you've grown at least twice your normal strength before I came. And Endeavor's like, what? And he goes, yeah, you're twice as strong that you were. Only due to the fact that you kind of listen to me and push yourself unintentionally. Endeavor smiles and he goes, are you building my body up to handle the quirk you're going to give me? And Izuku goes, yeah, I'm trying to do so just in case I can't dominate the quirk and I have to copy the quirk into you in a different way. Endeavor goes, I understand. Thank you, Midoriya. And Izuku goes, oh my god, Deku, call me Deku. Walks away and he goes, sorry Deku. And he smiles. And what happens, he goes, Deku? And he goes, yeah, could you open the portal up for me? And he goes, oh, alright, opens the portal up. What goes down is Endeavor says goodbye to Todoroki, and Todoroki smiles. He goes, yeah, see you, father. Endeavor smiles, like just yeah, he feels a difference. And as Izuku and Todoroki come in, this is where everyone all changes. Everyone sees each other, and Izuku sees Kirishima and Zero just laughing their asses off at Bakugo seeing his hair, and Izuku sees it and he laughs, and everyone laughs with him, like they all kind of giggle at it. And what happens is Aizawa comes in and goes, hey, problem childs. And Izuku says, oh, Aizawa sensei, and he goes, now is the final part of the guys' test. You guys will be doing a written test, and then you guys will be going against the teachers, okay? Any of you guys that fail this won't come to camp. You understand? And Izuku and I'm like, yes, sweet as. And Aizawa goes, Midoriya, come to the front of the class, lead everyone, please. And Izuku's like, Deku, sensei. Izuku just walks and goes, well, welcome, guys. Well, as you heard sensei say, blah blah blah, and they will explain, and everyone begins to do the written test. And after the written test is done, everyone goes off to find their teachers and who they're going to be challenging. Well, and Izuku explains it that they're going to be challenging teachers, not the robots. He's not vague like Aizawa or Nezu. He tells them exactly what they're going to be doing. And then Izuku goes, damn. And they're like, what? I'm fighting All Might and all the teachers by myself. And they're like, looking at Midoriya, and Izuku's like, man, they need more heroes. Everyone laughs, absolutely, until they realize Izuku Midoriya is absolutely serious. And what happens is, before Uraraka and Aoyama go on to challenge 13, Izuku walks over to Uraraka and taps her head, and she smiles. She goes, hi Deku, and Deku leans over. He goes, hi Uraraka, and he taps his head on hers, and she becomes really red. And Izuku smiles and he goes, well, would you like to, before the situation goes on, would you like to go out on a date tonight? Uraraka blushes massively, and all the girls are like chiming in like, whoa. And Kirishima's like, man, he's a man. And Uraraka's like, yeah, Deku. And Izuku smiles like, cool, good luck in your fight then. And Izuku goes to Aoyama and smiles. Aoyama smiles to Deku. And as they go to head out to fight 13, this is where it is. What if, guys? I hope you guys like this. Please like and subscribe, leave your comments down below, and yeah. I'll continue on this What If until I finish it. Bear in mind that I'll be doing these guys one at a time now, not like 3 times a day, due to the fact that I'll be recording my 1-hour videos, okay guys? So yeah, but this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. Brief recap on where we last left off. Izuku did an internship with Endeavor, and instead of like just going there to do some learning, he actually did more teaching than anything, and pushing Endeavor twice his power level, and pushing Todoroki to the point where his ice and his fire is just on a whole nother level. And not only that, what ends up going down is Izuku saved all of Hosu from not only the Nomus, but Stain and Ida from getting his revenge, and particularly Ida for being seriously hurt. Now, when I technically left the story off, Izuku has just gone to Uraraka and asked her on a date before Uraraka goes to fight 13. And so from my story, guys, let our story begin. Now, after Uraraka agrees to Izuku's date, she goes off really nervous, but Izuku just tells her, you got this. She smiles at Izuku, and what goes down is, just like in canon, but unlike Aoyama saying, because do you like Midoriya, or are you thinking about him? Izuku has made it very clear that he likes her, and she's made it clear that she's liked him in a manner, so that doesn't make her nervous, it makes her smile. And she's more confident to the point where she actually goes at 13 and uses her anti-gravity quirk and 13's gravity quirk, or black hole quirk, to work against her by jumping in and decreasing her gravity, jumping around, which would have thrown her off, and she could re-increase her gravity again and jump on 13, take her down using her techniques. yeah, Aoyama can use a laser to take her out too, so that works. Like they take down 13, and everyone's fight goes relative. Shoto Todoroki's fight is way more different to Aizawa, thanks to the fact that Izuku has pushed his fire ice quirk. Like, Aizawa has to really get away now, because the ice is not just cold, the ice is burning hot, even though it's constructed like ice, and the fire is not burning hot, it's actually frozen cold. So when you get hit by that fire, you're getting frozen. Like, even though it looks like fire, it's like an ice flame, and the ice is like a bloody giant boiling hard ice. Like, it's really dangerous. Todoroki has become something entirely now, guys. He still has drawbacks, but thanks to Izuku, he's working through them. And Aizawa really gets scared when he starts to see the different combination of ice. It's not just ice anymore, not just fire. Aizawa's like, I see, because Todoroki used his flames to freeze Aizawa's scarf in place, and if through his flames, Aizawa was able to dodge it, but the ice from the flames froze his entire area, and thanks to that, Momo was able to smack Aizawa in the head, making Aizawa close his eyes, because it really hurt by the bow staff. And then Todoroki jumped up, put handcuffs on him, they won. And what goes down is Bakugo, he just fights someone else, you know, probably Cementos, because he's a bomb, and Cementos can take on Todoroki's explosions. Long story short, Bakugo does really great, okay? And it goes to Midoriya's one. This is when everyone's so surprised at how this is going to go. Nezu's in a giant 0-point robot, and their 0-point robot has a 3-pointer, which Nezu's technically inside, but not really, because he's actually remote controlling it from his office, but it's just the idea of Nezu's giving. And all the other heroes scatter across the city Gamma. Izuku walks in, almost like, now, to be fair, Midoriya, I'm just going to state, and Izuku's like, oh my gosh, did you just call me Midoriya? And Izuku goes, we're out in the field, All Might. What's my hero name? All Might. Looks like Izuku's like, oh, I mean Deku, and Izuku's like, and Izuku goes, oh yeah, by the way, I know all the rules because I'm not stupid, so don't weigh any of your guys' weights, because it's going to hurt you guys more than anything. And they all smile. Vegeking's like, oh, wow. All the teachers are like really kind of like nervous. Izuku goes to All Might, he goes, you're going to be the last one I know I'm going to be fighting. So just stay put, please, All Might, because I got some things I want to talk to you about. So, Principal Nezu, when do we begin? And Nezu goes, on you, kid. Izuku goes, alright. He instantly falls into the shadows, and he disappears. They're like, what the? Izuku immediately makes tendrils grow out of the shadows, Blackwood, and wraps around people. Wraps around Midnight, grabs Snipe, all of them. And Snipe manages to get through and he shoots a bullet at Izuku. Izuku grabs a rock and throws a stone as fast as the bullet, knocking the bullet away. And as Snipe begins to do his mean-ass volley of bullets to Izuku, Izuku's running up the building, jumping around, throwing stones at all the bullets that Snipe's doing it at him, until Izuku does a double spin, throws a stone so fast that it goes through both Snipe's guns, destroying them. And Snipe's like, what the? This kid has such a boom. Snipe gets hit by a stone in his head, knocking him out, because Izuku threw it with such force that it knocked him out. And what goes down is, as they see Snipe fall, Midnight's trying to pull herself out, but Izuku uses a black whip to pull her down into the shadow again. And she's like, how is he doing it? Izuku's head pops out of the ground. Oh, I'm just another clone. Hi. Izuku goes back under the ground, and Midnight's like, wow, what the? And as everyone's trying to fight, Cementos is trying to attack Izuku, but Izuku instantly stomps on the ground, doing a counter attack against him. And then Izuku throws Ice right at Cementos, destroying the concrete, knocking him back. And then Izuku instantly forms an ice pillar around him, keeping him off the ground so he doesn't touch no concrete. And Cementos is out, and Izuku takes everyone out until he leaves a certain amount of people. Aizawa, Principal Nezu, and All Might. Almost like stand there, and Aizawa goes, what the hell are you doing, All Might? We need your help. We can't just take this kid on by ourselves. All Might goes, then if I was to join, he would have taken you guys out all much more harder. Haven't you not noticed, Aizawa? He goes, I definitely know what this kid is doing, but it still means you just made the odds harder. And Nezu's like, don't worry, there must be a reason. And Nezu comes down with a 0-pointer, and Izuku instantly disappears like a big blur and obliterates the entire 0-pointer like it was nothing. Izuku goes, I know you're not in there, Principal Nezu. I use my ability to sense you out. You're in the office, right? And he smiles, yes, of course, I'm just having tea. And Izuku goes, how predictable. And Nezu smiles, and what happens is the 0-pointer gets destroyed. Aizawa tries to cancel Izuku's quirk, but what ends up going down, Izuku's like, nice try, Sensei. But he uses a cloud ability, and he grabs Aizawa. He's like, what the hell? And looks at Izuku, how are you able to use this quirk? And Izuku's like, oh, I will tell you later, but first Izuku closes the cloud ability around Aizawa and throws him away like it's nothing, and he wraps him up in what's it called, a quirk cancelling bullet. Quirk cancelling bullet, the Quirk cancelling cuff. So all the teachers are restrained, and then Izuku lands right by All Might. All Might's like, I didn't like the fact that I had to let the teachers fight by themselves, but there must be a reason why you told me to wait, right? And Izuku's like, yeah, this is just a way for me to explain to you. My mom told me that you guys are actually full on dating now, and I wouldn't be surprised if you guys get married soon and move into your own house. All the teachers and everyone understands this now. They're like, oh, Izuku held off the fight for this. And he's just like, whoa, we need to watch this. He puts it on super ultra HD, 1080p, bloody 4K, everything. He puts on the biggest screen ever. Everyone's like, oh no, All Might's gonna get it. They're all looking at All Might, almost like kind of nervous. The moment Izuku says this and goes, well, I approve, of course, but I just want everyone to know there's an actual difference between you and I. Oh, by the way, All Might, I figured out how to heal you. I realize that your body can take this quirk because I have your quirk and me and you are pretty much the same. I can pass this quirk onto you. Well, not much passes it onto you, but copy and paste it. Almost like, what? And just to come here, you're the only one that can handle me transferring the quirk like this for now. And Izuku touches All Might's side, and he goes, what are you doing this, kid? And Izuku goes, I want to beat you at your strongest, and then some. And he goes, what are you doing? I'm copying the Nomu's abilities into your body. Almost like, what? And I'm connecting it to your stockpile. Almost like, what are you saying? You're not going to get the super strength that the Nomu have, but you're going to get the shock absorption and the hyper regeneration. It will be able to re-heal the full injury and take you back to full power, right? Almost a shocked. And Izuku goes, well, here you go. All Might screams in absolute agony. Aizawa goes, why is he helping All Might like that? Why is he help us out, you know? And Nezu goes, because our bodies can't take it, and All Might has a stockpiling quirk, so his body is able to handle this transfer. Incredible. I see. That's what young Midoriya is trying to do. Work out a way to copy his quirks into other people, so they can be super like him. Nice going, Toshinori. Everyone smiles, they now understand. And Aizawa goes, is it okay for him to make All Might strong? Wouldn't he be stronger than the kid? And what goes down is, Aizawa smiles, nah, I have no faith in All Might. Izuku's gonna destroy him, no matter what. And he sits down, they all kind of laugh because they absolutely believe it. And so as everyone sits down to watch, All Might starts to breathe heavily and stands up. He's like, hey, I feel good. You feel good, right? Yeah, boom. Izuku punches All Might straight in the face, sends him flying right through multiple buildings. All Might's like, damn, kid. And All Might's like, wow, that was really painful, but I didn't feel it as much. Izuku goes, makes sense. Punches All Might right through the ground because your stockpiling quirk amplifies it enough to be able to take it. Almost like, what? Izuku punches All Might straight into the ground, destroying half the city. Everyone's like, whoa, what the hell? And All Might gets up, he goes, why did you do that? And he goes, I need a strong sparring partner, you know? Me and you have the same exact quirk when it comes to stockpiling. Meaning, your strength, plus shock absorption, plus hyper regeneration means absolute fun with me. All Might smiles, he goes, I see, kid. Well, let's go then. Izuku goes, yeah. And as they begin to fight, everyone starts to realize that Izuku amped up All Might to a point where he's not as strong as him, but strong enough to push Izuku beyond his normal limits because Izuku's kind of bored how strong he is compared to everyone. And as All Might and Izuku begin to fight, they destroy the entire city. Everyone's like, what the hell? All Might's starting to falter though, despite all being at 100% and then some, having shock absorption and hyper regeneration. All Might's starting to get taxed out by Izuku's overwhelming strength. And everyone knew that. And All Might goes, he goes, wow, I thank you so much, kid. And Izuku just lands right in front of him and he goes, kinda guessed you wouldn't be out of breath. And Izuku goes, nah, I can do this all day. You know, I don't get tired. And All Might smiles, yeah, you're a freaking nature, kid. And Izuku goes, good. Well, I'm very happy to say that you're worth my mother's time. And this was just a test to see if you can actually hold up and to protect my mother. Yes, you're the number one hero. You were the number one hero. And All Might looks at Izuku. Looks at All Might and goes, but she's my mother, you know. I have to make sure, regardless of you being my absolute hero. And All Might smiles at Izuku. And Izuku goes, and this is also to show that even if you tried your best, you're never going to win a fight against me. So, you know, All Might gets that threat immediately. All the teachers understand exactly that Izuku just had to talk. All Might smiles and he goes, yeah, kid, you and your mother, you're going to get the hell out of that apartment and live with me, alright? And Izuku goes, yeah, I know. Mum, I kind of figured it out. And All Might smiles. Your mum told you, right? And he goes, yeah. They kind of laugh and walk away. All the students are like, whoa, All Might's going to be his new dad? What the hell? And Bakugo goes, whoa, that's pretty cool. And Inko. Uncle All Might, and Bakugo smiles. But it is like that. It's kind of funny. And so after the situation, after all this goes down, Tenya Ida goes to see Izuku and goes, "Hey, Midoriya, about what you said upon staying." Izuku chops Ida in the head and goes, "Yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry." And Izuku goes, "You stupid idiot. Text me, man." And he's like, "I'm sorry. But what you said about healing my brother," and he goes, "Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. Don't worry. I'll go do it now. Hey, I don't need to worry. I'm a hero." And Izuku walks through and appears into the hospital, and the doctor's like, "What the?" And Tenya Ida's brother sees him, and Izuku goes, "Ida, come on." Ida comes through, and it's like, "Oh," and Izuku goes, "Don't worry." And Ida's brother sees him and goes, "Oh, Ida, what are you doing here?" And he goes, "My friend Deku." And he tries to get up to thank Midoriya, but to say hello, cordials, because Izuku's a new hero. Izuku puts his hands on his chest. He goes, "Not to worry, your pain will be over soon." Izuku closes his eyes and he focuses and sees the damage that Stain causes on his back and his body. And Izuku's like, not that hard actually. In fact, it's really easy. Izuku instantly heals Ida's brother, and Ida's brother starts to feel his back break into place. At first, he feels immense pain. And then instantly, as he's feeling the pain disappears. He's like, "Huh?" He stands up. "What the? I'm fully healed." And Izuku goes, "Yes, I'm guessing you're fully healed. That's what I come here for." And he kind of smiles and he hugs Izuku, and Ida hugs Izuku as well. And Izuku goes, "Yeah, this is pretty awkward. I'm just gonna state, guys, I have a date with Uraraka." And they're all like, oh, sorry, Deku." And Izuku like, yeah, smiles. Tenya Ida's brother and Genim goes, "Midoriya." And Izuku goes, "Deku, my name's Deku. Why does people call me by my last name?" Izuku kind of taps his head. He goes, he understands, but he's like, "Come on, Deku, I'm the hero Deku. Call me Midoriya or Izuku at home or somewhere where you're cordial, not as a hero." And they all understand slowly but surely. And as Izuku bows to Ida's brother, and Genim goes, "You'll always be a part of this family, Deku, no matter what. We're always here for you." Izuku smiles and he goes, You're all good." And Izuku walks away and goes, "Well, Ida, do you want to stay back here with your brother? I'll give you some time and you text me and I'll open a portal to bring you back if you want." Ida goes, "You really would?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'll vouch for you. Don't worry." And he goes, "Thank you, Midoriya." And Izuku taps Ida on her head, "Deku!" And Izuku walks away, and what happens is Ida's like, he's not nice. It kind of makes him laugh. And then Izuku goes back and he sees Uraraka. Uraraka's kind of like nervous, and she states, "Oh, I got some, I'll meet you later on tonight." And Izuku's like, "Sweet as." And as Izuku goes home, his home is empty, and Izuku's like, "What the hell?" And Izuku gets a call and he goes, "Mom, where the hell are you?" And Inka goes, "One, what's your tone? And two, we live here." And Izuku goes, "We live in that apartment now." Izuku walks through a portal by the front door. He knocks on the door and his mum opens the door and she goes, "Why don't you just teleport inside?" And he goes, "I just wanted to walk through the threshold, Mum." As he walks through, he goes, "Wow, this house is amazing." All Might comes through and he goes, "Hey, kiddo." And he taps Izuku on the shoulder. He goes, "Hey, All Might, how does it feel being back on your game?" And he goes, "Good." "Good." And he goes, "Yeah, well, you still..." And he goes, "Looks like I'm not going to retire anytime soon." And Izuku goes, "Oh, you need to retire soon?" Almost, "Huh?" And he goes, "Come on, you will need to retire soon. You're very powerful and all, but..." And what happens is it goes, "Actually, it'll be kind of pointless for you to retire due to what I just did." And All Might goes, "Yeah, you just like gave me a new spring in my step." And Izuku goes, "Oh, I gave him more than that. Trust me." And All Might kind of smiles. And so what goes down is, as Izuku enjoys, just gets home and gets ready. What happens is All Might gives Izuku a card. He goes, "Here, kid, use my credit card." And Izuku goes, "No, I got my own money. Remember, I'm my own hero. Thanks to me saving Hosu, I'm a millionaire already, pretty much." All Might kind of laughs, and so does Enko. And Izuku goes, "Oh, but I can do this too." And Izuku creates a massive gold slab and drops it on the table and creates multiple and real diamonds. And Izuku goes, "I can do that, of course, to get rich, but I don't. Do what you want, Mom." And he goes like, "Yeah, okay, my son, I love you." And she goes, "Where are you going?" And almost like, "He's got a date." And she kind of giggles and hugs Izuku. And Izuku's like, "Come on, Mom." And he leaves. He's really nervous. He's trying to hide his nervousness. And when Izuku appears right in front of Uraraka's house, he knocks on the door and she comes out. And Izuku smiles. She blushes. They both blushes. The parents buzz out that the superhero known as Deku is right in front of them. Like, whoa, this guy is just All Might level crazy. And so what goes down is Izuku is known as the hero of Hosu, the multi-hero. So as Izuku bows to them, him and Uraraka, he opens a portal to a fine restaurant, and he takes Uraraka there, and they have the meanest time in their lives, meanest time. She smiles and she goes, "I'll pay you back when I can." And Izuku goes, No, you won't. I have my own money now. I'm a hero now. Right now, as we speak, my clone's out there taking out villains as we speak. And she's like, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah." He smiles. "So I can still do hero work and spend a lot of time with you." And he goes, "Oh, I'm not just here for that too." Izuku does kiss Uraraka on the cheek, and she blushes hard. But I'm knowing that. But Izuku goes, "How would you like that I invest in your father's company?" And she's like, "But why?" And he goes, "Well, I've got the money. Your father's had this construction company, and he could use it, you know." And she goes, "That would." And she at first she's nervous, but Izuku says, "Don't worry." And she smiles. "Why are you doing that?" And Izuku goes, "Well, I like you. In fact, I've got so much emotions towards you that I'm really nervous to say." He's shaking. She's blushing. And Izuku goes, "I want you to be my girlfriend, Uraraka, and by extension, my future partner, properly." And she blushes and she accepts, and as she's about to fly away again, Izuku keeps her there and brings her close. She hugs him and she kisses him, and they do whatever. After that, she goes home. She tells her father the proposition, and he told him that he'll talk about it after they finish the camping trip, and so they're fine with it. And so what goes down is when they come to the camping area or get into the onto the bus, all of 1A have passed the tests, all of them. And what goes down, as they go to the camping ground area, they meet the wild pussycats, and Izuku copies all their quirks immediately, and he finds them really interesting, especially the one that allows them to pretty much find people and track them, and the telepathy. And as Izuku sees this, he goes, let me guess, should we just jump off now? What happens is, as I was like, you know, kid, pointing us right, and Izuku said, "Yeah. Everyone, let's go." Izuku uses Mandalay's ability to warp the ground, or whoever's ability to warp the earth, and everyone falls off. Izuku makes clouds under every single one of them, and what happens is Aizawa completely forgot that Izuku can use Shirakumo's abilities, which doesn't make sense to him. But Izuku makes clouds, catches all the 1A, and then was like, "Thanks, Deku," and they're alright. And as they go through, Izuku goes, "I read all their minds, so I know how this is going to go. Monsters are going to attack us, so we need to work as a pincer unit. Todoroki, Bakugo." And they go, "Yeah." And Bakugo goes, "Dynamite, idiot." And he goes, "Sorry." And he goes, "Dynamite, you guys take front. Take out all the creatures in the front. Ida, make sure you keep up the ring. Keep everyone together. Hiroshima, all you guys together, right?" They're like, "Right." Izuku, "Let's go. We'll move as a team." And as they're going through, they're like, Jiro's like, "Why don't you open the portal?" And Kaminari says the same thing. Izuku goes, "I would like to, but then it wouldn't help, you know?" And they're like, "Oh, yeah, that's true." And as these creatures come right away, Bakugo and Todoroki destroy them. They annihilate them, and they make it there pretty fast. Instead of making it in 2 hours, they make it there within an hour, easy as. And they're not as puffed out as possible as they normally would, because they interchange on people's quirks and people's abilities. And Deku picked up the slack where they couldn't make it. And so when they got set up, everything was fast as, and everyone got ready to eat food early as and get ready. And until it came to the next day. Izuku met Koda, and Koda didn't punch Izuku because Koda knows about Izuku and how scary he can be, possibly. And so what happens is Koda just stayed away, and so when it came to the next day of training, the Wild Pussycats looked at Izuku and they go, "So we hear that you're pretty much a teacher at the school and actual pro hero. So hero Deku," and they go, "Yeah. Can we actually get your help to utilize your abilities to train other kids using your quirk?" And Izuku's like, yeah, I understand. Izuku makes a clone for every single one of them to have the same quirk as them, or the opposites. Like, for instance, he's got a quirk against Bakugo to make him a water quirk, you know, like manuals. Like Todoroki, a quirk that overexerts Todoroki's ability to overexert his temperature, you know, weaken him out. And so on and so forth. Uraraka, like telekinesis, all that stuff. And so as they all begin to train, they train crazy for the next 2 days. And when it comes to the third day, this is when 1B comes in, and the Veil King's like, "Okay, I'm not going to break you guys down, but just to show you how different you guys is 1A. Everyone starts to realize Tokuyami's Dark Shadow is humongous. He's huge now. Izuku made it so that Tokuyami's cloak absorbs 100% light. He looks like he's completely pitch dark in the day. And Dark Shadow's a monster, really powerful, making a nearly unbreakable armor over him. And not only that, Todoroki and them all smile. Bakugo is really powerful. Everyone's above their games. Even what's it called? Mineta, he's above his games. And what Class 1B is like, "Oh, wow. We have to go against that." And then they see that Izuku's trading them more. And they're like, because they have him. And Veil King goes, "You think because they have him that you guys are not going to be strong? they're not the only one that's going to have him. Izuku appears as another clone. He goes, so 1B. Hey, Vlad King goes, hey, Hero Deku. They're here for you there, kid. And Izuku goes, great. Hello, 1B. So I'm your teacher for the next holidays. You're at the Wild Wild Where and you're using the Wild Wild Pussycats facility to train, okay? Thanks to the incident. And so the dorms can be done. Everyone's like, oh, okay. And he goes, I hope you guys are looking forward to the training because I am all your guys' weaknesses. And so from there, guys, let our story end. Now, please like and subscribe if you guys want to for me to continue this. I am going to continue this, okay? And from there, guys, I'll be making my other videos soon, alright? Sorry about that. It's a lot's been happening with Christmas and New Year's. I'm over it. Now we're coming into the new year. Let's go. But as usual, guys, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. Quick recap on what happened, guys. Izuku pretty much whipped All Might in the test training area and whipped all the teachers like they were nothing. And what happened is he gave All Might the permission to be with his mother, even though he didn't need to. He just, did it. And that Izuku saved Ida's brother and amped up All Might. Now All Might's back to 100%, and now he has shock absorption and hyper regeneration now. What goes down also is Izuku is fully dating Uraraka. He plays himself fully for her, and he's going to help them. And not only that, where I last left off, they're actually at the training camp. Izuku's training 1A, and after on day 3, 1B has come, and Izuku's like, great, I'm here to train you guys. I'm going to be your guys' worst nightmare. And from there, guys, let our story continue. Izuku, for the next hour, begins to push 1A, and then what happens is 1B comes, Izuku makes more shadow clones, or more ectoplasmic clones. I'm just going to say shadow clones, okay? He makes more of them, and what goes down is he tells them all of them come with me, and he begins to train them all with their quirks, having the complete opposite. First training them with their quirks the first half of the day, so you're training them with the same quirk that they have, and then training them against the opposite of their quirks, the quirks that are their weaknesses, and puts them through certain scenarios to help them utilize the quirks. And Vlad King, Aizawa, the Wild Wild Pussycats, they're sitting down having margaritas. They're relaxing. Aizawa's like, wake me up when it's night time. They all laugh and they all agree because Izuku is confident, but they're not stupid. They're not protecting the kids. What ends up going down was All Might stayed in the city with Inko. With All Might in the city, what ended up going down is back with all the villains. This is when All For One finds out that All Might has not only got a partner now, but it's also the copy hero's mother herself, Inko Midoriya. And this makes All For One smile and goes, we have it. We have the weakness. We have the loophole. Thank you to that family. And spoiler alert, guys, if you guys don't watch the manga and you guys don't know this, then don't watch my videos from here on, because I'm going to do manga spoiler territory right now, okay? And what happens is Aoyama's parents, on the end of All For One's line, they agreed with all the plans, stating that All Might lost to Izuku Midoriya, thanks to Aoyama telling his parents, because Aoyama is the spy, the UA traitor. Okay, he tells his parents that Izuku defeated All Might, gave All Might power, and All Might's a little bit more stronger apparently, and not only that, Izuku's mum and All Might are together. And so All For One knows this, and so without hesitating, All For One starts to make his plans. He makes his plans hard and fast, All For One sees the pattern, sees everything that's going to go down. He knows what's going to happen. He's already got Tomura Shigaraki being pushed to evolutionary perfection to make sure he's ready for Izuku Midoriya. Make sure he's ready for that quirk that Izuku has, because he saw if All Might can handle Izuku's quirks, All For One can, or Shigaraki. And so what goes down is All For One is smiling. He already has his plan ready. He's going to send a force to deal with the kids in the forest, and he's going to send a force to deal with All Might. He goes, alright, see you, my old friend. I need your partner. I need that kid's quirk, and the only way I know I can get it from him is through her. And All For One smiles, and so he tells them that they're going to attack in the next 2 days. And so what goes down is, back at the training fields, everyone is super exhausted, and as they go to make them food, Izuku already has food ready. And Momo and them were like, thank you so much. All of them were like so happy. Class 1 and 1A and 1B, they become close. They all start to know the tier of Izuku. Monoma becomes really good with Izuku. Izuku starts to teach him how to utilize his quirk properly. He tells him that you pretty much store the quirks within you, you just don't know how to pull them out. You haven't evolved to that point yet, Monoma. And Monoma's just happy, Izuku's like just seeing him, and even Shinzo, Izuku helps him to the point, because Shinzo's there too, okay? And everyone's just completely broken, okay? Everyone becomes much more stronger because Izuku's training them on their strengths and weaknesses. And what happens is, this is day 4 by now, and what happens is the villain attack's going to happen the next day. What goes down is, as Izuku sees Koda again, Koda goes off, and Izuku goes again, another day he goes off. And what happens is, like, where you go? And he goes, I'm going to annoy Koda. I know he has a lot of pent-up emotion. I'm here to help him. And they're like, it's not a good idea. And Izuku goes, I know. But, I'm a hero. Heroes do this type of thing. Izuku appears by Koda on top of the mountain. And Koda's about to freak out, but he realizes that he really can't do nothing to the person that's stronger than All Might. He even knows that he can't even say Izuku's a stupid hero because he's top of the top. And he's a kid. And he just sits down and Izuku goes, I'm not going to lie to you. I know everything that happened to you. And he goes, what do you mean? You know nothing. Izuku goes, yeah, I actually do. I can read your mind. But my mind reading is completely different to your auntie's. Izuku walks over to her and he goes, thanks to my ability, I don't have to read your mind. I love your memory. I love your feeling. Izuku taps Koda on the head. And this is not good for you, this hatred, this anger. And he goes, your parents loved you. And they were the best heroes they can be. I remember them. They were awesome. Izuku rubs his head and Koda begins to cry. And Izuku goes, it's alright. All this bad hatred and negative emotion you have, I will take it upon myself. And I'll train you, okay? Just note you're not alone. And if you ever feel like you're alone, just note that you look at me then. You don't have a big brother? Well, I'm your big brother now. Koda begins to cry and look at Izuku. And this is the day before the muscular fight, okay? And Koda rushes to Izuku and cries, you know, all that burden of hatred and anger disappeared because Izuku took it away. Izuku wiped his tears and he goes, come on, okay? And Izuku goes, but before we go, should I make this place a little bit better for you? And Koda's like, what do you mean? He goes, well, this is lovely. But I can make you a little hideaway, you know, like a little place where you can come, like games and stuff like that. Koda's like, you really will? Really? And Izuku, yeah, well, what's a big brother for, you know? And Koda's like, oh, Izuku stomps the ground, and as he stomps the ground, a weird stream of energy goes into the cave, and a door appears, and windows appear out of the wall, but they're like reinforced. And as Koda goes in, it's just this mean-ass area for a kid, you know? There's everything. Izuku stocked the fridge because he understands how drinks work. He's just got the power now to just create anything he really wants to, and it will work because Izuku is just that strong, you know? He doesn't even need Overhaul's Quirk to exert his abilities over a wide range because only to the fact that Izuku has telekinesis, and he can merge his creation with telekinesis to recreate things that he touches instead of just exerting it from his body. And Izuku just realized that he's been doing it for a while and he doesn't know why he pulls things out of his body. It's just force of habit. And but anyway, Izuku makes Koda the coolest room ever and he's like, thank you, Deku. Thank you so much. He goes, it's alright, come on. And you can call me Izuku. And Koda smiles and Izuku goes, want to have a little fly? And goes, yeah, Deku. Izuku flies up and they begin to fly around the sky. And everyone sees that. They're like, whoa. And Mandalay and all of them are like, oh, that kid. He really did get to him, man. Izuku flies him around. And so when it comes to the next day, this is when Izuku goes, now today guys, we're going to not only be working on your super moves, but working on how to isolate your guys' powers to its strongest point at this present time. And so Izuku begins to press everyone even harder now. And by the time it comes to their test of courage, when it comes to 1B scaring them at nighttime, what happens is, yeah, everyone's too tired for that, but they do their best, you know, they actually enjoy themselves. The Wild Pussycat state that, nah, these kids actually did really well, especially if Deku tells them to relax. And so what goes down is Aizawa and them just have been enjoying themselves, you know. Aizawa's like, I got the coolest sleep ever. Flare King's like, I get paid great to just kick back and just enjoy this and watching Deku do this. But Deku don't care, it doesn't faze him that they're doing this because from his perspective, these guys have been doing great, you know, helping students. It's only fair. And because Izuku doesn't run out of energy and he has the mental capacity to do that, why not, you know? And so what happens is, as Izuku's helping everyone's smiling, Izuku senses something. And Aizawa goes, Deku, what's the matter? And he goes, there's something happening. Izuku stands up and he senses smoke coming closer because everyone wasn't spread out in the forest, the villains got to come a little bit closer. And thanks to, All For One using his abilities to mask their presence, what goes down is that they were pretty much right on top of them until Izuku saw the smoke come and he waved his hand blowing the smoke away. When blue fire came, immediately Todoroki jumped into action and throwing his fire ice right at Darby's blue flames, completely stopping the fire in general. The fire couldn't even melt the ice because the ice was as hot as the fire. That's the thing that messed with it. And what happens is when he saw that, Todoroki jumped right through as if nothing happened to him. And then Todoroki immediately chucked his flame at what's it called, Darby. Darby throws his blue flame at him, but what happens? He doesn't realize that the flame that is hitting it is being turned to ice. And Darby's like, "What the hell? When did you become that strong?" And he didn't realize that Bakugo was already over top of him. He goes, "You idiots! You should have been looking up top." He goes, "AP multi-minigun cannon." And he shoots multi AP shots right at Darby, and Darby tries to jump in and dodge. By this time, Spinner and them all appear. Compress sees Bakugo, and what goes down is Todoroki removes the giant ice, heated ice around, removes it entirely and throws it, blocking everyone around, doing a perfect Suku around everyone, making sure that no one can come near it. Everyone within is not going to be burnt or frozen. But everyone outside, if they touch the ice, they're going to burn and be hurt really badly, and it's still sharp like ice, so they stay away. Darby's like, "What the hell happened to that kid?" And what happens is Todoroki goes, "We've been attacked by villains again. Midoriya, what?" And Izuku goes, "Everyone, calm down, it's fine. Where's Koda?" And Izuku goes, "There he is." And he senses muscular and he goes, "That's what it is. Hey guys, just stay here." And he goes, Bakugo goes, "The hell with it, let us fight." And Izuku goes, looks at them, "Alright then, everyone, if that's the case, Aizawa Sensei, are you fine with it?" And they're like, "Yeah, sweet." And Izuku goes, "Well then, here. You guys go in 2 by 2, and if you guys can't handle it, I'll interfere." Izuku makes a clone for each 2 by 2 team, or 1A and 1B, and he merges them from different people from 1A to 1B, all of them merging their abilities together, and it works fine. Aizawa goes, "Wow, alright." And so pretty much a team of 3 where Izuku's actually the third wheel, but everyone goes out to fight the villains. Izuku appears right by Koda. And what goes down is Izuku's there. He goes, "You right, Koda?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'm just playing my game. What's up?" And what happens? Koda sees Muscular right behind Izuku, and he goes, "Deku, watch out!" Izuku turns back. Muscular's hand is about to hit Deku, but instantly Izuku smiles. Muscular's arms don't turn they demuscularize, I guess. They go back to normal. And as he punches Izuku's face, he breaks his hand completely on Izuku's face. And what happens is Koda's like, "What the?" Izuku's like, "Koda, don't come out, okay?" Izuku's like, "That's the guy." He goes, "I know he's the guy that killed your parents. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it, okay? I got him." Koda smiles. "Thanks, Deku." He goes to sit down and enjoy his game, not to worry about nothing at all. He gets to enjoy his life. Being a kid, playing games, enjoying all the stuff he has, And then Izuku goes, "So you're muscular, huh? What a quirk. To be honest, this is quite interesting. Muscle growth. This is pretty cool, actually." He goes, "You don't realize how powerful you could become if you compress your muscles into a denser, more constructed way. Like super compressed muscular, They're like, "What?" And Izuku goes, "Like the adamantine muscular." And if you don't know what I mean, the adamantine, watch Ragnarok, Gods vs. Humans, that series. What's it called? Where Zeus goes to a super compressed muscle state. That's what he can do, and he can become really, really strong and nearly indestructible muscular if he actually knew how to do it. But Izuku's like, "I'm not gonna let you do that, but I'll show you what your Quirk can do." Alright? Izuku instantly makes himself grow muscles, and he compresses it to a point where it's super compressed and looks super, super, super dense. And his muscular looks at it, and Izuku goes, "This is what you could have become if you didn't do what you do and use your muscles to the extent that you do it." He goes, "Why make it extend like yours, when you can compress it and put more upon it and compress it and still have the speed, the stamina, and the absolute acceleration with it?" And he goes, "What do you mean?" Izuku instantly goes to a position and jumps right at Muscular, punching him so hard that Muscular pretty much blacks out from the one punch. Izuku hits him into the wall, doing the biggest crater, and then Izuku doesn't stop. He instantly drags Muscular up through the mountain and throws him across. And in doing so, Izuku immediately puts his hands together and he goes, "This is for Koda." He opens his eyes fully, and just like Aoyama's naval lasers, Izuku does a real powerful one, hitting Muscular, sending him rocketing across. Izuku purposely aimed him towards where Darby and Compressor. Koda goes, "Are you okay?" And Izuku goes, he leaves the clone there and goes, "You're alright, I'll leave the clone here just in case." He goes, "Thanks, Deku. Do I need to worry?" And Izuku goes, "Nah, your auntie and them are fine. I told them not to worry. Even though they are pro heroes, of course, I told them I'm on the job, I'm a pro hero as well. And so, even though Aizawa hates it, yeah." And Koda's like, "Ah, I see. Don't worry, kid. I got you." And what happens when Izuku goes to rewatch everything, because he can see everyone's fights through his eyes. Everyone gets taken down. Darby can't even take on Todoroki. He can't. He just really can't. He's really pissed off. He goes, "What the hell happened to you? What did that bastard do to you?" And he goes, "What bastard? You mean my father?" And he goes, "Yeah, your father, alright?" And Izuku goes, "How interesting. You're Toya Todoroki." Darby stops and Todoroki stops, like, "What? Toya? No, my brother can't be." and he looks at him. He's like, can it? And what happens? Darby's like, how dare you to say that name? He's used a massive fire at Izuku. Izuku nullifies the fire immediately. Izuku puts his hand in the air and makes it rain massively. And everyone's like, what the? And what happens? He's like, this is not going to help. I can evaporate the... What the? Izuku's like, oh, I put Quirk cancelling... I put the ability to cancel your Quirk through the air. So everyone that I choose to cancel Quirk through the air is getting cancelled. Everyone that I know already, I can already sense they're not getting their Quirk cancelled even though the rain's hitting them. But everyone else that are making contact with the rain, their Quirk has been cancelled right now. And Darby's like, what the? And Izuku's like, whoa, you really are Toya Todoroki. He taps Toya's head and instantly reads all his mind. At first, Izuku sees all the evil that he's done, but he saw the life he grew up with. And he kind of stumbles back and he's like, and he's like, what did you do to me? And Izuku goes, I can't believe you went through that life. I now understand what happened to you, Todoroki, even clearer. But Endeavor's no longer that man. Toya. Endeavor, stop calling me that! I am not! Izuku goes, it's pointless trying to fight me. I've already stopped you from using your Quirk. Izuku goes down, but you shouldn't be looking like this. He's like, don't leave me! Izuku puts his hands on his chest and he heals all of Darby's injuries. Darby's like, but why? I'm a villain! He goes, you're a product of a failed system. That's what you are. You're a bad person that deserves to go through jail and all that stuff, but I want to change things when it comes to villains and heroes. I want to change society. It may not happen now, but in time, I will get my way in a good way. You have a useful Quirk, no matter what you think, and you even have the similar power to your little brother. You just need to learn how to utilize it. He's like, what? Just looking at Izuku, and as he looks down, his body's fully healed. All his skin's back to normal. He doesn't have those staples. His hair's gone back to white. And he's looking at Izuku. And Izuku goes, now it's time for you to go to sleep. Izuku instantly uses his ability to knock out Darby. And he takes out every single one of them. And what happens is Izuku congratulates every single one of everyone at 1A and 1B. He tells them how very proud he is as not only being a teacher to them but a friend. And he honestly, he's so happy with them. And what goes down is Izuku copies everyone's abilities, all the people from 1A, 1B, and all the supervillains that came. And Izuku's like, wow, this is really interesting. And what goes down is Izuku goes, if I just swap Todoroki's ability, his fire and ice resistance, and add it to Darby's and Endeavor's, actually, that would work. Izuku looks at himself, that's the easy way of doing it. Just swap and just mismatch certain things. Izuku thinks to himself, I know what I'm gonna do if I can't get there. But then Izuku realizes All for One has a Quirk that can take Quirks. Can he also dominate Quirks? Maybe that's the Quirk I'm waiting for. Maybe that's a Quirk I need. All for One's Quirk. And so as Izuku leaves, what happens? Izuku gets a phone call. And Izuku gets a phone call. It's Inko. He's like, it's Deku. And Izuku's like, Mom, why did you call me? And Izuku goes, Mom, why did you call? Boom! Izuku immediately into a portal, and half the building's destroyed. The fire, the city's on the area where Deku's mother is on fire. Inko is injured, but Izuku heals her. He goes, "Where All Might? He's fighting that thing, and all these people." And as Izuku looks over, he sees All Might fighting Gigantomachia and all these supervillains, and all these Nomus, and then All for One's there too. And Izuku's like, "What the hell? What's going on?" And Izuku goes, "It doesn't matter. Mom, stay here." He teleports his mom away to safety, and Izuku immediately opens a portal to all the heroes. What's it called? Endeavor, and them pass through, and they're like, "What's up, kid?" And they see it, and they're like, because they're already heading there already, getting the call. But when Izuku got the call a little bit later, because he was already dealing with the super villains there, Izuku's pissed off. He's really pissed off. He goes, "It's one thing to come after my class, one thing to come after my friends, all the teachers will get Midoriya." And lightning appears around his entire body. The sky starts to crackle in the air. Earth starts to shake around him. Izuku goes, "But they come after my mum." A teardrop drops out of Izuku's eye. And it goes, "Oh man, you guys don't know who you just pissed off." All the teachers feel this massive bloodlust. They go across the city. And what happens is, as All Might's jumping away from Gigantomachia and dodging All for One's attacks and blocking all the attacks that are destroying the city, they feel it. They feel this wave of energy. And Izuku just goes there. He doesn't care anymore. He instantly rushes. He appears by Gigantomachia. He turns massive like Mount Lady just to prove a point. And All Might's like, yes, All for One's like, Izuku, boom! Izuku punches Gigantomachia straight out the city. and he just punches them straight into the ocean, way away, knocking him out entirely. All for One sees this, Izuku instantly shrinks back down. He makes hundreds of versions of him. They go out, take out all the villains, and Izuku catches All Might. He goes, "You right, All Might?" And he goes, "Yeah, kid." And Izuku instantly copies All for One, and Izuku's like, "Huh?" And All for One, black lightning appears around Izuku's body. All for One's like, "How did you do that? I'm sure I mastered my quirk." And Izuku smiles. "I have it. I finally have it. The last piece of my quirk, the last piece of the puzzle." And Izuku smiles. He looks at All for One and he goes, "Thank you so much. I was right. It was your quirk. It was your quirk." Izuku is so excited. All for One's like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And Izuku goes, "All for One and One for All has merged within my body." All for One's just shocked. All your quirks, all those thousands of quirks that are within your body, I now have. All for One. All for One's scared. He starts to shake in fear. Shigaraki's not finished yet. And if Izuku gets there before Shigaraki's finished, he can't implement his plans. All for One goes, he goes, "I see you have to go all out." He tells the doctor, "Bring all of them. Every single high-end Nomu he has, every single military asset he has when it comes to villains appear right in front of All for One, right next to him." And as Izuku stands there, what ends up going down is All Might jumps right by Izuku, Endeavor lands by Izuku, all the pro heroes land right around Deku, and as they're standing there, Izuku's looking and goes, "Hey Endeavor," and Izuku goes, Endeavor's like, "Yeah, I have that gift for you, and all the heroes that I told you a long time ago I promised you I had." Every single pro hero looked at Izuku, and they're like, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, this idiot don't realize that, but the age of all villains ends today." And as they all look at All for One, and Izuku smiles. This is where I want to leave this off, guys. I hope you guys like this. Like and subscribe, leave your comments down below, and yeah, I hope you guys like where this is going. I think a couple more episodes left and the series is going to end, okay? And it'll connect to other series in the future if you guys get what I mean. But yeah, as usual, guys, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. So quick recap, guys. After Izuku pretty much worked his team to the bone, he pretty much made his team work together to help defeat the League of Villains, even though he didn't need help. And as it went down, his mother gave him a call to tell him that All Might's fighting all these villains where he is. And over a period, Izuku managed to come and he knocked out Gigantomachia. And as he confronted All for One and his army of Nomus, Izuku had all the top pro heroes behind him ready to confront him. And from there, guys, our story will begin. About half an hour before Izuku appeared in the city where All Might was fighting, All Might and Inko were enjoying themselves at night time, enjoying a dinner, until they felt a rumble. All Might's danger sense card activated, and what happened is a giant fist punched into the building. All Might was able to put Inko behind him and catch Gigantomachia's fist, and All Might managed to punch it away. And he tells Inko to get away, and All Might jumps up and kicks Gigantomachia's head right away. As this goes down, Inko begins to ring everyone, even Izuku. And she couldn't get Izuku right away, but she managed to get every other hero, and all pro heroes were rushing into the scene to try and help. But as this went down, All Might was fighting Gigantomachia, and as he was about to dominate him, All for One was there with his high-end Nomus to shoot in massive air cannons at All Might. And because All Might is back to 100%, if not more, with hyper regeneration and shock absorption, All Might's power is super more powerful, and All for One knows this, and he has to push it to a different level. As he makes his tendril and he warps all the areas around him, he pushes All Might to the point of when All Might remembers All for One back in the days when All for One was fighting Nana Shimura. And All Might knows that All for One's trying his best to distract or stop him for a prize, for a reason. There must be a reason. And as All Might's being pushed further away, he slowly but surely finds out that after Inko, they're trying to get to Inko, they're trying to split me and Inko up so they can get her, so they can get him. And so All Might for the next half an hour dominates, takes them all out, but All for One and Gigantomachia are the ones that proceed to come around. And All Might's doing his best to try to save everyone and fight everyone. Bear in mind, All Might has access to all the abilities of One for All. When I mean all the abilities, Black Whip, Smoke Screen, what's it called, Float, what's it called also, Fajin, Danger Sense, Black Whip, and of course Shock Absorption, all that. Hyper regeneration. And so All Might's on another level. He's just crazy. He's taking them all out, but even though he's taking them all out, there's so much high-end Nomus, so much Nomus that All Might's actually, despite having this massive power-up, it's kind of nervous. And as the half an hour goes in, All Might feels this massive wave of bloodlust, and he sees Izuku come out of nowhere, turn into the giant form and punching gigantic Maki out of the city. All Might breathes a sigh of relief as he comes around and he appears by All Might, and then when he copies All For One's ability, this is when All Might goes, ha, you lost before you lost the moment this kid arrived. And Izuku goes, don't worry, All Might, my mom is safe. And there's Izuku and them ready themselves, and all the pro heroes appear right next to him, and all the All For One villains appear. We'll go back to real time now, where I actually left off. Izuku stands there, and before everyone about to begin, Izuku goes, All For One, right? And he goes, yes. And Izuku goes, you have a cool quirk, especially all those other quirks behind you. And Izuku goes, it's because of you, I now can implement my plan. Thank you so much. You're not only going to be a stain in society's history, because you're the symbol of fear, but not only that, you're going to be the reason why the future I create is going to be bright, where there's no heroes, no villains, but there's metahumans. Everyone's like, what? Metahumans? Izuku goes, yeah. He goes, quirks have too much drawbacks, too much downsides. And he goes, it's kind of unfair that people have stronger quirks than the others, and it's unfair to the world, and I don't like that. And so I'm going to give everyone a baseline quirk. And almost like, whoa, and All For One's like, what kind of gibberish are you talking? And Izuku goes, oh, you won't be around to see it, you see. After I'm done with all of you, I'm going to take all your quirks you have, All For One. Thanks to you, I got your quirk, and I understand it. 100%. And he's like, what? And Izuku goes, yeah, I'm going to take your quirk. And not only that, I'm going to make you rot in jail for a long time. And All For One's just angry, eh? Everyone looks at Izuku, proclaim this, and Izuku goes, I am really grateful that you guys came to help me, but I don't need your guys' help. All the high-end Nomus are rushing at Izuku, and Izuku goes, sit down. All the Nomus immediately stop and they sit down in place, and they look at Izuku like, how did you do that? And Izuku goes, Shinzo's powers. This is what Shinzo can do. And everyone's like, what the? All the Nomus sit down, and Izuku goes, you will obey. All of you, permanently. All the Nomus just sit down and shut up. All For One just shocked. And Izuku goes, I could make you do this, but I want to draw out your power. I want to see what you can do. You don't realize that I merged All For One and One For All together. It's All For All now. That's the power. That's what it's called. I am no longer called the super copy hero himself. I am called All For All. Izuku flies Deku. And as they look at Deku, they're shocked. A massive beam of light appears around Izuku. Instead of black-purple energy or black-red energy appearing, it's green. It's green arcs around Izuku. All For One's nervous, and Izuku's like, what are you nervous for? Symbol of fear, right? Izuku instantly appears and punches All For One right in the gut. All For One begins to bleed, and he goes, oh, isn't your quirk's not working? Yeah, I have that quirk. Izuku slams All For One on the ground. He goes, what, did you think this was going to be an easy one? You're lucky I'm a pro hero. I would kill you 1,000 times over and over and over. Izuku begins to crush All For One's head. Everyone feels this blood loss. Before you go after my mother, Izuku's so angry. I have a punishment for you. I thought about it when I was copying your quirk. It's so perfect, and it's everything diabolical. Izuku rips the helmet off All For One's head, showing his big potato head, and All Might stands there. Everyone's just watching, and Izuku puts his hand on his head. He goes, "This is how it feels when you steal someone's quirk. I'm gonna take your quirk and give you a quirk to not only heal you, you bloody idiot, but so you can always remember." Izuku heals All For One, so he has his head back in his hair, and everything, his eyes and everything like that. And then Izuku takes All For One's abilities. All For One begins to scream. He's like, no, please, no, no. Izuku's like, shut up. And he rips All For One's ability out completely. Izuku goes, you're meant to be the strongest villain. You're so anticlimactic. Honestly, you're boring. Izuku takes All For One's abilities and his eyes open. Now he has the pure version to it, the stronger version to it. He read All For One's mind. They found that Shigaraki's on the move somewhere that not even he knows, which is going to be interesting. But he knows it has something to do with America. That's where Shigaraki is, and America with the strongest hero there is. He's there for her. And Izuku's like, interesting, you're making a play for Stars and Stripes to try to fight me. I'm honored, All For One. I actually want to know who was stronger, her or me. All For One's looking at Izuku, all his quirks are gone, and he's like, what did you do? And Izuku goes, oh, I pretty much gave you longevity. So just like your doctor, you're not gonna age at all. You're gonna stay that same age for the rest of time. And looks at Izuku and goes, yeah. And Izuku chucks him and goes, you're gonna stay in prison forever too. Just gonna let you know. Because you need to suffer. All the people that you've hurt, everything like that. Especially what you did to Aoyama. And he looks at him and goes, I don't give a damn if he was your traitor in your way. Izuku punches All For One in the face, sends him flying. Oh yeah, I gave you some healing so you can handle it. Izuku walks over, no one stops him. Izuku goes, And a laser appears around his hand and he goes, Aoyama's finally free of you. Yes, you gave him a quirk. I knew that. I've known it for ages. I don't give a damn. He's my friend and he did his best to try to save us. He was only forced into the position because of you bastard, and your false hopes. Your damn evil narrative. And he goes down to him. I'm gonna destroy Shigaraki. And I'm gonna bring Tenko Shumura back to life. All for one's shocked and he goes, I'm gonna take out the Meta Liberation Army and Jisaki. I'm gonna make sure the world is free from all you villains. I'm gonna make a world where everyone is free to choose whether they want to have power or not. I will give them that. I'll make sure. Your time is done, All for One. Now cease to exist. Izuku walks away. All for One's just shocked. Everyone's just shocked that Izuku walks over and he goes, that was easy. Izuku opens his hands up and he uses his lightning to arc around the whole entire city. In doing so, Izuku uses his All for All power and he repairs the entire city. Everyone's buzzing out. Everyone that was injured got instantly repaired. All the Nomus themselves, they transform into like human versions of themselves thanks to Izuku's All for All ability. He's not neutralizing them, he's just regressing them and reprogramming them. And that was shocked just the level of power Izuku has. And they're like, oh. All Might goes, I'm not number one. Endeavor goes, I'm not number one. That's just stupid. And Izuku goes, not to worry, I'm not going to become a hero fully until 2 years from now. But I have something for you, all of you. All Might already got his gift, my mother. And All Might smiles and he goes, Inko! He jumps out, rushes out to her and Izuku goes, took you long enough, man. And as Izuku walks over and he goes, hey, Endeavor. Endeavor touches Izuku's hand and Izuku instantly changes Endeavor. Izuku tells Endeavor about Toya and Hawks is shocked too. And Hawks is about to leave, but Izuku goes, no, I've got something for you too, Hawks. Now, Izuku makes a platform quick, but not right now, but what happens is he gives Endeavor a temperature regulator. So even if he uses his Quirk to overheat, he won't overheat no more. And instead, Izuku took back all the drawbacks, so Endeavor can now push himself to make himself stronger, faster, and more powerful, and control his flames now to a higher degree. Izuku gives Hawks more adaptive ability, the ability to regrow all his feathers, and only that, the ability to reuse his feathers, re-break them all down, recompress them. And Hawks smiles, and he gets more increased reflexes. And Izuku and everyone else, I just wanted to say those two because I like Hawks and I like Endeavor. But what goes down is, after Izuku does that, the world finds out about Izuku. The world finds out that Izuku took down the strongest villain in the world. And by this time, about a week goes by, Shigaraki wakes up. He's at full power now. He has a copy of All for One's consciousness and a copy of All for One within his body. And all of All for One's quirks. So there's a brand new All for One, but he's in a perfect body that can handle the quirk that he needs. It took a while to build it up, but the body is fully healed. Garaki was with him, and what happens is Shigaraki wakes up, but it's no longer Shigaraki, it's All for One. All for One smiles and goes, everything went exactly as planned. I knew that kid would defeat the real me. No matter, I'll be able to take her power, and then the true battle will begin. And the doctor smiles and he goes, how are the higher Nomu in America? And he goes, they're great, master, or the ones in Japan were nothing but failures compared to this. And he goes, good. Well, let me know how things go. Once she comes out of hiding, I will take her and I'll take her power. I will destroy the United States. All my friends around the world are ready to burn the world into dust. And the Garaki smiles and goes, a new world is arising. A new world again, under my order. And All for One smiles, thinking that he's going to win. But it's not going to work, G. But anyway, what goes down is, in that week that goes by, Izuku and them are all back at school. In their dorms, everyone's safe to go back to school. They hands down, do not hesitate because Izuku's there. The parents don't hesitate. UA's top of the top. And everything like that. And so what goes down is, as Izuku's there and they're back in the dorms, this is when Izuku talks to everyone and gives them all ability. He creates a platform ability where people have, he gives it to everyone. They have the same exact ability. The ability to heal, danger sense, and what's it called? And well, a form of telepathic talking to people, And he gives it to people. That's the main platform power he gives to every single person. A little bit of physical enhancement strength to make them at least 5 times stronger than a normal person. But let's just say 10% full cowling. That's how strong they'll be. They have regeneration, danger sensing, and that's something that they get that kind of quirk. And as he does that, he puts it through every single person in 1A and 1B, and everyone's body accepts that. They accept the strength buff they get, a full strength buff, Bakugo at first was egotistical, goes, I don't need it. But Izuku goes, yeah, you don't, but you're gonna take it anyway, idiot. And Bakugo goes, what? And Izuku goes, oh, I put something extra on for you too. And Izuku smiles and goes, just so you know. And Izuku walks away and goes, what did he do? Hey, what did you do? And Izuku goes, you can now internalize your explosions. And he goes, what do you mean? Well, if you focus yourself and rocket and put explosions through your feet, you can actually rocket jet yourself forward. And so if you use your kamikaze attack, it'll be even more dangerous, and you won't feel no repercussions thanks to the fact that you can heal, thanks to the platform quirk, the meta quirk I give you all. And that's what Izuku calls it, the meta quirk. And so he gives it to everyone. He goes to Aoyama. He goes, hi Aoyama, and he goes, hey Deku, and he goes, I sorted out your problem with All For One, and not to worry, all the teachers know exactly what situation you're in, and I'll defend you to the end of the earth. I don't care. I know you just did your best. I saw a future where I was quirkless, you were quirkless, and your parents did the best that they could. And so he taps Aoyama's head, and he goes, I hope you like this ability I give you. And he gives him the meta power, but he also enhances Aoyama's quirk to shoot the laser through his eyes, or through his hands. And he doesn't need the naval laser no more. He takes it off, and he smiles, and he's like, thank you, Midoriya, thank you. You helped me and my family. He goes, no. It was because of you I was able to single down and understand things. And he taps Aoyama and goes, now go enjoy yourself and train and become stronger now. Aoyama thanks him, and what goes down, Izuku goes to everyone, every single person. He starts to upgrade all their abilities, all of them. He gives them all the meta abilities, you know, and every single one of people, every single one, 1A, 1B, they were the different mutation quirk, they were a different class there. So everyone from them now meta humans with more powerful quirks. And this works well for everyone. Todoroki doesn't have no weakness with his ice fire no more. Bakugo don't feel no shockwave pain through his attack, and he just keep going. And this is when Izuku goes to Uraraka, and he goes, let her forget, I forgot about you. Eat a sweet with us. He got a booster and a compressor, so it allows him to heal, like, you know. Everyone's just super buffed up, okay? Let's just say that, okay? But Izuku don't give everyone super quirk abilities. He just gave them the platform meta ability, what he's going to give to everyone else. So everyone, you know, are equal. He wants to make sure he gives it to quirkless people, all quirkless people, so they feel equal to the society as well. But when it comes to Uraraka, this is where Izuku flies away. He says, well guys, I'm going to take Uraraka later. He makes a wormhole, and he appears in the sky. She's like, what are you doing, Deku? And he goes, I have a gift for you. He kisses Uraraka, and she begins to glow. And as Izuku stops, she's like, what did you do? And he goes, you can now use my telekinesis now. I copied my quirk into you, as strong as, or nearly as strong as the version I have. And she's like, but why? And he goes, you can combine my telekinesis with your anti-gravity ability, so you can make anything as light as you want and throw it at anything and increase it instantly. And she's like, and Izuku smiles and goes, well, what do you think? She thanks him so much. And so what happens is, yeah, no, 1A, 1B, everyone just so much stronger. He even gives it to the teachers. All the teachers get that the baseline meta ability, which they're happy with, you know. And Izuku goes, bear in mind, you guys can become stronger, eh? You don't just stay there, where you can push your meta abilities and they become stronger. Just to let you guys know. And that fight Aizawa seems sweet. Everyone's happy with that, eh? And so with the fall of All For One, like, the world dramatically changed. Villains were bold, but not that bold no more, because Izuku can make hundreds of thousands of them, and heroes and villains heroes are starting to get stronger and stronger. And this is starting to change. The Meta Liberation Army understands that they need to move themselves in a way as well. Hearing that Izuku actually is pro-meta humans, and he wants to enforce the meta human agenda, or the people's agenda, he moves in waves where he's not fully seen clearly, but he's still moving. And that is Redestro. And he begins to make quick canceling bullets on the extreme Jisaki, and they work together to make it more and more and more, to make sure that they're ready against this grand army that Izuku is making, because Izuku is making an army. And so after all the situation, this is good when it comes to the tournament where they do their super moves. Everyone's there, and Izuku is the one taking all the classes, and they're like, just put it out there, and because bear in mind, class 1A and 1B are under Izuku's teachings. They're like, so you're technically our teacher, right? And Izuku's like, looks at them, Aizawa and them like give the thumbs up, and he goes, yes, I'm your teacher. And they smile, and Izuku goes, well, let's see how things go with these new meta abilities I gave you. Bear in mind, you guys can increase your strength and speed, you just need to push yourself. And not only that, I would like to see you guys make new super moves, incorporating these new abilities within your own self. Bear in mind, you guys are able to dodge bullets. They look at Izuku, you guys are able to sense things much more easier now. move much more faster than you think you could have, stronger, you can pick up a car, a truck, you know. Not only that, your body can heal injuries of yourself. And not only that, put a special ability with your healing, you can heal others with your ability. It will drain you out, but you'll be useful to help out, stop absolute bleeding, all that stuff. And I put that through all of you. And they're like looking at Izuku like, whoa. But you guys need to work on your quirks. The difference between you guys and other people like I've done, I've made it so that you guys' quirks are not separate, but they're going to get stronger if you push them, use all the abilities together. And he teaches them all. So, go on. Monoma goes, as they all begin, Monoma's like, hey, Deku. And he's like, yeah, and he goes, I'm understanding how to do things. Izuku just taps Monoma's head and he goes, here you go. And Monoma's like, he's like, what the? And he goes, now you can cycle through the quirks you have. So the last 2 quirks that you keep, or the last 3 quirks you keep, you actually keep them, and you can cycle them out anytime you want. Monoma's like, what the? And he goes, yeah, your body will adapt to it too, even if it's a mutation quirk. Monoma thanks Izuku. He goes, your body can't handle stockpiling quirks though, okay? So just to let you know. He don't care. Even though he's got a meta ability, his copy quirk now is much more useful. And as they're going down, All Might smiles and goes, you're doing really good, kid. And Izuku goes, yeah, how you doing there, pops? And All Might smiles and goes, yeah, Gran Torino wanted to come visit you, but you're good. And he goes, yeah, I'll see the old man soon. And he goes, so are you for real when it comes to Nana Shimura's grandson? He goes, yeah. His name is Tenko Shigaraki. Tenko Shimura. He's been traumatized due to the fact that his mother, he killed his family by accident with his decay quirk. But not to worry. Just like Darby, I believe there's more to a villain, more to this hero society. The thing that failed you, All Might, is you became the symbol of peace. The thing that failed All For One is he became the symbol of fear. I am going to become the symbol of justice. Everyone stops to look at Izuku. And justice for all. I am an equalist. I look at the world for real. Villains and heroes are not as different as people like to think they are. And it's my job to make sure that everyone has given their fair due, you know. I understand, I can read people's mind and go through their mind properly and understand certain things, like Endeavor's the reason why Darby's the way he is, regardless of what you try to tell me. I will tell you otherwise. All Might looks at Deku, and they're pretty shocked. And I can say that with lots of Hawks, he's not his father's son, all that stuff. You are not that quirkless kid no more, All Might. I not only have I upgraded your 1-4, but I given you my original meta ability. All Might looks at Deku and goes, yeah, that was what I was working on. That quirk I gave you, that's my original meta ability I wanted to give. But thanks to All For One, Izuku puts his hand on All Might. He goes, my All For All ability can now change everything better. Stand still. All Might goes, alright kid. And Izuku instantly integrates all the powers properly and makes All Might much stronger, much more better. All Might looks down and goes, you're amazing, kid. And as Izuku finishes, this is when Night Eye appears and he goes, it's time, kid. Izuku looks back right at Night Eye. And he goes, what, are you surprised you're not using my quirk, are you? And Izuku goes, no, I refrain from using that until after I save Eri. And he goes, well, it's time for you to save her. Suit up, kid. All Might smiles, you want me to come? Izuku, no, I don't need you to come. Let me do this on my own, please. Just make sure all the police understand. I've got this. And so what happens, as they go to suit up and everything, Izuku walks away and everyone begins their training and they realize that something's up. Izuku doesn't leave. His shadow clones all disappeared and they're like, he would have told us. And this little Bakugo goes, he's got a mission. And All Might, and they rushed All Might, where's he going? And All Might goes, I don't know what you mean. Bakugo has explosions in his hand. He goes, All Might, please. We just can't let him do everything on his own. All Might goes, that's the thing, he can do it. And just like how I was able to. And then All Might realizes what Izuku meant. And then All Might goes, that's what he meant. That was a test for me. Yeah, go help him, kids. He's going to Night Eye's agency. If you guys make it there, you guys will get it on time. And they're like, right. Everyone gets ready, they leave, and they head off. And as they head off to Night Eye's agency, and Izuku's actually there getting himself suited up. This is where I'm going to leave this one with guys. I hope you guys like this. Please like and subscribe, leave a comments down below. And yeah, thank you guys all for your support. You guys have been really awesome, and I really appreciate it. But as usual, guys, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. Now, quickly where I last left off, Izuku pretty much helped All Might not only destroy All For One, but he took his quirk and made his quirk All For All. He made a unique ability called the Meta ability, where it's just a platform quirk where everyone gets what's it called, super regeneration. Strength quirk where it equals out to 10% full cowling. He has they have danger sense, the ability to heal others as well. And this is just the platform of a meta ability. With that, people can become stronger if they push themselves, meaning they can increase themselves like full cowling, like 25%. They have full cowling, but that's the baseline of the meta quirk. But anyway, as this goes down, Izuku is training everyone after the entire situation that happened with All For One and everything like that. And as he's training 1A and 1B, he gets a call from Naito saying that it's his time to shine, to take out Jisaki and his entire team. And so as Izuku heads out and he gets ready to at Naito's agencies, this is where our star story is going to begin. Izuku's at Naito's agency and he's smiling, getting ready. He's waited for this whole time. It has not left his mind. Eri has not left his mind. He knows what he's going to do. He built up all the quirk he has. He does to fix up everything he saw with Eri's life to make sure that she's safe. And as Izuku gets himself ready, he gets a phone call. And he gets a phone call and it's Bakugo, and he goes, "Oh, Kachan, what's up?" And he goes, "Open the damn portal, nerd. We know where you are. The old man read you out. And he's ratted you out." And he goes, "What?" And he goes, "All Might ratted you out. Open the portal now, idiot." And Izuku's like, "Oh man." He opens the portal, everyone walks through, and he goes, "You're not the only one that's ready. We're ready too. We heard about this mission, and we're here to help you. Don't be a fool like All Might." And Izuku's like, "I'm not. That's why I made you guys stronger." Izuku's eyes glow green, and everyone's powers increase to 50% one for all. They're like, "What the?" And Izuku goes, "That's the gift I give you guys." He goes, "Technically right now you guys are 50% what All Might used to be." They're like, "What the?" "All your guys' quirks have enhanced that way your meta abilities are. To be honest, we'll destroy Jisaki, but I really don't want you guys there, please." And they look at Midoriya and they're like, "Alright." And they're like, "Question, why you only upgraded us class 1A and class 1B like this, not everyone else with their meta abilities?" And Izuku goes, "That's only temporary. I want you guys to understand that's what you guys can achieve at your maximum output if you guys push yourself, okay? And I really appreciate everything you got, but that power that I just given you is not enough for Jisaki. That's why." Izuku walks away and they're like, "Oh." Bakugo goes, "Then nerd." Izuku turns back and goes, "Yeah, then don't lose, right?" And Izuku, "I won't lose. In fact, I have a gift for all of you when I come back." Bakugo goes, "Enough with your gifts. We're already gifted out, idiot." And Izuku smiles, "Not like that, dummy." And Izuku walks away. Alright guys, I appreciate you guys all being here, but there's too much of you guys in my room. And what happens is, Naito goes, "What are we going to do with these kids?" Izuku waves his hand, they all fall through a portal, and a clone appears by them. "Ah, you guys try to get out of training, eh? Just to come and try to help me. I don't need you guys' help, as I told you. And since you guys want to be helpful, with that 50% power boost I'm giving every single one of you guys, I'm going to try you guys at their level 2 and push you guys to the max. Thank you guys for being so helpful." Everyone's like, "Oh no, we just put our foot in our mouths." And so the training Izuku, the teacher Izuku at school, he begins to whip all their asses. Beats them all down, okay? Sorry for the rude language, I apologize. He begins to whip them really good. And what goes down is, as teacher Izuku's doing that to all Team 1A and 1B, real Izuku appears right by the Shiai Saikai's main base, and all the police are waiting, but Izuku walks in, the gate disappears immediately, destroys it, and as he lands, he knocks on the door, and as he knocks on the door, a guy with a giant quirk rushes out and goes, "How dare you come to that?" And Izuku's like, "Go to sleep." He immediately hits the ground, and Izuku goes, "Cool quirk," smacks him away, and he instantly uses his quirk to wrap him up. And as Izuku walks through, he touches the ground. And touching the ground, he uses his Cementos ability and he captures every single villain in the building. He makes a gigantic hole on the road and makes Jisaki and everyone, even Eri, enter to the top of the world. The base stays. Izuku locks the entire base in place to make sure that all the evidence that they need to make sure and incriminate Jisaki is still there. Izuku planned this properly. He knew he wasn't going to go and be stupid and go roughhousing and everything like that. No, he can handle this fight much more in a discreet manner. And as Izuku stands up, Jisaki's like, he goes, "Why of all you people? Why you?" At this time though, Jisaki's already sent a gigantic shipment of quirk cancelling bullets to Redestro. And he goes, and Izuku's like, "Wow, what a cool quirk. And you use your quirk to just disassemble people and put them back together. That is really interesting. I like it. This would have made a lot of my other quirks much more different. Too bad you're not going to keep that quirk for long." And he's like, "What?" And he goes, "Because I'm going to make sure all the villains that I'm going to take all your guys' quirks and I'll put you guys in a prison where you guys learn for a long, long time." And he's like, "What?" And Izuku goes, technically I want to kill you. And Jisaki feels this bloodlust. Every single Yakuza member in the building feels this bloodlust. Everyone around feels this bloodlust. I really want to kill you and rip you into shreds. Cell by cell, put you back together and rip you apart. Put you back together and rip you apart. I really want to do so. Do you want to feel your ability, Jisaki? And just Jisaki's scared. Izuku's grown giant over him, standing over him. He's really angry, eh? And Jisaki's in absolute fear because he tried to touch the ground. His quirk didn't work. He knows for a fact that Izuku is just the ultimate warrior, the ultimate hero. And even with the quick hands and bullet, it won't do nothing. Nothing's going to do nothing to Izuku. And he can't even be desperate, Jisaki. He's just in absolute fear. And Izuku sees Eri walk out the room. And Izuku goes, Eri. He goes down to her and she's like, who are you? How come your voice is like the voice I heard in my head? Izuku goes, not to worry. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm the all-for-all hero known as Deku. And she's like, all-for-all? Izuku touches her head, he goes, my sweet Eri. And Jisaki, everyone's just buzzing out, eh? All the Yakuza are walking out the building happily because Izuku mind controlled all of them. Jisaki's like, why didn't he use that quirk on me? What's he gonna do to me? I can't seem to move though. That's Jisaki, and Izuku's like, he goes, here, I'll take all those bad memories and bad experiences you had in your life. Izuku touches Eri's head and he instantly copies her quirk. He even masters it. And he goes, do you want me to take this quirk away from you? You want me to help you? And she goes, take my quirk away? And Izuku goes, no, I'm not taking it away. He tapped her head and he gave her a meta ability, the meta ability, and gave her greater control over her quirk to reverse people, rewind. And as Izuku stands up, she's like, what did you do to me? I don't feel all the anger I felt, all the sadness. Izuku's crying right in front of her. He picks her up, he heals her injury and goes, you never need to worry again. And you don't need to call me Mr. Deku, you can call me Big Bro, you can call me Big Bro Izuku. And she's like, Big Bro? He goes, yeah, you're coming home with me. I guarantee you, no, for the rest of your life, no one's going to do nothing to you. And she looks at Izuku, and she goes, are you sure? She has tears down her eyes, and still remembering the pain even though Izuku took it away. Izuku taps his head on her head and he goes, yeah, I've been dreaming about this moment since the moment I saw you. You've been on my mind this whole time, and I'll never let this happen to you again, alright? And she's just smiling at Izuku. Izuku looks right at Jisaki, he's just so angry, eh? Jisaki's like, you don't understand, the world's unpure, it's unclean, all these quirks, it's too. And Izuku goes, I agree with you, these quirks are stupid. How the quirks are transmitted across the world, I don't like it. It makes a ruling class system, which I hate the most. And Jisaki looks at Deku and goes, you had one thing clear though, it is messy. How you went about it, man, honestly, you're lucky I'm striving to become a world hero, a pro hero. Then I would have killed you and made you live again and killed you non-stop every single day. The same amount of days that she had been living in pain. And Izuku's so angry and Jisaki's just shocked. But taking your quirk away and giving you the ability to live for a long time in jail? Yeah. That works. Izuku touches Jisaki's head and rips his quirk out of his body, pretty much, and gives him longevity, so Jisaki is not going to age at all. And bear in mind, Izuku's copying and pasting the quirk into their bodies. Just like All For One, he's stuck in a prison forever. Even if the prison door was open, if he wasn't given permission to leave, he's not leaving that room. They've given the ability longevity and hyper regeneration, so even if they refuse to eat, they don't need to eat. And they're going to be punished in prison for the rest of the time for what they've done. And so what goes down is all the villains that Izuku has beaten, he has put them through his own sifting system to understand. He knows exactly what's going down and what's going to happen with them. The cops take them on and arrest them all, and Izuku categorized the good to the worst, because there is good people within, even though they are criminals, there is some not so criminal people compared to the criminal people, okay? The absolute. And what I mean by that is they're the tier system in the criminal system, you know? The ones on the top end by Overhaul, they're the ones that have the most blood. As the bottom end ones are the ones who are just the spies, the little people doing some more nefarious things. And so what goes down is, after the Jihai Saikai has been taken care of, Izuku takes Eri back to Night Eye. Night Eye goes, so what do you want to do about you? And Izuku goes, I healed her grandfather, and I already proceeded to tell him that I'm going to talk to my mother about adopting her. Aizawa smiles, you never stop to amaze me, kid. And he goes, don't worry, Sensei, I learned from the best. Aizawa smiles. And what goes down is Izuku, over the next couple of days, as this goes down, everyone's still training. They're readying themselves for the hero provisional license. Izuku don't need to do it. He's not a part of it, and he's not going to do it. Instead, he's going to watch. He's going to be the teacher to observe, because Izuku has now become a full-fledged teacher. His experience and everything alone has changed Nezu's perspective to the point where Izuku does not need to come back to the school for the next 3 years. 2 years, no. Izuku can graduate now, to which he does. He actually graduates really early, so he can easily become a pro hero and clean up all of Japan much more quicker, and learning all his quirks and gaining more and more quirks every way. What goes down is Izuku starts to offer the ability to gain meta-human abilities. He'll give them to them, not because he wants them to owe them, but he wants to give the quirkless population an ability, and he wants to give people with weak quirks the ability to get stronger with their quirks. And so he puts that out there, and he goes, there's no catch. My idea is to make the world a safer and better place for the quirkless and the quirk alike, okay? The people with mutations that want to change their mutation, not to be seen like monsters, I'm here for you. Everything you want. My power is not just my power is for all. There was once upon a time my power was called one for all, and all for one. However, things have changed. Besides my super copy quirk and my stockpiling of all my thousands and endless of thousands of quirks, my all for all ability allowed me to make the platform meta-human ability. So please. And so what happens is, in the first 6 months, Izuku is pretty much going all around Japan, and everyone's asking, yep, that they're keen. And so Izuku sends clones all over Japan to give nearly every single human in Japan, besides that are not villains, because villains don't want to have nothing to do with Deku, a meta-human quirk where people come around, within the next 6 months. Now, why I say 6 months? Because everyone goes through their provisional license and everyone passes. They're all monsters, okay? They all become, they waste their previous predecessors. Bear in mind, they no longer have the 50% power boost, but they understand what they can achieve now, and so they know what they're working towards. And that's pretty powerful for all Team 1A and 1B, right? And so what goes down is, everyone becomes really strong. They go to their hero internships and just blast it out, Sekitsu High, they get upgraded, everyone gets upgraded, and everyone becomes really close. And so what goes down is, as this is happening, Shigaraki is making his moves in America, making big-ass alliances, taking over massive areas, gaining more and more power, to the point where he gets close to begin a strike against Stars and Stripes. And as that's going down, back with the Meta Liberation Army, they're making moves of their own. They're seeing Deku, what they're doing is great, but at the same time looks like another form of subterfuge, or another form of suppression. And so Destro openly denounces Izuku Midoriya and states that the Liberation Army are ready to fight them at any time. We see what you're doing, Izuku Midoriya, weaponizing people and making them into your soldiers. Izuku's like, what? And Destro tells them, we're ready to fight a war, anytime. Just say the time. And as Destro shows the Meta Liberation Army symbol, what happens is, in America, a massive eruption of battles happens over multiple states in America. And this happens over China, all over the world. Shigaraki makes his move and he starts to decay a certain part of a city, destroying it all until all the heroes come. The only hero that's able to survive actually Shigaraki's decay is what's it called? If you guys don't know who he is, he's actually a hero I like and I want to do a lot of about him. His name is Christopher Skyline, or who I call Captain Celebrity. I really like him. He's really cool. His quirk is Force Field, I believe, and he can pretty much do what All Might does, but a little bit weaker. But anyway, his Force Field allows him to be protected from the decay. Decay can't rot his body or destroy him, but it destroys everywhere else. And as he tries to fight Shigaraki easily overpowers him, and over a period of time he destroys what's his name, Captain Celebrity, to the point where he actually knocks him down. And then Shigaraki not only uses decay, but he rips Christopher's power from his body, Christopher Skyline, or Captain Celebrity, taking that ability and merging it with his own, making him stronger, leaving him to die. And then he slams his hand on the ground, decaying the whole city, saying, "This is the best way of drawing you out. The American #1, I really destroyed #2, bring it." And then all around the world they're getting attacked by villains left, right, and center by All For One's main team. And as this goes down, Izuku doesn't hear about that, but he's focusing the heroes in Japan, until what happens is straight away massive explosions happen out in multiple cities. Tada's prison's been attacked and all that stuff. And the Meta Liberation Army make their move, because Shigaraki's been working behind the scenes, making them work with him, because he's All For One and they know it. And so Destro still does that, and the entire Meta Liberation Army, 100,000 of them, scatter to attack the world, will attack Japan and try to retake over and move it into the image. But Izuku smiles and tells the #1 heroes and get them all ready. Izuku goes, well, we got a job to do, right? And as this goes down, they begin to take them on, and the Middle Liberation Army's job is to distract Izuku. That's all it is. Their job is just to distract them. They know they're not going to win. Izuku can make an army and take them all out. And what happens is Izuku doesn't need to, because he tells everyone, I reactivated your 50% power. Everyone's shocked. Bakugo smiles. He goes, let's go! Everyone gets ready, and All Might leads the charge with Endeavor. Endeavor smiles as blue flames erupts, and All Might smiles as well, and they all rush off. All Might begins to fly with black whip wrapping around his body and smoke coming around him, because All Might has all of One For All boosted up now, and they begin to decimate them, decimate the Meta Liberation Army. And as Izuku's watching this, he's helping out too, making sure as well. He makes sure that everyone that has Meta abilities, he boosts them up to 50% One For All, or 50% full cowling, I mean. And this works, man. They destroy everyone. Let's just say the Meta Liberation Army. Yeah, they get annihilated, despite the unique quirks. Like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, Uraraka, her telekinesis with gravity, come on. Everyone's just so broken. Todoroki, all of them are so broken. Even Sue is super broken. Her legs can kick someone and then pretty much kill them with her kicks. She has super regeneration, like all that. Everyone's strong. Mineta, he's dangerous too. Like his sticky balls is just super ridiculous. And thanks to the fact that he's super strong now, you don't want to get caught by Mineta. Kaminari doesn't have none of his feedback drawbacks at all, and he's able to use his lightning to fly and to jump around, like to increase his speed as well, and increase his movements. But most of all, he can shoot lightning without any faults. Jiro's sonic sound, she can pump it through her hands and absorb it through her hands, and her airflow injects can work sound to a point like a focused laser or high frequency cannon to make an indestructible shield or unstoppable force cannon. Well, not unstoppable, you get what I mean. And Jiro has that. What happens is, what's her name? Momo was the one that Izuku copied overhaul into her body. In doing so, Momo could deconstruct all her creations or anything she needs to recreate, and this takes away from her need to eat lots of food no more. She doesn't need to do that. He takes away her limiter. Everyone's weakness limiter is gone, and just the heroes. And then Izuku calls them the Meta-Human Alliance. That's what they calls them, and the new heroes of the day. And they push all the Liberation armies back so much the Redistro has to come out and fight. He comes down and fights, goes to fight Izuku. But Bakugo rushes in and goes, you think you're worthy of fighting my best friend? Pulls his cup back and goes, no one's worthy to fight him. You can't even fight me. He pulls his pin, and the explosion that goes off is like 20 times bigger than the one that he first lit off by Izuku. Redistro instantly goes to 100% stress to block it, and his armor comes up, but it gets shattered. Todoroki goes, who the hell do you think you are? I think you can come to our friend. He jumps up immediately, but does a massive ice fire fist and smashes it right at Redistro, punching him away. Uraraka goes, yeah, what do you think this is? A playground? Boom, smashes him down with using her telekinesis and throwing him up. You stand no chance against him. What the hell makes you think you're going to do anything to him? What happens is Kaminari's in the air, and it's like, yeah. Kaminari grabs the lightning from his hand and makes it look like a thunderbolt. And as he puts his arm up, lightning hits his lightning thunder, or his energy, chucks it right at Redistro, obliterating his armor, smacking Redistro into the ground. You can't even beat me, and I'm the idiot of the group. And as he jumps down, what happens is thanks to what's his name, Mineta, all his sticky things are on the ground, and he goes, oh, what, you can't get up? Oh, big bad man, my sticky balls are too much for you, eh? Here we go, mega great rush. Chucks his sticky balls all over his body and goes, you can't get out. My balls are too sticky. And they all crack up, they're like cringe as hell, but they can't help but understand that Mineta can be cocky now. And this makes them happy, all of them are laughing, And so it goes down as Koda uses his ability to control all animals in the area to make them find everyone that tries to run away and hide. It's pointless, Everyone gets them, and all the Meta Liberation Army surrender after Redistro gets owned by Deku. They all prostrate themselves to Deku. Redistro goes, I failed. I absolutely failed. And what goes down is, Ed goes, but if I'm going down, you're going down with me. He pushes a button, and the quick cancelling bullets that he's been collecting, stockpiling over a while, has detonated all over Japan. Izuku sees this, and as he sees this, he makes thousands of clones, and he makes warp gates everywhere. And he makes but he goes, the clones are a waste of time. He immediately disperses them. He opens his hand up, and he does combination quirk, warp gate, black hole, telekinesis. He immediately uses warp gate, black hole, and telekinesis to immediately absorb all the impact and explosions of the attack, and suck it all in. All the meta-human, all the the anti-quirk drug that's in the air, and he absorbs all of it, and has taken it away. Izuku claps it in his hands. He's like, "What did you do?" And he goes, "I removed your trump card." Izuku touches Redestro's head and takes his quirk and gives him a longevity quirk for punishment. He's like, "Interesting." And he's like, "What?" And he goes, "I see why Shigaraki had me distracted. He's taking Stars and Stripes New Order, isn't he?" And because this is meant to be classified, Redestro's rich and he knows all about this. Izuku instantly makes him tell him everything, and Redestro tells him everything. And he goes, alright. He makes Redestro work for him. He understands from Redestro's perspective what he tried to do. And Izuku goes, "I was already ready for you. I saw the future and have everyone already removed from the city. All the damages can be repaired. The only thing I didn't see is Shigaraki and Stars Stripe. Maybe it's because of New Order. Maybe." But Izuku goes, "But unfortunately for you, you're not going to see that. You are going to go nighty-night." Flicks Redestro, knocking him out. And all the Meta Liberation Army all listen to his Deku in their head, and he goes, "All you guys surrender, and I won't have you all arrested." And they all do surrender. And over a period of time, Izuku takes them through a form of therapy. He doesn't control their mind, he just makes them see differently, you know. And they agree, and they all live on a form of probation. He makes them on meta-humans, just like how he is. He wants to make sure that even if they were to use quirk cancelling bullets or quirk cancelling some type of technology, that they have power, have equal power to everyone else. Everyone's not above the rest, no matter what culture, no matter what race you are, what power you have, the level of status you are. Everyone's equal in regards of powers. And this works really well. Like after this happened, Japan was contacted by the world. Izuku goes, "Not to worry, I am here." And Izuku tells them to fortify Japan. Portals all over the world begin to open, and Izuku exits out all the portal. But the one portal that exits out the real Izuku exits right out over America, over the destroyed city of Chicago. In Chicago, there is Shigaraki holding the dead Stars and Stripes, and as he smiles, he goes, "Stars and Stripes wasn't able to do her order to kill my quirks. I now have the most powerful quirk, Izuku Midoriya." And as Izuku looks at All For One, they both smile. And this is when we'll do this one of guys. I hope you guys like this. Like and subscribe. Leave a comments down below. And yeah, I hope you guys are going to look forward to the season finale, or the final of the episode on the next one. That is going to be the final. And who knows, I may leave this for the branch window of my new upcoming series, okay? So stay tuned for the All For All Deku, okay? So yeah, as usual guys, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace. Quick recap guys. Izuku's influence in the world really changed all of Japan, so much so that the world and a whole think of Izuku as a kind of free traveler or a hero that if they need help they can give him a call. So much so that when the world needed him, Izuku takes the call. But prior to that, Izuku and his Meta-Human Alliance, well, the Japanese version anyway, they took out the Meta Liberation Army and the League of Villains. Quite ironic. But unlike how he did with every other villain, Izuku did put a lot of them through his new re-educational type of therapy, but in the sense that all of them gave in willingly. And so after the absolute defeat of Redestro, what goes down is as Izuku and them are trying to fundamentally get themselves together, Japan gets a call from nearly every major hero agency in the world asking for help, and such Izuku gives he states that he is here and he's ready to help. And so hundreds of portals all over the world open up, and well, clones of Izuku go up, being equal in power. But the real Izuku, he appears over Chicago, looking at a Shigaraki who just absorbed stolen New Order. And as Izuku and Shigaraki are ready, the battle for the ages, this is where our story will now begin. Now, 5 minutes before Izuku got to America, Shigaraki was in the battle of his life. You know, he was fighting technically an invisible force when it came to Stars and Stripes. However, thanks to Shigaraki's more planned out physical body, the fact that All For One made sure that Shigaraki himself was at a point in power where he was at his perfect form, meaning before Stars and Stripes could lay her final order to prevent her quirk from being used by All For One, meaning if All For One absorbed the quirk, and that is Shigaraki, that means that quirk will kill all of the quirks within All For One. However, that's not the case this time, because she was unable to get the quirk out, only due to the fact that Shigaraki managed to take the quirk out. And as this was going down, all around the world, simultaneous attacks were happening by connections to the old All For One and the leagues of villains, all in the underground, all other societies, and it was huge. But unfortunately for them, like, they're dealing with a person that is a cat that pretty much has thousands upon thousands of quirks, upon thousands of quirks. And now, thanks to Izuku being in proximity of All For One, yep, it's the dumbest thing ever. Izuku copies New Order immediately. All For One forgot about this. Not in the sense where he intentionally forgot about it. He forgets that Izuku's copy factor, is instantaneously. And not only that, because Izuku came out of nowhere really fast, All For One wasn't able to use New Order to prevent Izuku from copying the quirk, even if it could not work, because it would not work. Because if Aizawa's quirk couldn't arrest Izuku's quirk, that means a quirk that pretty much puts orders on anything can't do so, because Stars and Stripes' New Order quirk does have limitations, okay? And so, what goes down is, as All For One realizes Izuku just copied New Order, he tried his best immediately to lay down some set of rules, and he does. He lays down a rule, or his first New Order is to be immune to Izuku Midoriya's copy quirk, and from there he believes he fundamentally won that sense where Izuku won't copy any of his quirk, where, as I said, Izuku can absolutely copy quirks on the fly. All For One doesn't realize that Izuku is copying quirks at that same time all over the world. All over the world. Every single Izuku all over the world has New Order now. All of Izuku's all over the world still have the newly dubbed All For All ability, where All For One and One For All emerge, along with Izuku's super copy quirk and thousands upon tens of thousands of quirks, And so Izuku is going to handle every single country very thoroughly, using like a time quirk to at least slow down time enough. Each Izuku can take out any villain around. Any villain. They have unique investigating abilities and deduction, to the point where Izuku's all over the world, like conscious, but one, like thousands of clones, one mind, if you get what I mean. And so Izuku just annihilates them, and he's not even truly focusing on Shigaraki, because his focus is everywhere, not just in one place. And so, as all the villains in Japan pretty much already surrendered, like they full on, like they don't want to lose their quirks, and they'll, at least if they get to change themselves, they can get a quirk that can help them out, They'll have to go through probation, and depends on how bad they were, they could get it or could not get it, so that exists. But as the world's fire set, because that's pretty much what Shigaraki pretty much did, set ablaze the criminal underworld around the world to make it, or to stretch Izuku out long enough for him to try and do something. But unfortunately, it doesn't work in his favor. Izuku copied New Order immediately, which in turn immediately made him even surpass his original self, to the point where Izuku can't look at himself as the All For All one, because he is no longer just that being. Thanks to absorbing New Order and maxing out to the point where any of Izuku's rules are permanent law, owing to the fact that Izuku's stockpile is amplifying New Order even further, because of All For One and One For All merging together. All For One gave Izuku the ability to control all his quirks fundamentally, fully to the max potential, and One For All boosted all the quirks up with the stockpiling ability, added with Izuku's super copy quirk, made it even more amplified. So, dare I say, Izuku's quirk has directly changed. Izuku fundamentally has no longer Izuku no more, and he felt it the moment he copied New Order. Izuku stood there as Shigaraki exclaimed his New Order, and as Izuku looks at himself, it's like, is this really what I have become? Shigaraki's looking at him like, is this like, didn't he just hear me? And Shigaraki places a New Order that because he has All For One within him, he can boost the quirk up as well a little bit, believing that he can boost it more than Izuku's. Yeah, no. He says another order that Shigaraki can kill Izuku just with a single touch, and blatantly Shigaraki believes the order went through, and he jumps right at Izuku, flying as fast as he can. He reaches his hand out, but Izuku's not even phased by him. He's just looking down, looking at his hand. It's like, did I really just become this? And as Izuku sees the Shigaraki's hand is almost at Izuku's face, and Izuku just turns into nothing. He just ceases to exist right in front of Shigaraki. He's like, what the? He looks around, and Izuku reappears on the ground. He's like, still looking at his hand. He's like, this is strange. And as the real Izuku is going through this, every single Izuku around the world is doing this. Fundamentally looking at themselves, like, are they really human anymore? Like, where's the fine line between a quirk, a meta ability, and just stupid, ridiculous power? As Izuku looks down, Shigaraki tries to attack Izuku, but Izuku just snaps his finger, increasing gravity on Shigaraki, making him slam it on the ground. Just so Izuku can just think about something. He realizes if he touches Shigaraki, the quirk will be amplified. Because Shigaraki has the quirk within him. And Izuku ponders himself. But as this goes down, Shigaraki because he's being pushed down by gravity, it's easy for him. He touches the ground and he uses decay. And this decay starts to spread across the entire city. Because he said he could kill Izuku with his new order, Izuku heard this and, for the time being, gonna go along with what Shigaraki's gonna do. And so as decay rushes up all the way to Izuku, Izuku acts like he made a mistake and falls a little bit out of the way. And what goes down is the decay spreads into Izuku's body all the way up to his body. And as Izuku's looking, Shigaraki's laughing. He goes like, "Got you! I got you, Izuku Midoriya!" And as he gets really angry, he instantly powers up a massive air cannon. And he says, "New order!" He goes, "Max increase!" And so it increases his air cannon to as much as his body can release. So I'll say 100 times. And as he does it, he shoots it right at Izuku. And as Izuku sees this, he just looks. Decay spreads across his body, and this attack hits Izuku so much so that it looks like it kills him, destroying everything around the entire city. All the civilians that did exist there were annihilated in California. Like, it was just absolutely decimated. It's like a nuclear bomb just went off like 3 times thanks to this one explosion he put off. And as this goes down all around the world, all the Izukus are just standing there looking around like, As they come to the situation, Izuku goes, all villains, he pretty much says, new order. And as they all say, they say it in synchronization in every language all over the world. And as Izuku says that, all the world, like everyone hears this. All for one. And when Izuku says all for one, Shigaraki feels this stun like on his movement. He feels shaky. He's like, what the? Black lightning appears out of his body, and the real All For One, the one that is the Mr. Potato Head version, but heals all the way to his original within Shigaraki. Izuku knows by saying, "You will come forth, Tomura Shigaraki." And as Izuku says, "New order, All For One, you will come forth." Straight to Izuku, immediately he appears right in front of Izuku. Now, he's looking at it, he's like, what the? Because he's been floated in mid-air. He's just looking up, but there's no Izuku there. He thought he killed Izuku. He doesn't know what the hell is going on. Izuku manifests himself out of pure thought in general and appears right in front of Shigaraki. Shigaraki looks at Izuku, and Izuku looks back at him and goes, So you believe you are what is now God? Am I to believe that, Tomura Shigaraki? Shigaraki's looking at Izuku and he's stunned. Like, he can't speak, he can't use no order, but he smiles knowing that Izuku can't take the quirk. And he goes, "Why are you smiling for? Are you under the false perception, believing that you're going to keep your quirk?" Shigaraki looks at Izuku. "I'm afraid, dear." Shigaraki leans over to him. "But you couldn't stop my quirk with new order, even if you trained with it." Shigaraki said, "What?" And Izuku goes, "Second order." Shigaraki is shocked. Negate all Shigaraki's orders. Shigaraki's like looking at Izuku and he starts to tremble, and it disappears immediately. And because Izuku's laws are pretty much laws, they are locked down in place. You know, he doesn't need to keep like doing like third order, fourth. First and second is all he needs to do, and he can redo it again. But it's already too late. Izuku's already got Shigaraki right in front of him. And Shigaraki's looking at Izuku. He's like, what is he doing? Why is he drawing this out? He could just kill me right now. Izuku goes, "I know exactly what you're thinking. Why am I keeping you alive? What am I doing? I'm still pondering the consequences if I take new order from you. With the new All For One strain you have within you." As he looks at Izuku, All For One Shigaraki, you know, that All For One, he looks at Izuku like just in his eyes trying to plead. The real All For One and Tartarus, well, in the new prison, he feels this because he has a connection to Shigaraki still, thanks to All For One. And Izuku sees this and he goes, "How interesting that even though I've removed this quirk, biologically he figured out a way to still have a connection to you. Hello, real All For One." The real All For One smiles at Izuku, and Izuku goes, "I hope you had your fun." All For One is like he's in a bad way, like he knows he can't do nothing. And Izuku goes, "New order." Shigaraki's like just looking at him, and Izuku holds Shigaraki in place and he goes, "Undo all the damage All For One Shigaraki has done this day. All the battle scars all through Chicago, every person that he has killed, everyone that has died that day, their quirks taken on all the people that Shigaraki killed, Americans by connection, like everyone that he's been in contact with. Let's just state that. In doing so, Shigaraki is watching everything be rebuilt, all the people that he killed being brought back to life. And when he looks down, he sees Stars and Stripes stand up, and the Captain Celebrity, you know, they look up, and all the American top heroes, they start to look up at Shigaraki. Shigaraki is like just notably scared. Izuku just showed him what a god really is like without telling him this is what a god looks like. And as Izuku does this, he goes, "I should kill you right now, I really should." But Izuku touches the All For One part, the real All For One part within Shigaraki, and goes, "I think Tenko Shimura still deserves a chance of life. What you did was perpetuate his evil, All For One. So for that, I will take all the quirks out of him, besides 2. And as he starts to absorb the quirk out of All For One, what ends up going down is All For One tries to struggle. He tries to push back as much as he can, but unfortunately he can't do nothing. Not to this godly being. Izuku can actually wipe him out of existence and use his new order. But no, Izuku finds it ironic. The best way to beat All For One is to use All For One's quirk against him. And so what Izuku did was, one, of course, he separated both All For One and Tenko Shimura, still leaving him in the form of his days. Izuku immediately rips out all of the All For One's quirks within the part that he put within what's his name, Shigaraki, and then allowed that part to fade away and die. Izuku takes all the quirks and he thinks about what kind of quirk he's going to give to Tenko. But it goes down to him, and as Tomura / Tenko Shimura looks at him, he's like, "Are you going to kill me?" Izuku goes, "Why would I kill you?" He goes down to him, "You're a victim." And Izuku pats him on the head. "I can give you a brand new life if you like." And he looks at him, he's like, "But all the bad things I did." And he taps him on the head. "It wasn't your fault. It was Shigaraki, not yours. Do you understand?" And he goes, "But the world." And Izuku goes, "Come on." He places his hand on Shigaraki and he teleports back to Japan. As this goes down, Izuku leaves a clone and cleans up all the mess of All For One all over the world, cleans up all the villains, everything. He just does it super quick. And because Izuku is all over the world, he's copying every single person's quirk, you know, like Izuku's new order is just beyond normal. Like, he's a god now. He's no longer mortal, he's no longer human. You can't kill him, you can't do nothing. He's what is known as a universal constant. He pushed himself beyond what is known as a physical limiter, way beyond Saitama or any other character. He's just so super broken now. But as Izuku appears with Tomura Shigaraki, everyone looks at Izuku, they're like, "What the hell?" And Izuku places his hand up and he goes, "Enough." He goes, "Everyone, this is Tenko Shimura, All Might Sensei's grandchild." They look at him, "But that's Shigaraki. He's there." And Izuku's like, "He's the what?" "The victim in this case." Izuku uses his correct projection and he connects every single person's mind that thinks Shigaraki or Tenko Shimura as a bad person. Izuku shows everyone around the world what went down in Tomura's life or Tenko, and it blows everyone's mind that, one, Izuku could do that, and two, they understand that he is not a villain by choice. It was just his depression, his hatred was worked upon, molded into this vast well of evil. And as Izuku was finished with showing everyone, he tells everyone that he's going to give Tenko a life, and I don't care what you guys have to say. If you guys want to arrest him or go to him, you have to go through me. I'm telling you right now, that's never going to happen. The entire world hears this because Izuku's telling the entire world. He goes, "Tenko is not Tomura. He is not Shigaraki. He is none of them. The real Shigaraki is in prison right now as we speak, locked away forever in a prison that he cannot get out of. Even if even if we left the door open and he was to be told to leave, he can't leave without permission. And they all listen to him. So take that, all the villains in the world. I have a punishment for all of yous. I'll take your quirks from yous, and hear this. I'll give you a longevity quirk and make you stay in jail for the exact amount of time or the crime you did. I understand though, it's going to be hard because one, with the quirk I give you, you guys will never sleep. And depends on how bad your crime is. Yeah, if you did bad crime, then I can tell you right now, I'll make you see the nightmares or the person that you hurt or possibly killed. I'll make you relive that every single day. Much like Ghost Rider's pendants there. If you guys don't understand that, look it up, okay? But what goes down is, as Izuku does that, and he goes, anyway, Tinko, would you like a brand new life? He looks at him and is like, how, Izuku? And Izuku goes, I can turn you back into a child again, take away all the evil that happened to you, and allow you to be that innocent boy. Not only that, I'm going to give you back to Kay. And he goes, but why? He goes, this is your quirk. This is a special quirk. Never forget this. And because you're Nana Shimura's grandchild, Izuku touches Shigaraki's head and gives him an upgraded version to Decay where he can actually control it and control how he decays. He doesn't need to put 5 fingers there, he can just put 1 finger and control it by will. And what happens is Shigaraki's like, what did you do with it? And Izuku goes, well, you can activate and deactivate it, of course. Not only that, you can choose what to destroy. If you want to just destroy concrete or steel, you can just think about it and think about destroying concrete or steel. Or just focusing on destroying like a bomb or explosive energy. Anything that comes into contact with your physical being, you can stop. In that regard. Not me, of course, but you understand. And he's like, I see. And Izuku goes, and if you put all 5 fingers down and you force your power, then you'll decay like how you used to in the original. Just letting you know. But you have control of it now. And he goes, alright, he goes, I got another quirk for you too. Something that I know that your grandmother would have wanted you to have. Izuku taps his head and he goes, what did you do? And he goes, I've given you a brand new copy of One for All. And he said, huh? But it's limited, of course. You have to grow to use the power. And Tenko is just looking at Izuku and say, and if you want to know my name, I'm gonna tell my mum and All Might to adopt you. Alright? You're gonna live with me, my mum, All Might, and Eri. And Izuku goes, and here's the other part of my abilities on the gift I'm gonna give to you, Tenko. Because as I said, you're the victim. You're not a villain. And it's time for you to have a new life of your own. So Izuku reversed time, turning Tenko into a child again. Much like Eri's age, he looks at himself and he's like, I'm going to take away all the bad that happened in your life. I'll leave you the memory and the understanding, but... And Izuku takes away, but Tenko goes, please remove everything, please. And Izuku goes, how about this? I'll leave the fact that your quirk activated and what happened, okay? But you're not alone and you're not a demon, okay? Shigaraki smiles and Izuku goes, hey, just note, is this your choice? And he goes, yes it is. Izuku smiles and touches his head. Alright then. He completely alters Shigaraki's mind, taking away all the bad, all the hatred, all the evil that happened to him, and reversed it and filled it with love. With actually hope for a future. After Izuku does this, Enko smiles knowing that her son is just so awesome. All the world praises the #1 hero, but Izuku goes that he can't be a hero anymore. Everyone looks at him why and he goes, judging by how I have become, I'm no longer a human nor am I a physical being. To be honest, you're just talking to a projection of my thought. Everyone's like, what? What do you mean? He goes, I copied Stars and Stripes New Order and I thought it was just as simple as just copying, but she had another layer to her power. I'm infinity, I guess. I can't explain to you. Technically, I'm everywhere and nowhere at all. And they're just shocked. Just really shocked. And Izuku, but no, not to worry. I'll be on Earth all the time. I'm always here. But I just can't be the hero that you wanted. But however, my best friends and everyone else that are here, they can become heroes. And the movement for all humans to be equal, even with quirks. Quirks are just going to be extras to the meta-human ability I've spread to the world. And Izuku stops himself and he goes, final order. Everyone has equal meta-human abilities. Quirks are just byproducts of being the natural selection, but the quirk singularity will never go to pass. Izuku does that, in doing so making sure that people The metahuman ability balances them, so even if they have too much quirks, it won't destroy their body. It will allow their bodies to be working in unison. And as everyone hears this, Izuku goes, well, I'm off. Everyone's shocked, like, where are you going? And he goes, well, there's this thing. After absorbing Night Eye's abilities and absolutely maxing it out, I was able to see tears in reality. And now with New Order, they're not just tears in reality, they're more like TV screens or YouTube channels where I can go through and flick through different YouTube, if you get what I mean. They're like, oh, I see. And Izuku goes, so I'm gonna be gone for a while, alright? I'll leave clones and stuff like that. I even leave an entry to where I'm at. However, I'm just gonna let you guys all know that I'm just gonna do a bit of research, if you guys get what I mean. They all look at Izuku, but no one questions him. Bakugo walks over to him and goes, so Deku, you nerd. And Izuku looks at him and goes, you don't change one bit. And he goes, so you going, eh? And Izuku goes, yeah. Now you have to fight for who's gonna be number one. Bakugo goes, clearly gonna be me. And Izuku goes, no, Uraraka could beat you easy. She can actually beat all of you. And that shocks everyone. They're like, oh. And Uraraka kind of smiles. And Izuku goes, but she's not gonna do so. Uraraka looks at Izuku. And she's like, Deku-ka? And he goes, you're gonna be coming with me, my dear. And Izuku grabs her and she floats to him. And she's kind of shocked and blushing. And he goes, you're the person that I want to live forever for. And to help forever for. From behind the scenes. I'm not just a fundamental force, but you are too, Uraraka-san. You have the ability to manipulate gravity. That's a part of the four forces of the universe. So if you don't know, check it out. I'm not going to nerd it out because this video is really long enough. But anyway, as he says that to her, she really blushes, and Izuku goes, will you marry me though? And be my number one? And she cries, of course. Everyone's watching, all the world's hearing this, and she says yes. And so as Izuku hugs her and takes her away, he tells his mum that he'll see her when he sees her, you know. And what happens is, Uraraka says goodbye to everyone. And Izuku goes, well, I hope you guys all do well. I'll see you guys all later, eh? And Izuku disappears with Uraraka. It shocks everyone. It shocks everyone. And everyone goes by in their day, like All Might and retired pretty much. He's absolutely gone, even though he's still back to being his prime. Bakugo, all the 1A class students pretty much take up the top 20, and 1B students, you know, they all take the top 20 of number one Japanese hero. And the metahuman society as a whole massively changes all over the world. Like, the world doesn't devolve like how it did with the Quirks. Instead, it work together, unify people all together all over the world. A true peace between heroes and villains truly came. It really did. The world progressed where it should have been, because I think it's like 200 to 300 years in the future from our time period. I mean, when it comes to when the Quirk's activated. So meaning technological advancements, everything like that could now fully take off instead of just focusing on destroying villains and holding them down, all that stuff. And all the villains in Tyros over a period of time, you know, a long time, they will be released and brought into the community. And from there, the story of the world really changed. Bakugo Katsuki becomes the number one hero of of Japan. And everyone from down onwards, like, you get up there. And so I'm just going to fast forward about a good 10 years into the future, okay? In this 10 years into the future, Tomura goes to UA, and so does Eri and Koda and all them. They all go to UA. And as they all appear into the entrance exam, they're all excited. And as we all know, President Mike should appear, right? No. As President Mike is about to appear, a mist appears in front of everyone, and Izuku walks out of it and he goes, hello, UA. Welcome to the UA entrance exams. Everyone is here freaking out. Bakugo and everyone, when they all hear that Izuku's there, they're like, what the hell? Deku's back. You know, and Izuku goes, I hope you guys are all looking forward to, becoming heroes. I know I'm really excited for all of you. I've been watching you guys all for a long time. And if you guys all don't believe me, just understand I was that little nudge to help you guys out every so often. Izuku looks up and goes, hey Eri-chan. Hey, Tenko-kun, and they all he looks at Izuku, they're kind of blushing, and he goes, how you guys been? How's mom and dad? And everyone in the audience, they're looking at these two like, whoa, that's right, you're the little adopted brother and sister of the great and ultimate Deku, the all-for-all hero. And Izuku goes, yeah, I don't like that all-for-all name, that sounds really stupid. And everyone hears this. Izuku goes, my new name is, the one above all, Deku. Everyone hears this like, whoa. Aizawa's like, not gonna burst your bubble, Izuku. Oh, one above all. But isn't that a big ego trip? Izuku goes, Aizawa-sensei, you haven't changed one bit. Even though you never tire, you always look tired. You go, Living with President Mike is irritating. Izuku goes, I see. And so as everyone is really buzzing out, like they're all happy and to see each other, Izuku's sitting in the teachers down talking, and they're like, everyone's just catching up with them. All the heroes, everyone's come back, you know. And bear in mind, all the heroes, it's not about them taking on villains no more or taking them out. It's more about helping the society. Villains do the same. Like they push people to more and more heights. You know, people are injured, like all that stuff. And if there ever is villains or any kind of upcoming evil, then they're there to help. You know, but people in this time and age now, after 10 years, no longer just focus on being heroes and villains. Even though there is a sense of a hero class and all that stuff, there still is the social norm. However, everyone's slowly moving to the idea of going to the stars and traveling the world more, and like all the, and bringing human prosperity everywhere, you know. And so this goes down. But what happens is, as Izuku's standing there talking to the teachers, catching up, he's watching everyone doing the entrance exams, and this is making Izuku excited just watching them all. He goes down and sees Eri running up to robots, instantly reversing them back into nuts and bolts, and using her rewind quirk to pause them exactly in time, you know. It's easy as for her. When she sees people injured, she uses her rewind to heal them, which makes them happy. And so as Eri does really well, Koda does really well too. He instantly makes himself into a massive water typhoon, swallowing up things, shooting water as like swords and blades through robots, destroying them all and helping people as well. But the person that does the most difference, and the person that's really different in general, is Tenko. Thanks to Izuku giving him 1-for-all, and the 1-for-all that All Might pretty much has with all the vestiges abilities, Nana Shumura and All Might was able to teach Tenko how to use 1-for-all in such a great degree, to the point where when he jumped up to punch the 0 pointer, much like how Izuku does in canon, he punches it, but he uses the K on contact to destroy the robot and destroy all evidence of it, so there was nothing left. Tenko goes 1-for-all, 50%, jumps up, and as he punches the robot, he goes the K 0 pointer, punches the 0 pointer. As it destroys the 0 pointer, it decays entirely, and then he comes down using float. He flies down. Nana Shumura taps Tenko on his head and the vestige as well, and goes, good job, young man. And as Izuku smiles, he goes, good on you there, Tenko. Everyone's happy that goes down, and everyone that pretty much did well makes it into UA. And then from there, Izuku goes back and he meets up with everyone, and Uraraka comes out of a portal, and she goes, Deku-kun, where have you been? Izuku smiles and goes, I'm coming. And what happens is, All Might goes, so what have you been doing for the last couple of years, Izuku? And he goes, well, you see, I have been looking at different worlds, different versions of me. Both good and bad outcomes. All Might goes, good and bad outcomes. And Izuku goes, let's just say I'm watching different conclusions, different situations, different scenarios that a person named Dr. Kahu is speaking about when it comes to me. And All Might goes, huh? And he goes, don't worry. I can't explain to you more, but let's just say we're a part of a what-if. And he goes, huh? He's still confused, and Izuku goes, just note that I'm a puppet that can see the strings, okay? That's all that matters, All Might. All Might smiles, and Izuku goes, well, we're off now, I'll see you later. And Enko's kind of upset because she won't see him for a while, but he goes, no, I'll see you later, don't worry, Mom. And Izuku and Uraraka disappear into his quantum dimension that he made, his heavenly type of mirror world where you can choose what ifs he looks at. And what happens is, Uraraka goes, so Izuku looks back at Uraraka and he goes, yes, my dear. And she goes, so what are we going to have a look at today? Izuku smiles and he pulls up a list. He goes, well, I have a couple of suggestions I want to look at. There's a universe where I was born indestructible. I had an indestructible quirk. I can see both good and bad versions of that. There's a universe where I was immortal. I can see good or bad of that. And in this universe, I have the quirk called Hack, or the ability to upgrade people, or upgrade. And she's like, wow, that sounds really fun. And she goes, I don't want to watch the bad versions of history, you know? Sorry. And Izuku smiles, and Izuku goes, well, in these histories that you're going to see, unfortunately, you're going to also see me with other people. And she's like shocked, but she understands, and she goes, well, do I have you for real? And Izuku smiles, you have me forever. You're my queen. You're the goddess of this universe. Hell, this multiverse that I see right now, you're my number one. And she smiles and she hugs Izuku, and Izuku hugs her and goes, well, what do you choose, my dear? And so she looks at it and she goes, do you know what? I wouldn't mind watching the what if Deku had an upgrade quirk. And Izuku smiles and goes, okay then, so I'm gonna put the suggestion out to Dr. Kahu, and from there, let his story commence. And so as Uraraka and Deku watch one above all, watch what if Deku had a upgrade quirk. This is why I'm going to do this what if, guys. I hope you guys like this different type of what if. Just note that this every other what if from here on is going to be connected to the super copy quirk universe. And what I mean by that is, because this Deku is such a fifth, sixth dimensional being, he can see every multiverse, every type of situation that involves him. And not only that, because he's a puppet that can see the strings, he understands how things comply. And so from there, guys, I hope you guys understand the what if medium that I've created, the Deku or what if Deku Nexus that I've created will be in the front of all my what ifs. So I hope you guys all understand, okay? And just note that I'm going to be doing what if lights and what if darks, okay? So yeah, thank you guys all for your support, and I hope you guys like this very, very long series that I've made. And I'll make it into a movie for you guys, so it'll help you guys out all out, okay, guys? So yeah, so as usual, guys, this is Dr. Kahu saying peace.